What's up? What's up? Oh boy. I have like one errant hair. This I see it on camera. There. I have like an odd cowlick in the back of my head, and it's the most obnoxious thing to deal with. Half the time I don't even give a shit. What does it matter? What does it matter? Oh boy. We got going on today. Interesting. What's up, million guy? Yeah. Yeah. I feel like $1 million. It'd be kind of nice to see if YouTube paid like that. Honestly. That'd be great. Tokyo Game Show, you mean the one without Ubisoft? Yeah. Yeah. Way to cook yourself. Did you pre-order the PS5 Pro? Yeah, sure did. Even though I could technically write something like that off on my taxes, I just don't see the purpose in getting it. Like, I have a PlayStation. I just think I have just like a regular like digital PlayStation 5 or something like that. I literally just have it there just for, you know, specific games and stuff like that I want to play either on the couch just chilling, or if I want to get like, you know, whatever else. Exclusive games that I know aren't going to drop on PC for like a year or something like that. I'd rather just have access to it. I hate to be the one that's playing into the exclusives, but as a creator, I have to play these games to begin with. Hey, LD, you're getting too predictable. Oh no. What does that mean? Nice Sony vid. Forgot Bungie was $1 billion chip. Yeah, I forgot how much they spent on that. Nintendo Mando. Thank you for the prime. Amazing video today. So proud that you're getting the recognition that you deserve. Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Going to watch the Warframe dev stream tomorrow? Yeah, for sure. For sure. Sony is hurting right now with their flops. I don't really actually think that Sony's in any like dire straits or big trouble or anything like that. It's just they're pushing to live service that's the issue. Their single player games are doing fantastic. They haven't had any problem with those at all, to be honest with you. Now, mind you, they're going to see some losses on the side of the remasters and remakes just because they put out so many of them so often that it's too much and it's too frequent, and it's almost like within just like a year or so from some of the other games getting released, so it doesn't even make any sense. But they like financially, yeah, no, Sony's not in any trouble whatsoever. And I think the benefit for Sony is that even though they're seeing all these massive failures on the side of like their live service games, at the same time they're seeing these huge successes on the side of their single player games. I'm hoping that teaches you a lesson and you go, well, you know, we're just going to do this because that's what's making us the money. That's not to say that they shouldn't be like trying to make live service games. It's just not as many as they have, and for the reasons that they did. Thank you for the 50, man. That's huge. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Gede. Appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. They just want the easy win. A lot of these developers do, man. It's actually not the developers. It's just it's the executives at the end of the day. It's the executives at the end of the day. They look at the rest of the industry and they say, okay, well, these are the games that are making the most money. We want to make that money. Why aren't we making that money? Hey, Sony, go out and make a Fortnite. Hey, you know, XYZ developer, go out and make a Fortnite. Or make a, you know, Genshin Impact. Or go make a Apex Legends. all those kind of things, right? So they look at all those games and they say, we want a piece of that money, and that's what they want. But yeah. Thanks again, Gede. Appreciate that, man. Hey, LD, just watched your latest YouTube video. Well done, but also sad to see your worst fears confirmed. Yeah, that was one of the things that really... bothered me was, you know, we're gamers. We talk about stuff. We say things. And sometimes it's just us, you know, imagining things. We're just drawing conclusions based on what we see. And it's wild to hear that you're basically right on track. Like, you're right on track. I'm going to tell you right now, some of these folks shared like internal messages and emails and stuff like that. And I'm talking about the basic of criticism. No cynicism at all. Just basic criticism. And they're getting responses saying, yeah, you really shouldn't talk like that. You have to think about how this makes people feel. Realize that the team worked really hard on this. And they're talking about, you know, genuine issues with, you know, whatever they were discussing at this time. Like, nothing crazy. Like, seriously, like, I can't share it, obviously, for very obvious reasons. But, I mean, something as simple as, hey, you know, this isn't working. And, you know, I haven't really ran into issues like this. This is slowing me down. You know, this, and this, pointing out what the issues are exactly, and then the person responding and saying something like that. Something like, yeah, you shouldn't say things like that because it's, yeah, you have to think about the feelings of the people that worked hard on this. And maybe it's just like maybe it's the culture shock of me not realizing, like, I'm used to working with like boilermakers and pipe fitters in the construction industry. When something's wrong, these guys will walk up and just say, hey man, you fucked this up. And you're like, oh shit, I gotta fix that. Right? But like, one of the things that ends up happening when you create a really soft work environment like that is that there's no urgency whatsoever. There's no urgency. There's no oh man. There's nothing on the line. It makes it where the workers feel like nothing's on the line. But when you look at Ubisoft stock or the stock for any of these companies, there's a lot on the line. There's everybody's livelihood. There's the health and the success of the studio. There's people's jobs on the... There's all kinds of things that are on the line. But when you walk around and you make a work environment where, you know, you can't even give basic criticism, what kind of products do you expect to have come out? What kind of games do you expect to make? And that goes for every industry. Now, I talked about it in the video, but like, in the field, a construction company is completely different than what it is in the office. Completely different than what it is in the office. But the office will come down to the field and try to make the field think that they need to act a certain way, and it's just like, it's so unrealistic. We'd never get anything done if that was the case. And I think what's really sad is that I was reading some of the comments just because the video had blew up really fast, really early this morning. And immediately you have people that are jumping into the intellectual dishonesty. Like, they can't even help themselves. It's literally, it's programmed into their fucking brain by now. And it blows my mind. Because it's like, oh, so you think people should just treat other people however they want? I'm like, no. Thank you for the holy shit, what is this? Helgren, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, man. I appreciate that. Thank you. I forgot that it's September. I've like barely streamed during September. Shit. I'm so bad at this. It's not even funny. Brain rot is ridiculous. Yeah, it's bad, man. It's genuinely, it's just not good. It's not good. I don't know how you correct these kind of things. I think that it's just a pendulum. I think that's probably the thing it is. And like, I've noticed that a lot of these discussions are becoming more and more popular recently, and I think it's just because people are just sick and tired of it. You know, because like you have people that are like, oh, okay, yeah, I can be a little bit more sensitive. Like, yeah, I can wholeheartedly agree with that. There's a lot of times in which I could probably be a little bit more sensitive, for sure. But then the problem is that like then you have folks that are just pushing and they just keep pushing and pushing and pushing, and it's just like, and then all of a sudden you're not even allowed to talk anymore. Like one of the things that I noticed, and I probably wouldn't take very long for me to be able to find it. But if I go into if I go to if I go to you can't hear me? Oh man. It's because I said all the words I'm not allowed to say. You see what they did to me? You see what they did to me? That was the that was the Matrix. Hold on, let me figure out. I forgot where the audio input is. I have to fix it. Stream mix. That's what I want. Okay. There we go. All right, we got it. Deplatformed. They're watching you. Be careful. Okay. So what I was saying before is that like I was reading some of the comments and stuff like that, and you know, one of the things that I noticed is that there were people that like immediately grabbed it and turned it into this like culture war moment thing. And I think there's a general like misunderstanding on, I mean, one, it's people that are taking my words and twisting them into something completely different, right? But then I look and I go online and I see like, you know, I showed like Paul Tossi, where's he at? You know, former CEO, he's you know, reposting a tweet saying, former CEO polarized comments around Ubisoft. I want to reaffirm that we are an entertainment company or entertainment first company creating games for the broadest audience possible. And our goal is not to push any specific agenda. We remain committed to creating games that everyone can enjoy. And then Paul Tossi says it's embarrassing that Ubisoft is admitting they're actually rattled by culture war stuff over Outlaws and Shadows. And there is some like culture war stuff that's getting wrapped up into these discussions, and I think what sucks about it is that it devalues any legitimate criticism around these kind of things. When you look and you see like how many people are like posting about, where is it at? Yeah, like this right here. Okay, I've already made it very clear. I'm not big on grums. I don't like the drum beating, the rage baiting and things like that. I'm sorry, but if y'all are butthurt over the fact that there's a I don't like, I guess she's like gender fluid or something like that, I don't really care. It's a voice actor in a video game. If you're twisted up over a voice actor in a video game and you think the game's gonna suck because of that, I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. You need to chill. You need to dial it the fuck back. You need to stop. You need to take a break off the internet. But you see some dude like this coming out, like, so apparently Grums' position now is it like what, anybody that's gay, bi, trans, black, whatever, like we're just not buying those games anymore? What is this? That's not what the discussion is. And that's the thing that like I don't want people to get. It's one of the reasons why I try to do my best to remain relatively level-headed when I talk about the things that I do, because I don't want people to lose sight of the of like the real goal here. The goal is to be critical of the things that we should be critical about, but not get, you know, caught up in these waves of like unnecessary criticism over things that don't matter. It doesn't matter. Just to give you an example of something like this, one of my favorite voice actors of all time, David Hayter, right? Love David Hayter. Absolutely. Solid Snake. Phenomenal. I know nothing about him. I know nothing about him. I don't know what he's done. I don't know who he is. I know his name, but I don't know what he does in his personal life, what choices he makes or anything like that, or whatever he's ever said in social media. And I don't fucking care. I don't care. His performance was absolutely fantastic and the video games were great. That's all I care about. I don't care about anything else. I don't care about anything else, man. And for people to get like wrapped up in something like this, I see that and I'm just like, y'all are stupid. You're dumb. You're dumb. Like, you already played the first game and you thought it was really good. You had a lot of faith in the studio then. Now you see they're making another game and there you go. Like, all you got to do is just wait for the game to come out. Wait for the game to come out. Watch other people play it. See if it's going to be the game that you think it is, and then buy it if you want to buy it. But outside of that, I mean, you got to let it go. You got to let it go, man. I just saw my mom in the kitchen, and I screamed at her incoherently, saying DEI, DEI. Notice, you know what the funny thing is, man? You know what the funny thing is that, like, I get a lot of criticism. A lot of folks that'll come my way and be like, oh, here's another, you know, I think somebody said saber rattler over DEI and wokeness. You know what the funny thing is? Go through my videos, and outside of like one or two where I'm directly quoting articles that I'm reading, I don't use the terminology DEI or woke. I don't use left-leaning. I don't use liberal. I don't use right-wing. I don't use any of that stuff because I don't care about it. First time chatter, are you interested in the upcoming game Mecha Break? It was featured at Tokyo Game Show. Mecha Break has been in like open beta, wasn't it? I saw people playing it. Wasn't that the one where you could make like the super thick pilots? I mean, you see these people that are activists that are clearly pushing an agenda that wasn't there before. You see it on both sides. Both sides are pushing an agenda. Like, yeah. Let's not get it twisted here. Agree with you, but to be fair, I think seeing a voice actor that is vocal about their politics, like a canary in the coal mine. We have many examples, like you said. Hater keeps his life to himself. What does it matter, though? Like, that's my question. Is that from my perspective, there's no difference between that voice actor and David Hayter. Whether David Hayter keeps to himself or not, like, I don't know anything about these people. At the end of the day, does their voice sound good, and is their performance good? And I would imagine 9 times out of 10, when a lot of these companies are hiring folks for voice acting gigs specifically, it's not based on what their politics are on Twitter. It's whether or not they can do the job. And when you're making a game that's of as high of a production quality as some of these games are supposed to be, that's supposed to be what they actually, they're hiring them based on the merit of their voice acting ability. Have they voice acted in something before? What's their name? Erika Ishii? Do they have like a Wikipedia page? Yeah. Voice actor, an American host. They are best known for their voice characters as Valkyrie in Apex Legends. Okay, I haven't heard anybody complain about Valkyrie in Apex Legends before. They were slated that playing The Last of Us inspired them to enter voice acting work in 2010. and would contribute voice work to The Last of Us Part 2. Didn't hear anything about anybody complaining about their performance in Last of Us 2. Ishii was the narrator for a book called Walk Among Us and an audio trio of novellas set in the Vampire Masquerade World of Darkness. Oh god, that sounds spicy. That sounds spicy. Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, there's nothing to go on here other than they've worked in the industry for a few years, and I haven't heard anything necessarily bad about their they played Domina Venom Blade in World of Warcraft Shadowlands. Ruth Zhang and additional voices. Ruth Zhang. Who is Ruth Zhang? Oh, Cyberpunk was fucking unhinged, dude. Cyberpunk was unhinged. Oh, sorry. You can't see. What is God. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to I'm never gonna beat the allegations if I don't fix that fucking voice translator. Thank you for the 250. I don't know what currency that is, but thank you so much. Incredibly generous of you. I really appreciate it. The problem with the word woke is that the sides that are using it have different definitions for it. Pro side means inclusive, anti-seed means performative, thus no progress is made. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the YouTube video is muted. Oh shit, my bad. That's my fault. Let me fix that. I messed with a bunch of settings because I was recording stuff, and sometimes that kind of stuff will happen. And it moved around a bunch of my stuff. There we go. Now you guys can hear. Was it turned off on this one too? No, it was on. Okay. Yeah. So they were like one of the commercial people.
That huge marble phallus getting erected in DC, the one to mark 300 years of independence. Well, I just got word a hurricane dropped it over before they could even finish it off. Can you imagine a better metaphor for today's America? Because for the life of me, I cannot. Actually, no. Saburo Arasaka's handsome mug chiseled into Mount Rushmore. That'd do it. Now, thought maybe I'd...
Now, meanwhile, keep in mind, this character is a completely different character that they're going to play in the other one. But I think the performance is fine. Quality of the performance is fine.
During the mission, you know my name. Up to her, she'll make you a very tantalizing offer.
Hey, you look a little lost.
Ruth Zhang?
The one and only.
I mean...
You wouldn't feel like keeping me company for the rest of the evening, would you?
Night's still young. Later, maybe.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's good voice acting. Solid voice acting. Yeah, she sounds like a good VA. Yeah. That's it. From my perspective, like, you love it or hate it, this is the guy, okay? This is the guy behind the videos. I don't give a fuck about what she talks about online. I don't care what her personal politics are. Do a good job. That's all I care about. If this is about some Pokemon mechanic changing your tires, nobody would care about if they did the job correctly. Yeah, exactly. Good for you? Yeah, good for me. You look like... I don't know if that's a compliment or not. I don't know if that's a compliment or not. She's Sector and MK1? Oh, okay. Oh, man. I don't ask my dentist who she votes for or what she writes on Twitter. I like that. That's a really good comment. That's a really good comment. I don't even know where those hands have been. Oh, man. I'm surprised she's not pre-blocked, but they use other platforms and stuff like that to be able to they use other platforms to be able to follow them and whatnot. Found you through your Warframe journey and stuck around for the content you put out. Thank you. Appreciate it. Legendary drops. I know you've been highly supportive of Wukong and Space Marines. So are you hyped at the fact that they're getting story expansions already? I just hope that they take the time, right? Like, my biggest worry anytime I see games like that that do really, really well super early on is that they want to try to rush things out a little bit too quickly because they want to continue to follow the hype. But yeah, I mean, more Black Myth Wukong and more Space Marine 2. I have no problem with that. Like Helldivers, Yeah, I guess I kind of would agree with that. But the thing is that the main thing that they were always focused on was adding content through their battle pass, the war bonds, and it was like the one thing that they were always hyper fixated on. It was the one thing that they always wanted to talk about, but they never the players didn't care about that stuff. The players wanted general issues in the game fixed. And still at the end of the day, I'm happy the game is in a better place than it was. But in the end, the game, it just needs more content, man. It just needs more content. There's just not enough to do in the game. I don't know what else to say about it. Like, for it to be a live service game that you're gonna have people be, dedicated to, I wouldn't be surprised if I saw. If I go to SteamDB right now, and if I look at Helldivers, I'd probably guess to say the game is back to hovering around 40, probably around 40,000 players. There we go. There we go. So it dove down real hard into the 20s, the 19s, because this is when like people are really down about the game. Now it's climbed back up, but it's going to start descending again. And it's likely, realistically, I think I said this in a video a long time ago. I think that Helldivers 2 is likely going to be one of those games that's going to have more like 30 or 20,000 concurrent players. Just because it just doesn't have the systems in place for it to be a game that people are going to be playing for the long term. 35K is a lot though. Yeah, no, it's still really good. It's still really good. It's just the problem is that I think a lot of people, because they saw how high the game peaked, that they thought that this was going to be indicative of like what the future of the game was going to look like. Or people even thought this was going to be the future of the game down here at 260,000 people. Or people thought it was even down here in the 100Ks, right? In the hundreds and 90Ks or 80Ks. But none of this, from my perspective, is realistic for this game with the kind of progression systems and the kind of like long-term gameplay loops the game has. Because there's just really no reason for you to consistently log into the game. There really isn't. It's something good to like jump back and play casually and hop on with your friends and go kill some bugs and stuff like that. But like outside of that, what else is there to do? Like the only time that I ever want to hop in is I see something cool's going on with the narrative, like there's something big that's happening and I want to check that out. But you know, even introducing, so like what will probably happen is they're gonna introduce the Illuminate, right? When they do that, you'll probably see this shoot up to about 100,000 players again. Easy. You'll see it shoot back up to 100,000 players again. And then very quickly, I shouldn't say very quickly, probably within a month or so, the game will shoot right back down to where it was before. And the reason why is just because, again, once the novelty of like a new faction to fight wears off, there's no other reason for you to keep playing the game. The one thing that I would really like to see, and the one thing that would transform this and be able to hold numbers like, you know, 40 or 40,000 or above, would be if they added some type of like long-term progression. I said that before in a video, but I do think that's the one thing that the game is missing. It's the one thing that the game really needs. Something to be able to constantly work towards. Long-term, very long-term goals. Weapon customization, character building, things like that. It's a non-competitive game. So it's okay if there are players that are out there that put hundreds of hours into it and are overly invested and are like the strongest players in the game. It's okay that there's people that are like that. There's no competitive ramp here, so you don't need to worry about that kind of thing. 40K for a concurrent game is more than okay. Yeah, no, it's really good. It's really good. No, I think the game is generally healthy. But like if they wanted to go, I don't see them holding on to 40,000 players for a year. I don't. Like, just being honest. I don't see it. I love Helldivers 2. I had an absolute blast playing it. I still, you know, hit up some friends and go and, you know, drop down on a few planets now and again. But from my perspective as a player, which that's what I try to share. I'm just sharing what I feel when I play these kind of games. And when I play a game like this, I just don't see any reason for me to log into it. Yeah, see, somebody brings up, honestly, I don't ever see it standing alongside Warframe and its success. Exactly, because if we look at a game like Warframe, you know, it's competing with Warframe's numbers right now in its 24-hour peak. Warframe, the difference is, Warframe's been doing that shit for fucking since 2015. And the reason why Warframe has been able to hold that kind of player count since 2015 is because of the fact that they have a lot of shit to do. There's a lot to do. There's less once you get further into the game, but yeah. When was Total Biscuits? Total Biscuits video on Warframe was probably like right around like 2014. The game was in like the early throes of its beta. I know the meme that the game is still currently in beta, but yeah. Damn, Warframe's that old, still haven't tried it yet. Yeah, here's the thing. This is one of the most impressive things about Warframe. It's one of the reasons why I made that video, Warframe is a wake-up call, is because for a game to be this consistent since 2013, 11 years, that's crazy. That's crazy. You have to be doing some really good shit to be able to make sure that your game is going to continue to stay successful for that long. And keep in mind, it's kept the entire studio afloat. It's allowed them to hire more people. They've been able to put on their own, you know, conferences with TennoCon and things like that. Like, they... Dude. Like, it's an absurd level of success that a lot of people don't discuss. And for them to be doing it as long as they have, it's crazy. Enough to be able to invest in making another game on the side, right? I'll be keen to try Soulframe when it comes out, just because of Warframe. I think a lot of people will give it a shot. I think it's a really good idea to make a Warframe-like kind of, because it's going to have the same style of progression and things like that as Warframe, and probably the same type of like content cadence and whatnot. And I think a third-person action MMO light using like swords and shields and stuff like that, it's probably going to do well. It's probably going to do well. What do you think about Riot Games, the creator of League of Legends? I don't know. I've never really I haven't played any of Riot's games before. I don't really have much of an opinion on them, to be honest with you. They make a lot of money. I know that. I actually do want games like Warframe, but more focused with melee rather than guns. Yeah, and I think there's going to be a lot of people that are going to click with a game like that. I think there will be, for sure. I still don't understand how Ubisoft hasn't made like a true, like, permanent live service Division game. Which is, it sounds counterintuitive to the things that I discuss, but it really does have a lot of things that a lot of players are looking for in a game. But they didn't support. Like, the funny thing is, they could still today, right now, just support the Division 2. You just put out an expansion for the Division 2 and be like, okay, this is what we're gonna do, and people would flock to it. People like looter shooters. But people want a good looter shooter live service, not a bad one. Looking at you, Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League. Piece of shit game. Well, I was playing Division for that last video that I made, right? For the Fall of Ubisoft. And when I was making that, I was sitting there and I'm like, dude, I just want to play more of this game. But at the exact same time, I was playing Satisfactory. So, I have not been able to get off of Satisfactory. Sadly. I don't want any launchers, to be honest. I'm right there with you. The only reason I have the Ubisoft Connect is just because I have Division on there, and I got the Division for free when I bought my CPU. You try Frostpunk 2? No. Maybe it's a game I'll like from my taste. It doesn't really look like something that I would really enjoy. It's a game from like the outside that I can respect and look at and be like, man, that actually, you know, that's a high quality game. But it's one of those games that I look at and I'm like, I don't know if it's something I would actually like. Bloodborne got emulated on PC. Yeah, I saved it somewhere. Yeah. Chad PS4 version 0.3.0 plus mods, DoD repack. Yep. It's probably still not ready for us to try to emulate and play right now, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Sony dropped the ball big time on Bloodborne. The funny thing is that usually when you see something reach levels of meme that we've seen with Bloodborne, you would think that they would step in front of it and go, you know what? Let's make Bloodborne. Let's make a Bloodborne remake or a Bloodborne remaster. But no. The funny thing is they don't need to do a remake. They just need to do a remaster and put it on PC and then just rake in the money. It's one of those things that I think is really frustrating. And it was, I forgot to talk about it in the video that I talked about Sony, is that like you make all of these mistakes in live service. What does it say about your brand? What does it say about Sony when everybody in the video game industry knows that if you put out a Bloodborne remaster on PC, you'll make back all of the money you lost and more? What does it say about your platform? How much value does that show in some of your single player IPs? It's crazy. Because people buy Sony stuff, they'll listen and they'll listen when they stop making money. Same goes for Sony. Yeah, it's true. Let's see here. What else? Oh, I saw that already. I was watching Asmongold stream the other day. Yeah, I saw this. Somebody, like, this looks like they read my or watched my video. 25 to 3,000 people have worked on this game. Keep that in mind. 2,500 to 3,000 people have worked on the game. The pre-orders are so bad that they're not baiting people with the promise of free DLC. That is actually, that's an interesting take. I didn't think about it from that perspective. It could be that the pre-orders are that bad. I know the pre-orders look like relatively good in the month that it was first announced, but I don't know what they look like now. Their staff, their own admissions, are more focused on workplace water cooler culture than work. The funny thing is that she posted this before my video came out. So I didn't even know that was even a general discussion. That's crazy. Poor leadership and the inability to tell people this is bad, do better. Yeah, that's crazy that both of these things are in there. This directly contradicts with what they've been trying to say, that everything is fine, such as parkour and stealth. This isn't new. Yeah, I know. They're like, oh, we reworked stealth and and parkour. Yeah, that's not new. That's not innovative. That's not, we expect those things to already be in your games to begin with, right? So, and you know what the funny thing is that, like, as a player, it's hard to voice what you mean by, you want us to innovate, right? Because I try to do my best to be able to put myself in the shoes of the people that I'm talking to. And if I think about these game developers and I think about these publishers and studios, here I am as a gamer saying, do better. I don't know what that means, right? I don't know what that means. When I say innovate, I don't know what that means in the game. But it's up to them to figure it out. I don't have to voice those kind of things. All I'm saying is that it just feels like your shit's stale, man. I don't know what to tell you. Did the show start? I don't know, man. I actually don't know where any of this stuff is. What is it called? Tokyo Game Show? I'm not seeing anything live. Who's done their we can watch
Hunter now
at Tokyo Game Show. For some odd reason, I can't see anything crazy being announced. I don't know why. Well, I do know why. The reason why I say that is I don't think there's going to be anything new because we've already seen so much shit. We've already seen so many games that have been been announced over the last year that I don't really see them putting out anything wild. All I need is a few words about Wild and I'll be happy. Yeah, that's all I care about as well. And by the way, what is Ubisoft thinking about releasing Assassin's Creed Shadows? The same month of Kingdom Come Deliverance and Monster Hunter Wilds. You're out of your mind, dude. You're out of your mind. Monster Hunter Wilds is gonna devour you. I made a video talking about this. I made a video talking about this a while ago, but I think that Monster Hunter Wilds is likely going to be Capcom's fastest selling game of all time. I do. I genuinely do. And the reason why is because Monster Hunter World was their fastest selling game of all time. It's also their highest selling game of all time. It sold even more over the years. Way more. Significantly more. And now you have all these people that are hungry for a game like Monster Hunter Wilds, and now they get the opportunity to be their day one when they weren't their day one for Monster Hunter World. It's gonna pop off. It's gonna pop off. People are gonna go nuts for that game.
The fight rages on in Street Fighter 6.
Return to World was another massive jump in sales. It was huge. They sold a ton.
And is more exciting than ever. As the second character to be added in year 2.
King of Fighters?
Terry from
I used to love King of Fighters back in the day. I have not played a fighting game in I can't remember the last time I did.
Terry is well-rounded with useful rushing attacks.
I was gonna buy Guilty Gear Strive, but I didn't because I just didn't feel like I had enough friends to be able to play it with. I used to love King of Fighters. More than anything else, I always really enjoyed watching, or I really enjoyed playing.
Expect more info at a later date.
What were the fighting games that I actually really enjoyed playing? I like Street Fighter 2 way back in the day.
Collection 2 includes 8 popular titles.
Capcom versus SNK was probably my favorite one.
Series.
Yeah.
Capcom versus SNK 2 Mark of the Millennium 2001.
I really like the SNK characters. I always really like the SNK characters.
Online play has
The
been
only
added to included titles, allowing you to
the only
challenge
fighting
opponents
game
from
that I know
around
that I
the
put a
world.
lot of hours into
The new gallery mode
was
lets you browse illustrations
2,
and design documents
Soul Calibur
created
2,
during development,
and Bloody Roar
many of
3.
which have never been seen before.
I went all in on those.
Capcom Fighting Collection 2
What's up,
is planned
Rurikon?
for release in 2025.
Did you know that Ken and Chun-Li are coming to the new Fatal Fury game? Ooh, that's cool.
Next up,
Yeah,
Marvel
Capcom.
versus
Yeah,
Capcom
Marvel.
Fighting
Yeah, Marvel
Collection
versus Capcom is always really good as well.
7 retro
But Marvel versus
titles from
Capcom always
arcades
just
in
felt
the
like
90s
chaos
are
to
being
me. Like
revived
all
on
the
Nintendo Switch,
switching and the combo
PlayStation
moves and
4,
stuff like that. It was like
Xbox
it was a
One,
button
and
masher's dream. That's one of the reasons why a lot of people really liked Marvel versus Capcom is because it was so like new player friendly, because
Don't worry if it's your
it was
first
just
time. Use difficulty
wild.
settings and
There's so
one-button
much stuff
specials
going on.
to ease your transition into the game. All included titles have been recreated exactly as they were in arcades. The digital version is available now, and the physical version will release on November 22nd.
I worked in an arcade when the cabinet came out. It was great. Yeah. Yeah. I used to have a at my mom's house. I had 2 cabinets. I had a Space Invaders cabinet, original Space Invaders cabinet, and I had a
More than a remaster.
I had one of those like
deluxe
Nintendo
remaster.
emulator cabinets. It was
The
also
Origin
really
of
cool.
Zombie Paradise Action returns with remastered graphics on the latest platforms.
You know what the funny thing is? I love Dead Rising. Okay, I love this game. I actually love the whole series of games. I have no interest in playing this, and it's not because of the changes they made or anything like that. It's just because I played it so much that I see no reason at all for me to play it. Because like I literally have 100%ed this game and then continued to play it after. Like I know the game like the back of my hand. There's just no way that I would want to. There's no way that I would want to put the time in again.
Is available now. In addition to the main game, several downloadable contents are also available to purchase. The digital version is available now, and the physical version.
Here's the thing. Anybody here that has played the original Dead Rising knows what it takes to get a perfect run. Knows the amount of work, memorization, and practice that it takes to be able to get a perfect run. You will never play this game again because of doing that. You will never play it again.
Will release on November 8th. Find a way to survive through 72 hours of hell.
It was hard with that damn clock. It wasn't even the clock, dude. The biggest problem is that like you couldn't really even tell time properly. There were so many systems that were in the game that prevented you from being able to do things like effectively. The survivors were all brain dead. Not a single one of them were helpful. You literally had to hold their hand the entire time, otherwise they'd get killed by something. Or what you'd have to do, and this is what probably most people did, is before you go to save somebody, you clear the path. You already know who you're going for. You know what time they're going to show up. You clear the path ahead of time. You get things in place. Maybe you even go out and set down some like explosive, some of the kerosenes and stuff like that. And you set that stuff out there so that you know where they're going to be. You pick up the people, bring them out, walk them down the path that you already made, and then you go ahead and get them to where they need to go. Yeah. And then you hurry up and beeline it so you can make it to the next psychopath, and then you move to the next person. Yeah, it's oof, man. That game was a trip.
Fans of the beloved Ace Attorney series should have no objection to 2 Ace Attorney investigation titles starring Miles Edgeworth returning in full HD.
I love Ace Attorney. I didn't play any of the ones with Miles though. Like I didn't play like the ones where you play as him.
With additional features and special contents. Now it's time for some news on the Monster Hunter series.
Hell yeah.
First up is this title.
It's Monster Hunter Bridge. Monster Hunter
to all the
Now?
hunters
That's
around
the
world for helping Monster
mobile
Hunter
game?
Now achieve 15 million downloads. Here's the latest info on Monster Hunter Now.
Okay.
First, we
I don't
have
know
an
anything
update on
about this
Season
game.
3, which started in September. A year after Monster Hunter Now launched, we're jumping into Season 3, which adds Magnamalo, Rajang, and Aknasam. You can now also cook well-done steak in Monster Hunter Now. Next up, info on the next physical event.
How
For
long
2 days
will
from October 12th
how long
to
will
the
that
13th,
investigation that
Nergigante will
Ubisoft
appear
approved
in
take
Shibuya,
leverage?
Japan
I have
for the
no
first
idea.
time.
I have no idea.
Seek out traces of Nergigante and track it down. Even outside of Shibuya, you'll have a chance to
Hey man,
challenge
love your
Nergigante.
vids. Have you seen the new
in-game
indie
event
title
is
dropping
planned
forever
at a later
winter?
date.
If not, I'd actually highly
During
recommend
the
checking it
event,
out. Yeah, I need to look
go
into it.
back
I
and
was just
consult-
I've been waiting on Forever Winter because I know that it's going to release in a rough state. It's a new indie developer, and yeah, I don't want to have a bad first impression. That's pretty much about it.
Rathalos will also appear. For the latest info on Monster Hunter Now, please visit the official website.
I don't play mobile games.
Regular content
I don't-
updates will
I-
continue to add new monsters
don't.
and elements to the game.
It's
The
still a
next
really
major
cool
update
idea,
is
though.
planned for December.
So does it work
Please
like
continue
Pokemon
to
Go, where
enjoy
like you
Mon-
actually have to like physically hunt down the monster and then you fight it in the game? Is that how this works? Yeah. I mean, that's a really cool. It's an interesting idea. The problem is that it's motivating gamers to walk.
Monster Hunter Now.
That's a hard thing to do.
Next, we have some news on Monster Hunter Wilds.
It's a hard thing to do.
Hello everyone, I am Ryozo Tsuchimoto, producer of Monster Hunter Wilds. Monster Hunter Wilds, which we previously revealed is coming out in 2025, now has a release date. As announced, Monster Hunter Wilds launches on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, S, and Steam simultaneously around the world on February 28th, 2025.
I would go outside to play games. Yeah. You know what I
This is
want
the
one
main
day?
visual
I
for
would really
Monster
like to
Hunter
be able to
Wilds.
have a so I would like to be able to have something where I could actually play games outside, like a sunroom or something like that had like a console set up, or you know, like a buddy of mine, he does a projector outside. I love that idea. I love that idea.
Please look forward to the ultimate monster hunting experience with seamless immersion. In today's Capcom Online program, while looking back at the information regarding Monster Hunter Wilds that has been released up until now,
Okay.
we'll also show you the trailer that has just been released.
Awesome.
Please
Sick.
take a look.
I can't wait for this game. Oh, I can't wait.
Welcome to the world of Monster Hunter Wilds. Together, we will journey to
I'm going to end up making like 40 videos on why I love the game. None of it is going to be constructive, by the way. It's not going to be like, hey, this is how you guys do this, because obviously I don't make guides on anything. But it is going to be one of those things where I am literally just going to be talking about how much I love it. Like, so, I really like this rock. Let me tell you why. This rock reminds me of my childhood.
the Forbidden Lands, uncharted territory that the Guild has begun investigating. The Forbidden Lands were believed to be uninhabited until just a few years ago, when a boy named Nata was found there and taken into Guild protection.
The only thing that I don't like about the RE engine, or at least like their current generation of graphics and stuff like that, is like they really like doing this like filmic fog on the screen that like makes images really blurry looking. I'm not a big fan of that. I wish that they would kind of dial that down a little bit. You guys know what I'm talking about? You guys can see it, I'm sure. But it's just like this weird like filmic static that you can see that's on the screen that like fogs the images up, and I'm not really I don't really like it at all.
Nata was all alone.
They did it
after
in,
escaping an attack on his village by a mysterious monster. And the
Dragon's
Guild
Dogma.
has assembled an expedition to investigate.
Engine's looking good though.
More thorough investigation.
Our objectives will be to investigate the monster, known as the White Wraith, and to rescue Nata's people, known as the Keepers.
Oh yeah.
Who am I, you ask? My name is Alma, and I'll be your guide on this journey.
I also like the fact that, so, okay, hear me out. I didn't like the guide in Monster Hunter World. She was too bubbly. She was too annoying. She popped up in conversation far too often. This one seems a lot more chill, and I appreciate that. She's just like, hi, I'm going to be your guide. I'm like, oh, okay, cool.
Are you ready to step into a world of adventure? Let's
Yeah.
go. Each expedition unit consists of a hunter, handler, smithy, and palico. And it'll be all hands and paws on deck, with each unit carrying out their own vital roles for the guild. Hunter! As our unit's hunter, you're sanctioned to bear weapons.
Now, I mean, if they really wanted to sell this game, you make the smithy be the one that's following you around.
And hunt monsters.
I love the new drip, man. I love the, I like, just let me see it again.
It's my responsibility.
I love the like more modern-ish look to it. It's kind of like steampunky. I really dig the new gear and like the direction they're going with some of the armor sets and things like that. It looks so good. It looks so good.
To manage your quests, authorize hunts, and ensure that you have all the information you need. Gemma, our smithy, will take monster materials you provide and forge equipment for you. Perfection. And your palico is your trusty companion, there to lend support whenever needed. We'll take it from here! I mentioned there's more than one unit. We belong to Avis unit.
Where's my midriff enjoyers at? Handler and Smithy going to be all over 34 sites? Yeah. Bro, your face? I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. There are some things that I can't hide. And it's, never mind.
And we'll have the honor of teaming up with the other units, like Astrum unit, to see our mission through.
It's fine. I brought this up a long time ago in a live stream before, but one of the things that I always wanted to do to make sure, or one of the things I always made sure to do when I started making YouTube videos and things like that is like never, ever try to act like somebody that you're not. Because I've seen that far too many times happen with other content creators, you know, like well before I ever started making YouTube videos, where like these people come out and they act like somebody they're not. They pretend to be this person, you know, a virtue or whatever it might be. And what ends up happening is the minute that they're found out for not being that person, it completely destroys their reputation and their career. So you know what you do instead? You just be yourself. You just be yourself. That's it, man. You don't have to worry about anything else. That's it.
Special assignments to some of the other units from the expedition, mine included.
Our initial foothold into the Forbidden Lands will be the Windward Plains. Due to its ever-changing weather, the plains will put both the wealth and the wrath of nature on full display. During the fallow,
That's a long way of saying I like midriff. Fuck off.
And a phenomenon known as the Sand Tide conjures thunder and lightning. After the storm comes the plenty, a time of abundant life and fertility.
God, this
With
game's
every
gonna be so
shift in
pretty.
The environment, the creatures of the plains change their behavior to adapt and survive.
I'm just gonna say it right now. If Nvidia wants to make a bunch of money, release 50 series GPUs before this game comes out.
To succeed in our expedition, we'll have to be every bit as observant, versatile, and resourceful.
Okay. I think the frog looks sick.
Diverse ecosystem has arisen from the Windward Plains' unique climate.
Have they used insect monsters before? I don't remember.
Form packs centered around an alpha. Taking on multiple large monsters at once is a recipe for disaster.
So you hit him with the doo-doo smoke.
Ideal situation.
You hit him with the doo-doo smoke and they go running. Yeah, they have? In the older games? Okay.
In sandy areas, you'll encounter Balahara. Their flexible bodies allow them to maneuver freely in and out of the sand.
Giratotus?
They're capable of creating quicksand traps. Unfortunate not just for hunters, but for any large monsters that get dragged into them.
Does it go into... Okay, does it go into a second area, or is it just a sand trap and that's it?
These are the more rocky areas of the plains. These monsters apply sticky saliva to their forelimbs and then fortify them with minerals.
Pretty cool.
The Chatacabra's sizable tongue, while crucial to its survival, is also its biggest weakness. Don't miss your chance to attack when the tongue is exposed. Nature has one rule. You're either the hunter or the hunted. That goes for monsters too, as they battle for supremacy.
Spider creatures, think of my nightmares.
In the Windward Plains, one creature sits squarely at the top of the food chain. Ray Dow.
Oh boy.
Often spotted during the onset
Railgun.
of the sand tide, Ray Dow has adapted to the relentless lightning storms.
I'm a scientific dragon railgun.
Use this adaptation to discharge devastating attacks to any that threaten its territory. If you are called upon to face it, Hunter, I ask that you take extreme precautions.
I really like... Jesus, that's bright. I really like the lighting work on the electric monster. That looks really good.
While out on hunts, you might spot some small creatures at your feet or perched in the trees.
Okay.
All
Do you
of
eat
the
them?
endemic life you see has evolved to survive in this harsh environment.
Bro, were those frog birds? Hold on.
You might spot some small creatures at your feet or perched in the trees. All of the
Yeah, they're frog birds. What? Pepe birds? Yeah. Bergs? I like that, actually. Bergs. I like that. Yeah. Yeah, they're cute. Yeah, they are kind of cute. Yeah. I noticed it and I was like, is that what I just saw? And I'm like, who thought of that? Like, yeah, like Puke? Yeah, they kind of do look like little Puke, don't they? I think that's really cool, man. I think what's really interesting about the Monster Hunter games is like the twist that they take on like real life ecology and turning it into video game monsters and stuff like that. It's cool. Their art direction is so cool.
endemic life you see has evolved to survive in this harsh environment. I cannot help but to be amazed by these creatures. The sheer will to survive, even in such an unforgiving environment.
Okay, so I see somebody said, don't worry about frames, people. They use frame gen to hit 60 on the spec sheet. I don't know how to tell you guys this. So, Capcom, small scale games, right? Linear games, absolutely crush it with performance. Things are absolutely fine. Resident Evil 4 Remake plays fantastically. Resident Evil, was it Resident Evil 2 Remake? Beautiful. Fantastic. What else? There's something else I was thinking. Devil May Cry? Knocked it out of the park. The minute they take their games open world with the RE engine, all things go to hell. Everything goes to shit. It's all out the window at that point. Keep in mind, this game is going to be great. This game is also probably going to perform like shit. It's going to be very frustrating. It's going to piss off a lot of people, but it's going to be a great game, but it's going to perform like ass. Dragon's Dogma 2 City PTSD, and it's still not fixed. Keep that in mind. The issues that plagued Dragon's Dogma 2 on its PC release, the vast majority of them are still not fixed. Still not fixed. We'll get through somehow. We will get through somehow. Yes. Yes. this actually goes directly against what Ubisoft CEO had said in their letter to their developers, saying that, you know, players today are expecting highly refined and basically perfect experiences without any bugs or issues day one. No, that's not what we expect. We expect good video games. That's it. Like, gamers across the board have basically completely given up on the idea of a game being, you know, a game being perfect out of the box. So far as like with bugs, issues, frame rate problems, stutters, whatever it might be. We've given up on that. Even Elden Ring, the Holy Grail, completely riddled with issues the day it launched. Baldur's Gate 3, completely jank. So jank on day one. It wasn't even funny. If you made it, like, for the people that like speed ran Baldur's Gate 3 in the first week or two and got to like Act 3, it was a travesty. We don't care. I mean, we do care. We still want you to fix it, and we still want you to make sure that the game runs properly. That's the reason why we spend a lot of money on the things that we buy, whether that's $700 for a PlayStation or a, you know, $2,500 for a PC. Like, we still want the games to play well, but it's the least of our concerns. I shouldn't say it's the least of our concerns. It's our secondary concern. Our first concern is it good? Our next concern is, does it play well?
Let's talk about the expedition's base camp. This is the heart of operations, where you can do practically everything, whether it's crafting weapons and armor or resupplying provisions.
I love that.
That's sure to come in handy out in the vast expanse of the plains is the pop-up camp. While limited,
I want a Palico, man. Wouldn't that be great?
From home while out in the field.
Wouldn't it be great to have a Palabro?
Pop-up camps serve as
Just be like, hey, big dog, let me get a soda. Just bam, right in the hand. You know they got the aim for it.
Your equipment and an item restocking point. See how useful they are? Of course, if a monster finds one of them, it might not last very long.
Yeah, I know.
We'll need to think carefully where exactly we set them up.
Wait, so can we set up camps anywhere, or is it very specific places that you need to set them up? Because I've only ever seen them set up camps in like the same spots. So I don't know if this is going to work like Monster Hunter Worlds, where you have very specific camping locations. I don't know. All I'm hearing is that you want your cat to bring you food instead of the other way around. Yeah, that's never going to change. Probably exploration progress. Keep watching. Okay. All right. I'll let them cook.
In our travels, there's a chance we'll cross paths with the people of the Windward Plains. Our interactions with this new culture could be what sustains us on our quest.
Okay. Why does Capcom always make food look so good?
An incredible adventure awaits, with new monsters, new friendships, and awe-inspiring vistas. I almost forgot. Have you decided on a weapon yet?
Oh, God.
Every hunter's journey begins with weapon selection.
This has to be my favorite part. The fact that we're going to be able to carry around 2 weapons is just so sick. I still don't know what combination of weapons I'm going to do. I'm thinking hammer and insect glaive.
14 weapon types are
or hammer and dual blade.
At least one of them is the perfect fit for you. If you're not sure what to pick, ask me. I can provide advice on which is the most
bow and greatsword. Ooh. Ooh, you know what? Maybe I'll do longsword and bow. Maybe I'll do longsword and bow. Great job on your recent video. Love your voice. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Or human. No bad choice unless you don't like how they play. Well, bow is a great generalist weapon. I still have yet to ever play bow in Monster Hunter. Maybe I'll actually make a new character in Monster Hunter World, or not a new character. Maybe I'll just make a bow and go hunting and see how I like it. Maybe I'll play Rise instead.
Hunters can't just rely on
Here's the thing. This is one thing that's like so frustrating about a game like Monster Hunter Wilds or Monster Hunter World is that like I really like so many weapons, so it's really difficult to choose, and you want to play with all of them all at the exact same time. And it's great that I'm going to be able to use 2, but there's still going to be like another, 20 that I want to be able to use, but I can't. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, man, can I just like pull one out at a time and just keep fucking hitting them with random shit? That's what I want to do at the end of the day. Like, hammer is so fun. It feels so satisfying knocking a creature out, building up stun on them and things like that. Longsword is super flashy and cool. It's just the combos with longsword just feel so good to pull off. Great sword is another one of those ones that just feels so impactful to play as. It's so rewarding when you actually land your hits. Dual blades is just like crazy chaotic momentum. Insect glaive feels like a dance. Like, there's so many cool ways to be able to play Monster Hunter, and you want to play as all of them. Maybe I just will. That's just what I'll do. I'll just play everything.
You'll need to make use of items like shock traps and barrel bombs.
Love your vids. Much respect. Thank you, man.
Endemic life and geographical features that you come across. It's up to you.
Definitely going to be playing half the weapons. Oh yeah, I'm going to be all over this.
Take down your target.
I like that.
One thing's for sure, hunting is hungry work.
It sure
With
is.
your portable barbecue
What do we
grill,
make?
You'll be able
Oh
to
my
prepare
God.
meals on the go.
I don't even really like fish, and this looks fire.
And yes, that includes meat.
So tasty.
Your Palico is a feline
Now I want
companion
ribs.
that provides various types of support out in the field.
Bro, I cannot wait to get my Palico dripped out. I can't wait.
Whether it's laying traps to hinder monsters, or healing you when you've taken a beating. Heals inbound! The two of you make a pretty good team. You can always trust me to have your back.
Give him scritches.
That reminds me. Be
Stop
sure to
drooling.
keep an eye
Can't
on
help
your
it.
health gauge. It will start shaking to warn against any potentially life-threatening attacks. There's no better way to traverse the Windward Plains than...
I saw a lot of people that are actually complaining about the health bar, which is really weird. One, I didn't even really notice it to begin with. One thing that I will say is that in Monster Hunter World and in Rise, I always had the problem of not noticing that my health was low, and then I'd get knocked down. So now seeing it like actually like flash on the side of the screen, I can go, oh shit, I need to back off. Usually you can kind of tell if you've been getting knocked around a whole lot. You can go, I probably need to back up. But in this case, like, there were so many times that I got knocked down and I had no idea that my health was low. There's a couple of games that I've played that have been like that, where like sometimes having a non-intrusive UI is a good thing, but sometimes you can take it too far, and then what ends up happening is that you just kind of miss things entirely.
Stride your sacred. Whether it's a target you're trying to reach, or just a point on the map, your
I'm not seeing
sacred will
weapon
follow the
sharpness.
scent and
Yeah, I don't
take you
actually.
there.
I don't think you say that. I don't think I have either.
Not only can you gather and use items on the go, you can even perform mounted attacks.
That's gonna be so sick.
And if you find yourself in a tight situation, you can call your sacred, and it will swiftly take you out of harm's way.
So,
Whether
if I'm not mistaken, in Monster Hunter World and in Monster Hunter Rise, there is a cooldown on how often you can immediately get back up after getting knocked down. Am I right about that? So I wonder if this is going to end up being like a stopgap, or if this is like or this is like a secondary cooldown or whatever it might be. No? Okay.
you're
I'm thinking of
hunting
something
or
else.
just exploring, that extra
I wonder if you're going to be able to use the secret to be able to get out of stun. Maybe you can use it for that, or like paralysis or something like that. That'd be a really good bailout. rather than
It's a
having to like
rather
shake the
useful.
stick back and forth. I always hated having to do that kind of stuff.
If you're struggling to face a monster alone, you'll be able to call for reinforcements. Fire an SOS flare, and up to 3
Okay.
hunters will race to your side to assist with the hunt.
I've never seen that happen before.
In multiplayer, you'll be connected online.
Bro,
with
look
a
at some of
team
this
hunters
gear.
from around the
Hold
world.
on though. Look at some of this fucking drip. Holy shit. You guys seeing this?
They're sacred, and it will swiftly take you out of harm's.
Hold on, where's it at?
If you're struggling to face a monster alone, you'll be able to call for reinforcements. Fire an SOS flare, and
Okay.
up to 3 hunters will race to your
Look at homie over here, dressed in a full fucking mane. This guy over here, plated armor, black plated armor.
side to assist with the hunt.
That great sword looks sick. Look at this dude, purpled out. It looks like his hammer also has like a glowing effect on the inside. That's super cool.
Multiplayer, you'll be connected online.
This right here, though. This, I'm digging this, dude. I'm digging this. He has like the, oh man, what is it? It's like a Spartan helm almost. Because it has like the trailing tail on the top of it. This is so good, dude. This is so good. I can't see the other guys.
With a team of hunters from around the world.
Spiky boy, main guy,
If you are unable to fill the hunting
Assassin's
party,
Creed guy. Look, guys, Assassin's Creed's right here.
or if you'd prefer to play offline, then NPC support.
I just miss it. How are they gonna make that like a? How are they just gonna make that like a little like side drop? Or if you want to play the game offline, you mean like fucking normal people? What is this? We can play. Well, it's gonna have DRM, right? Right? Don't they use that shitty DRM? They used it on They used it on Dragon's Dogma 2. Yeah, Denuvo.
Will come to your aid instead. Hunt monsters and harvest materials from them.
Last time they used Denuvo, but they took it out because of performance.
Use those materials to upgrade your weapons and armor. And get out there and join the quest with your
Is that an
hunter friends.
Alucard display?
Your
Yes, it
brand
is.
new life as a hunter is about to begin.
One in the background,
in
yeah.
Monster Hunter Wild.
Yeah, I have It's just kind of hard to see. Alucard, Chainsaw Man, Mob Psycho. Have one of the chicks from Fire Force. It's like way up here. You can't really see that one. It's got Tiggo Bitty, so you know it's probably not necessarily YouTube friendly. I have a Love is War one over here and a Demon Slayer one over there. I have like 2 more as well that are like tucked away that I haven't put up yet, but I just need to figure out where I'm gonna put them. Big gut. Did they have one for Berserk?
That summarized the information on Monster Hunter Wilds. And now, we'd like to show you the newest trailer. Be sure to pay particular attention to the end of this trailer.
That wasn't even the trailer? Bro, they showed off so much shit. Holy, okay. All right. Capcom's cooking, dude. Fire Force, made by the same people who made Gurren Lagann, Man of Taste. Fucking Gurren Lagann's probably one of my... What's my favorite anime? I mean, Gurren Lagann's up there. It has to be in my top 5. I just watched Hajime no Ippo, and that one already just slotted itself up there. Shit is so good. Holy. I wish they made anime like that. I mean, they still do make really good anime today, but bro, Hajime no Ippo is so good. I never thought a boxing anime could be that good. I've really gotten into sports anime lately. It's so fire. It's so fire. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I feel like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is so good that it doesn't even deserve to be in your top because it is the most peak anime of all time, right? Like I think even still today, it's like on on Mal's #1, if I'm not mistaken. It's like it doesn't even belong in discussion because it's kind of unfair to include it. You can't even make it a debate for other anime when you talk about Full Metal Alchemist.
I was still hoping that I imagined the whole thing. It's burned into my mind.
So, Captain, what's your team been getting up to?
The guild gave special assignments to some of the other units from the expedition, mine included.
This forest is amazing.
Love the environments.
Built for this kind of weather.
That's causing the water currents to surge too.
Oh, shit.
This is its territory. We're intruders.
What is that? That's a big boy. Ooh, that's a big boy. Is it wrong of me to want real fishing mechanics? Still to this day, ever since I played Final Fantasy 15, because okay, so for any people that are here, by the way, any people here that have played Final Fantasy 15, you know that Final Fantasy 15 basically had a Bass Pro game built into it. And it was the greatest thing ever. Red Dead 2 had good fishing. You don't understand. Final Fantasy 15 quite literally had Bass Pro in the game. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. There were multiple different types of lures, different ways to fish, different places to fish, different fish to fish. Like the mechanics of actually like catching fish was super good. Dude, it was insane. Not at all fishing mechanics. If the fishing mechanics are done really well, I'm for it. I'm totally for it. Final Fantasy 15's fishing was insanely good. It had no reason to be as good as it was. Hold on a second. I'm going to show you guys for the people that are like apparently like in chat right now that are like uneducated on what Prime Gaming is. Okay. Final Fantasy 15 fishing.
Hey folks, so I don't know about you, but I'm addicted to fishing in this game. And
yeah,
I picked up
everybody
some
was.
Tricks that I want to share with you because the fishing minigame itself can be somewhat complex. But before we get into the actual
somewhat
minigame,
complex,
what you want to do
look at this.
Work best when there are underwater obstacles.
These are just like some
clear water.
What's crazy is that he's only on page 1 and this is just some of the lures. This is page 1 of lures.
Larger fish. Also, definitely head to Tabby's Tackle Shop.
And there were like so many cool, like look,
R2 or the
you actually like bait fish properly like you normally would.
Wait about half a second before tapping again. I've noticed fish are more likely to bite if I make the lure go the opposite direction the fish is facing, rather than like right in front of it or to the side or something. I can't confirm if that's a real thing.
Got his ass.
It helping me. Once you've actually,
and then they had like they have like a full weight system. It was so stupid. I'm convinced the reason why Final Fantasy 15 failed in so many other places is because of the fact that Final Fantasy 15 spent all of their time and budget on a fishing mini game, fishing main game. That's what it is. Final Fantasy 15 was actually just a fishing game. Literally Noctis's favorite hobby. Yeah, spent way too much time fishing. It's so good. I like that there's even people that are like, wait, this is Final Fantasy 15? Yeah, this game was fucking gorgeous, by the way.
but you're gonna take
I
down
still
much
I
smaller
am
amounts of
on the
fishes
I am
standing,
on team Final
especially
Fantasy
at the beginning.
15 is one of the
As soon as you feel your
underrated
controller
Final
stop
Fantasy
vibrating,
games of all
start
time.
reeling.
Like, don't get me
But keep in
wrong.
mind, this also means the
Combat
fish is
wise,
about to
yeah,
change
the game had
direction,
some
so don't
issues.
reel
It was
for too
relatively
long.
simple. I really enjoyed the story and
reel for
narrative
about
for the
a whole
game,
second or two before
and like everything else in this game was just absolutely fantastic. I mean, the mini games, the side quests, everything was so good. Like notorious monster fights and things like that. They did a really good job of making a game that felt like a genuine full Final Fantasy world experience. And you know what the funny thing is, I don't think I've seen another game do it until Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Though Final Fantasy VII Rebirth doesn't even have all these kind of mechanics either. Final Fantasy 15 is a good game overall. It had a decent amount of flaws, but overall worth the money. Oh hell yeah! Especially nowadays when you can buy Final Fantasy 15 and you get the Ultimate Edition on PC, where it has all the DLC as well, and a lot of that DLC fixes a lot of issues that were there too, allowing you to be able to like switch characters and stuff like that. Oh man! And you can get Power Ranger suits. Meow meow. Cockatrice? That's an angry turkey.
That's it. The White Wraith. It's real.
Is that what we're after? The White Wraith.
Bro, they're like it looks like they're getting into like Final Fantasy levels of storytelling with this.
What is that thing? An extinct species.
You're a hunter.
This feels like a much more mature Monster Hunter.
Give it to me, and I'll.
What's that? That's what they wanted everybody to see. What was it? I don't know what those are. Keep watching. Okay. Those aren't cool, Yaku. February 28th. Monster Hunter Wilds pre-order bonus. Layered armor. What are you, a red mage? Oh, Jan Kutku. Okay. Wyvern chickens. Wait, what are the different versions of the game? You got base game, deluxe. Doesn't even tell you what's in the deluxe pack. And then you can get premium bonuses, deluxe pack to be released later, and cosmetic DLC pack 1 and 2. Okay. Get bonuses in Monster Hunter Wilds. Save data bonus. Oh, you get this stuff in Monster Hunter World? If you pre-order the game, is that what it is? You get items in Monster Hunter World for pre-ordering the game?
After a very long absence, Yian Kuku is back with a vengeance in Monster Hunter Wilds.
Oh boy.
Series veterans may remember it as a tutorial monster, helping new players learn the basics of hunting. We hope you'll look forward to seeing just when and how it will show up this time around. Now, without further ado, let's dive into what we saw in our newest promotional trailer. This trailer marks the world's first
No, you get
look at the
items
new
in Wild.
monster,
Oh,
Warcraft.
save data for Monster
It will
Hunter
be
World and
featured
Rise.
on
Oh,
the
that's
game's
cool.
cover
I
as
always
the
like it.
flagship.
I've always been a huge fan of games that do that, where a sequel comes out and there's certain bonuses or certain, you know, like cool things that they give you because you played their last game. That always feels really good. It's kind of like return customer benefits. I like that kind of stuff.
Monster.
I
Known
like
to
that.
hunters as the White Wraith.
Yeah,
it will
preview
be
trailer,
the
trailer,
subject
and then
of your
post
expedition to the
preview trailer,
Forbidden
trailer.
Lands. Arkfeld, with its chain-like appendages, was long thought to have been extinct, and its ecology remains shrouded in mystery.
Chain-like appendages. What really? Such a cool design.
Expect more information on this monster soon.
Monster with range. Now that's something that's dangerous.
Chemitrice are brute wyverns found in the Windward Plains. They spread a flammable substance and ignite it by dragging their tails along the ground. They're often seen fighting other, smaller monsters over carrion. True to its name, the Scarlet Forest and its red-tinged waters are teeming with lush flora, diverse fauna, and monsters both large and small.
That monster is gonna give some people some nightmares. I wonder, like, this is definitely not gonna be the game that has the like arachnophobia slider or something like that on it. You know what I mean? When they said Scarlet Forest, I was like, please do not. Like, I immediately got flashbacks of Scarlet Rot.
This diverse biome is
please,
adjacent
no.
to the Windward Plains.
Please, no.
Traveling between areas will not require any loading screens. Meet the Woodwoods.
I remember when I was playing Elden Ring the first time, and I fell into like the Scarlet Rot Lakes in the underground map, and I literally just sat there and like looked at the screen and saw like how there was no paths and you would have to walk through the Scarlet Rot, and I just like threw my hands up and said like, I guess I'm just gonna go fuck myself. And like I walked ahead and then immediately got attacked by something, got covered in Scarlet Rot, and then died, and I was like,
These Linians live among the great biodiversity that can be seen in the Scarlet Forest. Find them
I hated that
and
part.
see how
Everybody
they've
did.
adapted
The
to
FromSoft
environment.
experience, it is.
Monster
Dragonkin
Hunter
boss down
features
there.
Dynamic weather in its various locales. Torrential downpours, common in the Scarlet Forest, dramatically alter the area's ecology. You can make use of these environmental changes to gain the upper hand as you hunt. But beware, the area's apex predator, Uthduna, will appear during these heavy rains.
That's a scary looking. I don't know what it is about those like narrow faces. I'm not. That doesn't make me feel comfortable.
To create a protective veil around itself. It moves with great speed despite its massive frame. The apex predators of each area have adapted to their habitats in many such ways. You'll need to understand both the monsters and the environments they inhabit in order to survive.
I like the idea of taking I love the art direction and the game design direction that they go in with like their ecology of monsters, where they're like, here is this creature that lives in a desert, but the desert often always has lightning storms. So this monster over time has adapted to use that lightning. I love that idea. Like, it's so cool. It's such a cool idea.
Small preview of the new monsters and locales that you'll encounter in Monster Hunter Wilds. Stay tuned for more information coming soon. Here is the product information. Monster Hunter Wilds releases on February 28th, 2025. It will have a same-day worldwide release on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series
Love to
X,
see it.
S, and Steam.
Zamtrios? I don't know. I didn't see that.
In addition to the standard
I'm not like
edition
super
book,
familiar with a lot of the monsters in Monster Hunter. I've only ever played Worlds and Wild, and that's it. February is going to be a
Monster
great
Hunter
month.
Wilds,
It's going to be
a
insane.
deluxe edition, including the main game.
And the funny thing is that both games that I'm looking forward to in February, which is Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and this game, neither one of them are going to be ones that I could finish before the other game comes out. Well, I mean, I guess it really doesn't matter. This one's, I think that Kingdom Come is earlier in the month, but even still, I don't see myself beating it before this game comes out.
DLC will be available digitally on the same day. Furthermore, the Premium Deluxe Edition.
I heard the Rogue Trader DLC came out. Are you going to try it later? I got other games that I'm playing, but Rogue Trader's on my list of ones I need to go back to.
Premium bonuses are also included, so please check it out. The Guild Knights set of Hunter layered armor and Hope Charm Talisman will also be included as special bonuses.
Okay.
The Monster Hunter Wilds digital mini art book is included as a bonus for those who pre-order on the PlayStation Store. Be sure not to miss it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure people are going to be picking that up. They're going to want to use that for research purposes to be able to make art of their own.
Monster Hunter Wilds launches worldwide simultaneously on February 28th, 2025. Pre-orders have already begun, so please reserve your copy now. The Capcom booth at Tokyo Game Show 2024, going on now, is offering the first opportunity in Japan to play Monster Hunter Wilds.
God, I would love to get my hands on this game early.
Available to play.
Your last video was great. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Experience the beginning of the story, and the Doshagama Hunt, in which you can experience more of the action. At the Monster Hunter Wilds booth, a life-size figure of a Secret is also on display. So be sure to stop by. We plan to show Monster Hunter Wilds at other game events across the world. Please look forward to more info on Monster Hunter Wilds at a later date. Thank you very much.
Open beta, if only. For real.
Now, let's take a look at some
Did they do something like that before? I don't think they have.
Monster Hunter. To celebrate the 20th anniversary of Monster Hunter, a collaboration with the worldwide guitar brand Fender. To mark
I
this
don't actually like Fender.
The Rathalos Telecaster with the motif of the Wyvern Rathalos
like, it's a cool looking guitar, but the only thing that I'll say is this, is that the only video game guitar collaboration that I've ever wanted in my entire life is, one, all my guitars that I own are Ibanez. So obviously the one that I would like. No. Is it there? It wasn't a Fender. It was. Is it a Fender? I thought it was an Ibanez. Oh, it is an Ibanez. I thought this is a. Man, it's always Fender. Okay, never mind. I don't want this.
Also,
I always thought it was an Ibanez.
Telecaster will be sold exclusively at Fender Flagship Tokyo and the official online shop. The body is adorned with 3 tones of red in the image of Rathalos, and the neck features eye-catching inlays.
Neck pickups on Telecasters are some of my favorite tones.
The limited edition.
I haven't played a Telecaster. My first like training guitar was a I don't even remember what model it was, but my first like baby boy guitar when I first started playing was a Fender. And isn't that going to affect the covers? Isn't that going to affect the tone? Having the embellished like scratches inside of the pickup cover?
on the pickguard and pickup cover. Guitar picks and pick cases inspired by item boxes will also be available for purchase.
Gibson SG weighed like 100 tons. My second guitar that I bought was a Epiphone Les Paul, and it literally felt like I was like wrapping a fucking bundle of cinder blocks around my neck every single time I picked up one of those things. They're so heavy. They're so heavy, and they play so slow. The action on the neck is like, it feels like I have to press my finger down into a fucking, down through the Grand Canyon to be able to hit the fucking fret. It's insane. I'm just like, Grah! Don't get me wrong. I played on that guitar for like a year, so like my finger dexterity and strength got built up quite a lot. And then I remember one day we had a vocalist that had joined the band that I was in, and he just wanted to like practice guitar on the side. He wasn't trying to like play guitar in the band, and he brought over his Ibanez, this black Ibanez, and he was like, you want to play my guitar? And I'm like, I looked at it and I'm like, dude, it's like I'm like, how much did you spend on it? And he's just like, oh, it's like, I got it in this like, $500 starter package that came with like an amplifier and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, okay. So then I picked it up, and you got to think, like, I'd been playing on a fucking Les Paul. I grabbed this dude's Ibanez and I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Like, it took like no effort at all to play a note. And I'm like, the next practice, I was like, hey, mind if I jam out on your guitar today? And he's like, yeah, sure. I played it. And then after that, I was just like, hey, do you want to come up off that? And because he was in love with my Les Paul, and I was like, you want to trade? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, well, I mean, mine's a little bit more expensive. I'm like, meet me halfway on it. So he paid the remainder amount. I gave him the Les Paul. I took that Ibanez. It's still the same one that I have right here. It's still my favorite guitar to play. I have another one. I have a oh man, I love this one too. I gotta get it fixed though. It's like dusty, a little dusty, but I love the paint job on this. The paint job on this guitar is so sick. That one's an Ibanez RG series, but what I hate about that guitar is that I'm not a fan of floating bridges. I don't like I don't like the gear. I don't do like I don't use whammy or anything like that when I play. I'm not like a solo shredder or anything like that. And what I don't like about those kind of guitars is that they don't stay in tune very long. And they're a pain in the ass to restring. And if something happens, like if it drops or something like that, sometimes the gear and the floating bridge can get locked, and then it just ends up being a piece of shit. I'm just not a fan of Floyd Rose. I'm just never have been. I like static bridges instead.
For the model to be sold worldwide are planned to begin in March of 2025 at official Fender shops and regional official retailers of Fender products. Pre-orders will be available starting Friday, September 27th.
See, I say it, and then some people are like, "Oh, does it not have a locking bridge?" Blah blah blah. And then somebody else says, "Bro, bump anybody on stage, and you're immediately detuned." You fucking get it. You get it.
This is a limited production collaboration product, so don't miss your chance.
That case is fucking sexy. I mean, I'll say it right now. That case is sexy. This is really nice. I would like this. I would very much like this.
For information on where to pre-order, as well as other details, please visit Fender's official website. Capcom is also considering including this collaboration in-game in Monster Hunter Wilds via the emote function. Please wait for more details at a later date. Next up, we have news about a collaboration with the popular robot toy series Transformers.
Can you... Look at this dude in chat. Can you watch my stream so I can stop streaming? No. Stop bothering my chatters, you fucking weirdo. What's wrong with you? What are you doing? What is the plan here? What is the plan going into somebody else's stream and asking people to go watch your stream? How exactly do you think that's going to work out for you? Real talk, man. What's the like, you know, what's the end goal here? What's the end goal with this? How do you think this is going to work out for you? Idiot. So he can stop streaming? I guess.
Check out this brand new trailer.
Go asking Zach Rar. Yeah, I'm sure he'll help you out. I'm sure he'll help you out. He knows Asmongold, right? Transformers. Or I unfollow. Yeah, oh. God. You know, there's nothing that hurts me more than people that don't watch my content and people that unsubscribe. I saw somebody in one of my... I didn't say somebody. I saw a group of people that in one of my last videos where I talked about how, like, games should be diverse, but it needs to be done the right way. And it doesn't need to be pandering. It doesn't need to be any of this other bullshit. You know, like, this fake way that people have been trying to push diversity in video games, not, like, the real way to be able to do it. And, I had a whole group of people, man, I've been watching you. Man, you're going down the wrong path. The woke mind virus, it's coming for you now too. My favorite YouTubers, blah 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 blah. I went on a fucking ban spree like nobody's business. Bam, 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 bam. Fuck out of here. Can you pin his message? What? Wait, what the fuck? Out of context transformer? Rathalos Prime? What? Oh no. Is it a figurine? That's what it has to be, right? It's a figurine. For a second, I thought it was actually coming into Monster Hunter Worlds, and I was about to, like, lose my mind. And, like, could you imagine? Could you imagine just, like, could you imagine logging in and having zero context of an update or something like that, and you're, like, fighting a Rathalos, and all of a sudden it turns into Optimus Prime, and you're just like, oh. Oh.
The first collaboration with Transformers, which celebrates its 40th anniversary this year. Tomy will release the collaboration product Rathalos Prime. Rathalos Prime transforms from a Rathalos into a robot mode designed after Optimus Prime, the main character from Transformers.
Wait, so it actually is a
the
thing?
Monster mode
Is it in-game?
faithfully reproduces Rathalos and is able to recreate poses from the game.
What? Oh, okay.
Start on September 27th,
yeah, so it is a figurine. That's cool, though.
2025 release. This miraculous collaboration celebrates milestones for both.
Like his second phase or something? God, that'd be terrifying.
That's all for the 20th anniversary of
Okay,
Monster
so what else?
Hunter.
What else do they
But
show
please
off?
Take a look at this.
Nothing on Devil May Cry. No new game announcements. Okay, cool. And then people said like all the trailers are on IGN. Okay, so what do we got here? Warframe official mobile showcase. Not really all interested in all that. Mars Attracts. So it's like a Mars like farming game or like city builder or something like that. Okay. No. I see like this like I don't know what this is, but whatever it is does not interest me at all. What is this? Anime game?
2 teams left.
I really want to see a new Code Vein. That's what I would really like to see. I'd really like to see a new Code Vein.
We have to move. Understood. We'll rendezvous at the ARC.
Okay. This is gonna make some money. I think this is gonna be a mobile game again, probably. Anytime I see like vaguely Genshin slash, you know, kind of Zenless Zone Zero vibes we got going on here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a mobile game. Guy put his fursuit on. She got him away from the furries. Furries don't win today. Is this game literally just gonna be like waifus versus furries? Oh my. What's the gameplay? Like, what is this game? I get it. It has hot anime chicks. And she can do a Kamehameha. Uh-oh. Sticking an eye patch. Yeah, mobile, Android, Epic Store, Steam, Xbox, PlayStation. I don't, Preston, thank you for the membership, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, gameplay win. Yeah, I hate when games like show off a trailer like that, where it's like, okay, that's cool, like that. Yeah, you got characters, but like, what is the game? Can't be the only one that thought this was a new Fate game. Alpha tester here. There's some pros and cons. Art style, obviously, yeah, yeah, we know people are going into this. Oh, TTK. Oh, so it is a battle royale. Okay. Interesting. Trailer, no gameplay. Yeah. It's going into closed alpha, so there's barely any gameplay. Yeah. There is gameplay. What is it called again? Fate Trigger. Okay, literally Fortnite. You know what the problem is? And I think this is one of the things that a lot of these, a lot of developers overlook when they're trying to, like, by the way, I'm just going to say this. there's nothing wrong with trying to straight up copy other successful franchises, as long as you can do something that meaningfully changes the game in some way, or you can at least compete with them on on the same terms. But one of the things that that stood out to me the minute that I saw this is that this map is wholly uninspired and uninteresting. It's the same copy-pasted houses on different levels of terrain, but outside of that, there's nothing interesting so far as POI. So even when they see, look at this. So this is your whole map. It looks like there's like a floating island over here that you probably can't even reach this in the first place. It's probably not even a place that you can even get to. But like, again, looking at it, I'm seeing no interesting POIs. There's nothing here. There's no spots where it's like, oh, I'm gonna, here's the area where it's like I think one of the things that I really like about Fortnite as a game is that you have like, oh, here's like the modern city, and like here's like the small town, and here's a theme park, and here's a mountain and caves and stuff like that. Here's a massive crater. Like there's different things. It's an alpha to be somewhat fair. Yeah, but like an alpha doesn't really matter, because for an alpha, that means that all of the core gameplay is in place. When you're having an alpha and then a beta, at that point in time, what you're already finalized in what the game is going to be. You're just trying to balance the game and put in any type of player feedback that is, necessary in the time that you can before the game's full release. You'd add something to the map, even in alpha. No, even before alpha. The thing is that the point that I'm trying to make, and I think this is one of the things that a lot of people gloss over, is that when I look at something like this, because this is past concept. We're not in the concept phase. This is the video game, okay? In that phase of that time of development when they were making this game, not a single person in that studio said, maybe we should actually have some interesting POIs for people to drop into. Core gameplay, yes, not necessarily all assets. I'm just saying, like, if this is this is past your concept phase. If I see something like this, this shows me that this is a studio, folks, that don't necessarily have a whole lot of originality, right? And it's obvious because they're already going towards Fortnite to begin with. I mean, you can say that I'm being over the top, but I'm just going to ignore it and believe what I want.
Nice place. We should consider ourselves lucky.
Really good example somebody just brought up right now. Even though they're not actually commenting about this specifically, they're just asking a general question. Somebody says, "Have you played the Forever Winter yet? Looks promising." The Forever Winter is an extraction shooter. It's a very unique premise, but if you look at all of their map designs and their creature designs and all that stuff, Jesus. But the point, I love the camera angles here. They're really trying to show off the finer details of what this game is really all about. It's about getting upskirt shots when you're dropping in on the map. It's about that massive cleavage that you got in the chicken faces. Jesus. Holy shit, this is shameless. I respect it though. I respect it. Okay. Jesus. How are you supposed to play a battle royale when people are going to hear those fucking cheeks clapping from a mile away? I would have got the W if it wasn't for them hearing my cheeks clap from fucking around the block. I used to love BRs. I haven't played one in a long time. Yeah, I actually really like VRs a lot. I haven't played one in a long time either. If I were to go play one now, it'd probably be something like Fortnite because it's a little bit more casual. I like the no build mode in Fortnite. That's a lot of fun. It's actually what brought me into playing the game in the first place. I never wanted to have anything to do with it with build mode and stuff like that. Nah. Big no on that. You know, one thing that I would like to see from some of these games is I would like to see like the impact of the things that you pick up in the world actually having an impact on like the character's visual in some way. Like actually having, you know, if I picked up a helmet, you know, show some gear on my character. If I picked up a, you know, some armor or something like that, I think that would actually I think that'd actually be pretty cool. They do it with weapons, but they don't do it with anything else. And it'd be kind of nice because then you'd be able to recognize what a character, what somebody actually has equipped to them from, like, you know, from distance. I could look and I could actually make threat assessments rather than being surprised that the person that I ran up to and started attacking has, like, you know, 4 times as much health as I do. So Risk of Rain as a BR. I mean, I didn't say it. You did. But if you wear armor, how will you look at boobas?
Ready for some fun?
Well, see, this is an anime game, and we very clearly see the direction of its art. So in a game like this, if you picked up armor, you'd probably just take off clothes. Yeah. And honestly, that's a great idea, because then this game actually would have a chance at beating Fortnite. Though, to be fair, everybody would have a really hard time killing each other because they'd only have one hand on the controller. Makes it a little more difficult to play. Anything gonna happen?
A decent piece of equipment.
There we go. Hear gunshots. People just immediately call a ceasefire. Right? They just walk up on somebody else that already is kitted in, like, full armor. And by full armor, I mean, like, literally they're just wearing, like, one piece of string on top and probably nothing on the bottom, to be fair. You know, maybe some tape or something like that. And they're just like, hey, don't shoot. Just stand still. Just stand still. Let me get a screenshot.
Their team's here. Watch out. Looks like their companion. Target down.
Okay, yeah. I actually don't mind the UI. Like, I don't really like. How do I feel about the rest of the UI? I don't think the UI is that bad. It's actually pretty clean, to be honest. It's not too busy. Oh, it looks like you actually have abilities in this too. What's the ultimate? Oh, is it like a hero battle royale? Wasn't there a game that was like this? Superhumans? Is that what it was called? Apex? Well, I know. Yeah, I know Apex has stuff like that. Yeah. But I'm talking about, like, this style, right? Like, this kind of reminds me of that, like, Superhumans one that failed. Super People. That's what it was called. Super People. The gun takes too much of the screen with the ADS. I hate it.
The null zone will be expanding in 30 seconds.
The null zone. I want to see more action. A whole lot of fucking walking going on here.
Let confusion reign.
Oh, okay. That's like for like smoke bomb ability or something like that.
We did it. They're all gone.
Oh no! Why would you shoot the angel in the head like that? It's already dead. It's actually kind of annoying how long that lasted. Yeah, this is very surface level. I don't see this doing well, to be honest with you guys. I mean, you know, I could still be surprised. There's games in the past that I didn't think that would do well that ended up doing really well, but, you know, who knows? Who knows, man? This is a movie. This is the Monster Hunter Wilds thing. Fatal Fury, we saw that. What's this? Empire of Ants. What's he gonna do? Is he gonna mount it? He just wants to be friends, man. Feels bad. Updated Deadlike with an anti-cheat. Love to see it. Go to the branch. Okay. Jump. Holy shit. Fucker's got legs. That's a big ass ant. I'm just gonna say that right now. That's a whole ass log he's crawling on. He's taking up a huge portion of that thing. If I saw an ant that big, I'd be scared. Was it like a platformer? What is this? It's crazy you can like change your direction in midair. Huh. Dialogue options. Find your lost sisters. What? Our scouts found 2 unknown objects that need to be investigated. When did you wake up? Any idea where they could be? I'll find the unknown objectives. Objects. Move on to scent molecules to start scanning an object. Find all the scent molecules on objects and then scan them. Okay. Dude, what is this? Ant RPG? Yeah, is this like Ant's Dogma 2 or what? I promise you this will be great in 15 seconds. Okay, all right, I'll keep watching. What the fuck? Develop an outpost while the water lowers. Gather resources from a foraging point. Build a chemical laboratory. Upgrade 4 legions to tier 2. Build a super predator legion to help power through enemy legions. Build a support legion to help your legion survive. What? What? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Somebody says, is it a goat simulator for ants? That's what I thought initially, and now I'm seeing this, and I'm like, is it like a base builder? It's an RTS for ants? Wait, what does this all say? I didn't get to see it. Now go back. Woodyard. Economy. Legions. Gunners ranged unit. Creates a gunner legion attached to this nest. Can attack another legion at range and leave combat while at range. Strong against warriors, but weak against workers. Gunners built. Woodyard built. Okay. So it's like an RTS. It's like a hero. So it's almost kind of like a hero RTS where you're playing as the hero, as this ant. You're the one ordering everybody around and making all this shit happen. Warriors entered combat. Okay. What are they doing? Are they like spitting stuff? Are they shooting it out of their back? You got the Beetle Bros? So I wonder if you're just going to keep fighting like bigger and bigger enemies and taking over more and more territory and just expanding your dominance, right? Because it's supposed to play kind of like an RTS, but at the same time, the thing is that it looks like it's something that kind of continues to go on. I don't think this is like an RTS in that like you sit there and like only have like a match. This looks like something that it's like kind of like an open world exploration style thing where you're going to build like outposts in certain areas, build up materials and stuff. This is so interesting. There's something so fascinating about this. They're fighting off like smaller enemies there. What was that? You leveled up? Oh, rage pheromones. So you just boosted everybody. Okay, I see. And now they took down an enemy camp, which are like termites or something, I guess. Oh my god. Those like aphids? Do you have like a defense mission now? I guess it looks like it might be match based, yeah. Because you can see that the mini map is relatively small. Yeah, man, this is cool. This could do really well. I think that a game like this could actually do really well. It's not getting a lot of traction, but what is this? A game for ants? My kid will go crazy with this game. He lives and breathes bugs in the wilderness. Probably just leave your kid outside. Yeah, I actually like this. It's really unique. I love seeing stuff like that. That's so cool, man. That's so cool. This game is so cooked. I want you guys to keep in mind the people that made this are the same people that are working on the Horizon MMO.
Liberty, your character's abilities, skills, and
also, what's up with fantasy games today? Like, it's not only this, but it's like a lot of these, like what I would classify as like generic fantasy games. What is up with them in purple? Purple menu. You missed the ants riding snails? Shut the fuck up. No, they don't. No, they don't. Oh my god, they're riding beetles. Bro, is it fighting a frog? Oh no, is that a grasshopper? Like a raid boss? Oh, it's riding a snail. Holy shit, okay. Okay, yeah. I think a game like that actually it's like it could do like decently well. It's not gonna be like a fucking super banger or anything like that, but it's like I could see a game like that doing pretty good. Let's see here. What else? I want to play this. When does this come out? This hasn't come out yet, has it? Dude, I'm a sucker, by the way. I won't let you know. I'm a sucker for games that, like, I know, like, a lot of people like really, like, high-end, high-production graphics, you know? I mean, not really. It's not why we buy games, but, like, when we're looking at, like, cutscenes and stuff like that, I am a sucker for anime cutscenes. It's one of the reasons why I'm a huge fan of the Tales series. Vesperia, Zasaria, Berseria, Symphonia, all those games. I love to see anime cutscenes in video games. Persona, yep. Xenogears, yep. Yep, anime cutscenes plus cel shaded graphics. The other thing is too with cel shaded stuff. From my perspective, I think those games just hold up better. In a lot of cases, I think they just hold up better over time. Like I went back and my buddy Mark and I were playing Borderlands 2. We were playing playing Borderlands 2. Game looks fucking great, man. Looks great. For as old as it is, looks fantastic. So this is still full turn-based. I thought this was going to be an action game. I don't have a problem with it being turn-based. I don't mind a turn-based game here and again. Robert, thank you for the membership, brother. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Fuck yeah. I'm such a huge fan, by the way. I'm such a huge fan of their UI. Because, like, it's hard to do these... It's hard to make turn-based games feel exciting. And there does need to be something, like... And lately there has needed to be a little something extra that you need to do to be able to take these kind of games up to, like, you know, kick them up a notch. There's a demo out already? Oh, shit, I need to play that then. But like, it takes a lot of work to be able to make turn-based games feel exciting. It's one of the reasons why I'm really looking forward to what is it? Is it Expedition 38? Bleach game. I don't know if the Bleach game, like, they always make Bleach games like they always make like anime games, fighting games, rather than like actually having you play the game. You know what I mean? Like actually having you like play like an RPG or something like that in these kind of universes, which I think would be way cooler. I saw they're getting the Pixel remaster for Final Fantasy on Xbox. That's really cool. Oof. Trials of Mana.
This is the Mana Sword.
Curses! Sword took Fairy away.
We're coming for you, Fairy.
Xbox has really been trying to push into the Japanese market.
Now then,
I mean, like, their partnerships have been working out pretty well for them, to be honest with you. I'm actually kind of surprised, though, because I kind of figured that there would be a little bit of a pushback from the Japanese audiences. Not just Japanese audiences, but the, like, Japanese developers specifically, because of the fact that they closed down a Japanese studio. That's in Japan, that kind of thing for an American-based company to come in and then buy a studio in Japan. One, that's like, they don't really like that at all. And then two, for you to close down a studio in Japan is a whole other fucking thing. Luckily, that studio still survived. They're now with Crafton, but still. Expedition 33. Yeah, Expedition 33 looks really good.
We've done it.
This is horrible.
Sony alienated most JP devs badly. It's so crazy to think that a Japanese company like Sony has almost completely abandoned their Japanese roots, and the vast majority of their studios are now in the West. The vast majority of their studios are in the US, Europe, UK. I'm playing Trials of Mana right now. It's on Game Pass today. That's cool. Didn't they release another Mana game? Like a new Mana game, but it didn't do well? I think I played the demo for it, didn't I? Yeah, Visions of Mana. I don't know how well Visions of Mana sold. I do know that they put out the game and then they closed the studio, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I'm looking at it like, yeah, there's not a lot of feedback, not a lot of people. Like, it's rated well by the players on Steam. The demo, it looks like. Or no, it's just generally rated. Yeah, very positive on Steam, 1,200 reviews. Not a whole lot of people bought into it looks like. I think that's just kind of the risk that you take with reviving some of these older franchises when too much time has passed. And it's also like whether or not the art style still survives. And like, I'll be honest with you, when I played the demo for Visions of Mana, I was I think the gameplay overall was all right. It wasn't bad. I think the game itself looked pretty, but the characters I just didn't like. And I also didn't like the character designs either. I didn't like the voice acting, the character designs, a whole slew of stuff that I just wasn't really interested in with it. But yeah, I mean, it's I still love to see that some of these games are getting like remasters, remakes, and getting pushed over under like, you know, current consoles and stuff. I think that's huge. It's good to keep that kind of stuff going. This is gonna sound dumb. I fucking love Suikoden. Indiana Jones. I actually think that this game's gonna do halfway decent. I think this is gonna do probably. I think this is gonna do pretty good. I do. The reason why I think that is that, like, one, I think that Indiana Jones is kind of one of those enduring franchises that, like, just about everybody's watched regardless of generation. And I've really liked the dialogue and cutscenes and stuff because it sounds very, the story is very true to an Indiana Jones movie. Did you ever play Grand Blue Fantasy Relink? Yeah, sure did. I made a video on it. I was like thrown off by like the Japanese voice actor. That's not what I was expecting.
Konnichiwa and welcome to.
Oh, this is the Indiana. Okay, this is the. What's up with this, dude? He looks like he's fucking baked out of his mind. He's just like, he's like, he doesn't even know where the fuck he is right now. Check out Ubisoft stock today. It dipped hard. That must have been the announcement of the delay. Oh no, that was today. The delay was the delay was right here. So this was the delay. And then this is today. Maybe they watched my video. Can you imagine? Could you imagine? People are like, fucking. People watch a video from some fucking random YouTuber and they're like, I'm selling. Oh fuck. Oh man. That's gonna be a very uncomfortable board meeting. Yeah. 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 Hey man, this is one of the reasons why I give a lot of credit to Digital Extremes and the folks that are over at Warframe, because like I made some pretty you know, pointed criticisms at their game. I continued to play it and found out things that I absolutely loved about it, right? And I definitely was a little bit, and here's the funny thing is that I think that in a lot of cases it's kind of the same way with Ubisoft. Maybe not to the same degree because I wasn't actively playing one of their games, but at the same time, in the video that I made, you know, the first video I made talking about the downfall of the company, like I highlighted the games and like the things that they did, that like where they were good, because they do have the capacity. They have people that are working there right now that for sure can make great games. They have that company has the capacity to make some absolute fucking bangers. Okay, they have the capacity to do so. Do they do it right now? No, they don't do it right now. And that's the thing that I was pointing out from my perspective as a player and as a content creator. You know, where I saw things falter and fall off. But you know what's really cool is that, you know, I look at a company like Digital Extremes. I made some pretty pointed criticisms towards their shit. Obviously, it's a lot less dramatic than the things that are going on with Ubisoft. But their developers actually listened. They put all that information together. They made it into actionable things that they could fix in the game, and then they ended up fixing things in the game. There is literally a new mechanic, not a mechanic, but there's a new functionality that's in the game for new players that's only there because of the videos that I made. That shit's fucking crazy, and it's something that should have been there for the longest time. And like my whole biggest criticism of when I played Warframe for the first time is just how terrible of an experience it is for new players. And I know it's something they've been working on for a long time, but it's not good enough. When Jim Sterling made their video about the how Prime Access sucked, DE said it was the final nudge they needed to change how it worked. Yeah. Yeah. Loved your Ubisoft vid. Thanks, man. Oh, what else we got? What else we got? I need to do, okay, I'm going to do it next week. I got to do it next week. I got to make a video on this game. I have to talk about this game. Like, from my perspective, Once Human is it's an enigma. That's the best way to say it. Once Human is an enigma. It's comprised of all of these different game mechanics, game types, game modes, all of these different things piled into one. And in most cases, when we see things like that are being marketed towards players, it's almost always a sham. It's almost always a scam. It's almost always never something that's worth our time. For some godforsaken reason, these guys put together a bunch of random shit into a pile, cooked it for a few minutes, put it out, and it's a solid meal. It's a good game. It's a good game. I don't get it. Like, when I first saw this game, I swore to God it was going to be fake. I thought it was going to be like the day before. I had almost immediately assumed that this game was going to be like the day before. I figured it was going to be a failure. I figured that nobody was going to want to play it. And you look today, 80,000, almost 90,000 people playing it right now. That's crazy. I have fun with it when it's running smoothly. I didn't really ever have any like performance issues or anything like it. But this game is so fun if you have a group of people to play it with. The only things that I just didn't really like about it was the fact that, like, you know, if you take like a week away from the game and then you come back, everybody else is so far ahead of you that you don't have anybody to run like the dungeons and stuff with. And while, yeah, you can solo most of that stuff and it's not that big of a deal, it just makes it a lot less fun and a lot less engaging. But it's a big game in Asia, not in general. What does that matter? It's good. I don't care if it's popular in the US or if it's popular in Asia. It's just popular to me. Come on, Chief. Let's get on the same train of thought here. But it's wild to me. Mayfly.
Their fight has been
Zaman.Zamis. The Rendary Drop. Awesome Video Slatory Man. Keep it up.
Ted, thank you for the 20, man. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. The man, the myth, the legendary drop. Awesome videos lately. Keep it up. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
handled.
Hey. Domo arigato. Gozaimasu. Look, I'm gonna tell you this right now. If it wasn't for the folks, like, at the end of the day, if it wasn't for the, like, this isn't some, like, you know, fucking content creator jerk off or anything like that. Seriously, if it wasn't for the support that you guys show in the videos, if it wasn't for the support that you guys have shown over streaming, if it wasn't for the support that, and here's the funny thing is, there's a ton of people that are here right now that have supported me in this since I started doing it full time. When I lost my job in December, do you think I had any idea that I'd be in this position that I am today? I was already on the phone with buddies of mine talking about how I didn't know what I was going to do, and I was terrified to do it. I was absolutely terrified to do it. And I had people that were in the community that liked videos of mine that would pop into the live streams, and when I would discuss it and talk about it, everybody was like, dude, go for it. You got it, bro. You got it. Don't worry about it. And then they would show up after watching videos, love today's video, then we'd start a conversation about it. And, you know, in that, it gives you a little bit of that validation and confirmation that you need. Or validation and confidence is what I meant to say. It gives you that validation and confidence that you need to be able to, like, keep pressing forward with the way that you're doing things. Because it's really hard to do this. Like, it genuinely is. I think a lot of people want to play it down, and I get it, believe me. Like, I was on the other side, so I totally understand, right? Like, I 7 years I worked in construction up until last December. Believe me, I would watch people complain about, you know, making videos or streaming and stuff and be like, these fucking, you don't know what hard work is. Guys, I work like 16-hour days, like 6 days a week sometimes. It's not like, yeah, oh, your work is playing, it's not playing video games. Video games is like a fucking fifth of the work. The rest of it is writing, research, it's recording, it's editing, it's all these other things that are, like, I wish it was just playing video games. If I could just turn on a camera and turn on a video game and that's all I had to do all day, fuck. All right, baby. I mean, but even still then you got to be, you know, somewhat entertaining. But yeah, it's been a lot of fucking hard work, but if it wasn't for the fact that you guys support it and that you guys show up to the videos and that you guys subscribe to the channel and you guys share videos with friends and stuff like that, yeah, it's huge. It matters a lot. It really does. Streaming, basically? No, I don't really. So the thing is that, so I don't necessarily agree when people want to say that, like, streaming and things like that is, like, physically taxing. And I don't think it's comparable to any kind of work, to be honest with you. It's not more difficult or, it doesn't require more difficult. It's not more difficult than the work that I was doing before. There's no, like, Here's the funny thing is, I remember when this like that meme was going around with like Hassan and Asmongold and a bunch of people. Thanks for the 2. Fuck, I do smell nice today, actually. I saw the fucking the talks that were going around like a few months ago, talking about like how difficult the work is and stuff like that. Everybody has their own degree of difficulty. As somebody that was working in construction, somebody that's worked a ton of other jobs, somebody that's worked midnight shifts and swing shifts and things like that, I'm going to tell you right now, there's nothing more difficult than that.
You are doing what journalists should be doing.
It's like that. What's the movie? I'm the captain now. I am the captain now, but instead it's I am the journalist now. I've taken over.
Develop the world threatens to erupt.
Yeah, I'm really happy for this game's success. I hope it continues. I love that you stream on Thursday afternoons. Makes the second half of my work days fly by. I'm like, here's the thing. I want to try to get back into making it where I can stream on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays again. I've been desperately trying to push towards being able to stream Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays again. But the problem is that what ends up happening is this. Monday comes up, I get up, I do my normal morning activities, I, go to the gym, I come back home, and I start writing. Start writing and researching. Usually I start writing and researching probably around like 10 or so, like 9 or 10 o'clock or something like that. Just depends on the day, how I'm feeling or whatever. If I can get all of that done by like 4 o'clock, then we're good. And then I can start recording, and then I can start editing, and then I can start getting footage and get all that stuff together. But that's not what happens. What ends up happening is it's more like this. I start writing at like 10 o'clock, and then all of a sudden I'm still writing until like 7 or 8 or 9 o'clock. And then it's like, okay, so if I start recording now, then it's like, can I even talk that day? Am I thinking clear enough to be able to read a script? Am I thinking clear enough to be able to like talk in front of a camera and not slur my words or misstep or something like that? You know what I mean? Hey man, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, Tickle. Appreciate that, brother. Thank you so much. Super generous of you. Thank you. And what ends up happening is I just say screw it and I just record the next day. And I get up early, I do the recording that day, and then I just don't end up streaming because by the time I get everything done, it's already like 4 or 5 o'clock, and I don't even think it's worth going live. So yeah, it's tough. It was easier when I was just covering news, right? Because I could just grab an article, riff off the article, maybe throw in some extra points there, and then that's about it. But like lately, I haven't been able to stream on Tuesdays because of the fact that like I've been doing like deep research videos, and that takes a while, man, because you want to make sure you're accurate. The last thing that I want to do is have people come back to me and be like, you forgot. Like I already see it in the last video. Oh, you didn't talk about their Me Too scandal. You didn't talk about what was it? You didn't talk about Watch Dogs. You didn't talk about this game. You didn't talk like all these different points that I didn't bring up, and there wasn't inaccuracies. It was just information that I skipped over that wasn't really worth talking about from my position or from my perspective. And yeah, so it's like I'm a perfectionist when it comes to those kind of things, and I hate seeing when I miss stuff. So for that reason, I have not been able to stream on Tuesdays. What do you like writing on? Pen and paper, text app? Just curious. I use text apps. I use Obsidian. Obsidian's the fucking shit. Best thing I've ever found. I was writing everything in like Microsoft Word before, and that was just a pain. Now I can track all my notes and all my other information and my other scripts and stuff like that all within one single app. It's so nice. You're still new at it as well? Don't beat yourself up. Yeah, no. That's very true. I am still very new at it. I still make a lot of like rookie mistakes. And to be honest, like that stuff is like super, like it's easy to expect that kind of thing because like I really have only been doing this for a year and a half. I've really only been making YouTube videos and streaming for a year and a half. That's it. I have no experience with it outside of that. None. My buddy and I were doing a podcast that we recorded a VOD for, and that was it. And there was no editing or anything like that. I didn't even make thumbnails or anything for the most part. And then one day I woke up and was like, I'm going to make YouTube videos. And then I started making them. And then I slowly but surely found my style of how I wanted to make them over time. And then it kind of grew from there. But yeah, there's still a lot of stuff. Believe me, like, because I've seen some criticisms recently on some of the videos, on the longer ones specifically. So like once a video hits like over 30 minutes or so, I'll start seeing comments that'll pop up where people will say, hey man, you should add some music to your videos. And it's not saying that they have anything against me or my speaking voice or anything like that. It's just that when you're listening to one person just talk for 30 minutes straight, sometimes you want some type of interruption that's in there. So not necessarily interruption, but something else that kind of carries the conversation a little bit. Makes it a little bit less grating for some people. But the problem is, like for me, I don't know anything about audio mixing. I don't know anything about like how to find the right kind of music to be able to put in the background of videos or anything like that. I threw in one of the last videos, I just randomly. So in one of the last videos, there is Satisfactory music in the background. That is not in there because I put in Satisfactory music. That's in there because I was playing Satisfactory and it was minimized in the background. So I just kind of went in and like edited some of the levels a little bit to try to like lower it down and make it so that it wasn't like screaming at people the entire time. It worked out, I guess. But yeah. Yeah, I personally like just the voice, no audio music or no music. I get it. Yeah, and here's the thing. I'm not really too worried about it. The other thing is that like I will say part of me realizes why people want to get a video editor. It's not because I can't edit the video myself. It's because I lack the expertise and the skill to be like the expertise and skill to be able to make like these highly edited videos that sometimes I wish my videos had. Like there's certain times where I talk about certain things from different games all in the same breath, like within the same sentence, where I'm like, when we look at this game and it did this, this, and this, and then when we look at this game, it would be nice to see those like really cool transitions between those games that are well timed to the things that I'm saying in the video. Having that kind of stuff match up to make sure that it really drives the meaning of what I'm saying home. That kind of stuff matters. And I would like to be able to see some stuff like that in my videos, but I don't necessarily, I don't put too much time into editing. I put more time into writing, and I put even more time into delivery. Those are the only two things that I focus on. I focus on my writing, and I focus on my delivery. It's all about delivery for me. Just to give you guys an idea, it's not that I practice. I re-recorded the intro for my videos probably at least like 80 times, 80 to 100. Something like that, about 80 to 100 times is how many times I will re-record the intro. But the cool thing is that like once I finally get it down, then I've not only set the mood for the video, but I've set the mood for myself. And then I just follow that all the way through. You could sit down one day, record B-roll for games that you reference a lot. You know what the problem with that is? So just using this as an example, I totally hear where you're coming from. That makes a lot of sense. I had a lot of that stuff. The issue is that I often will talk about games that I don't play. And I never want to. And in the case of Concord, never can. Dart's background music works well because it fits the experience of ARPGs. Yeah, you know what I used to do? I used to use background music all the time. Because for months and months and months, all I ever talked about was Baldur's Gate 3. And I had the best background music of all time in my videos. You know what I mean? Imagine recording B-roll of Duskborn. I don't want to die. I don't want to die of boredom. How's the PvP in this game? I didn't get into like a PvP server, or I was like on a PvE one, but it had like the PvE or the PvP like events, but I never did any of it. I figured it'd be like really unbalanced and not fun because of like the weapons and stuff like that. Prism deviation. What is a prism deviation? The only other thing that I didn't really like, the one thing that I didn't really like about this game is that I didn't like its word usage on like items in the game. It made it really difficult to be able to track like what was what and what they were even talking about. One of the biggest issues that I have with Korean made games today is that they have these like really convoluted, they use really convoluted language and storytelling in a lot of their games, and I find it obnoxious. Like, it's so hard to follow, and it's just like, it's junk wording. I think a really good example of this is The First Descendant. Like, after like the first like 5 or 6 minutes of playing that game, my brain just turns off. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about anymore. I don't really care. Love the content and just tuned in to hear the music mentioned. Can I ask what the music? Yeah, the music was Satisfactory. Yeah, it was Satisfactory's menu music that was playing. ALD, what should I eat today? Tacos. It's always tacos. That's always the answer. Korean games seem to have a tough time with localization, but I'm not sure if it's not the language or English. It's quite literally just story delivery. It's story delivery and themes. I am nobody will be able to walk me off of the bridge of being able to believe that The First Descendant was written by AI. I'm just going to say it right now. Yeah. It's a cool game mode. What else? What else? Was there nothing big that was announced? Or shown off? Oh, Metal Gear Solid trailer.
Listen to me, Jack. Just because soldiers are on the same side.
Okay. So far from what I've seen, from at least the like fidelity portion of how the game's coming to look, it looks absolutely fantastic. I just hope that like mechanically it plays well, and then I'll be happy. I am beyond excited for this game. I wish, okay? I wish that I wish that they would have released them in order rather than doing the third one first, because this is a straight up money grab. That's why they're doing it. Metal Gear Solid 3 is the most popular of the entire franchise. I know it. We know it. Everybody knows it, right? I wish that they were doing the other games first, but I'm hoping that if this game does well, which it likely will do absolutely fantastic. I mean, look, the fucking trailer has 584,000 views in 13 hours. Yeah, the game's going to do just fine. I hope that it motivates them to go make the other ones. I would love to play a remake of Sons of Liberty. I would love to play, because it's such a hard decision to say whether I like this more than Sons of Liberty. I love both of them so much. They're so good. They're so good. It's Konami, of course. I love Bloody Roar. I want another. Oh, God. I wish we could play Bloody Roar. I wish we could get another Bloody Roar. I wish Konami would actually make video games. I mean, this is a start, but
listen to me, Jack.
Stop making
Just because soldiers are on the same
gambling
side
machines.
right now doesn't mean they always will be. Politics determine who you face on the battlefield.
Yep.
Is that why you abandoned me?
Only thing you can believe in is in the mission, baby.
Absolute certainty is the mission.
Yep.
Your mission is to retrieve Dr. Sokolov.
You mean the Soviets pulled out of Cuba just to get their hands on Sokolov?
Fuck yeah.
That's right.
Motherfucker was working on Metal Gear.
What the hell was he working on? Are you
a bipedal tank,
men?
dog?
No. I've come to escort you back to the other side of the Iron Curtain.
So they are using David Hayter, right? That sounds like David Hayter.
That's what they were making you build?
Yes, the Shagohod.
A nuclear-equipped tank capable of operating solo.
If it is completed and the Colonel gets his hands on it, it will mean the end of the Cold War.
Oh, shit.
And then the Age of Fear will truly begin.
World War III.
A world war.
The Ocelot never lets his prey escape.
Sokolov was being guarded by the KGB and hunted by Gru. Snake, it sounds like this could be even hotter than Cuba.
So good.
I'm defecting to the Soviet Union. Sokolov is a little gift from my new hosts.
Are we taking him with us?
No, this one is still just a child. He has not yet found an emotion to carry into battle.
Even if they are our enemies, they're still our countrymen.
But it won't be me that pulled the trigger.
Colonel!
It'll be our friend, the American defector.
God, dude.
People are the ones who dictate the missions.
Then who does?
The Times.
Sorry, I'm late.
Oh boy. I just want to let you guys know. They know what they're doing here. They know what they're doing here. And you know what? I appreciate it. I appreciate it. In 2024? No. No, I don't think they have a release date on it yet. They don't have a release date, no. It's actually kind of crazy. It's a really weird position to be in, where like you're the one breaking stories on things, and then like now I'm seeing like, because in a lot of cases I would see other content creators cover something and then I would cover it, right? Like being on the back foot of something. This is one of the first times I see like people covering like things that I'm bringing up, like seeing like Mudahar and stuff like that, people like that hopping in on the conversation. It's kind of fucking crazy. Farmers be farming, man. Farmers be farming. That's why I said, like, I think it's actually crazy that Ubisoft has pushed back the game to February. It's just gonna give people more time to farm them more than anything else. I can't wait for this game. I can't. I honestly cannot wait for this game. I don't know. Oh man, are people even ready for a game like this? Are they? Is there anything else that I need to know about? Is there anything that I missed from Tokyo Game Show so far? You guys know? Nobody's streaming anything right now. Eva? Yeah. Fragpunk? Pirate Yakuza? What is Fragpunk? Alright, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick and then we'll watch this one. Yakuza? Alright, we'll watch the Yakuza one. Okay. Otacon. They have Metal Gear.
Frostpunk 是一款快节奏的5v5英雄射击游戏，在团队战术设计的基础上，独具创新地融入了卡牌系统，为玩家提供更多的策略性和随机性。
竞技类射击游戏它可能会比较偏公式化，那我们就想利用卡牌来让每局这个随机性更大。
本次测试中，我们总共带来了数十张新卡牌，比如一张可以让玩家进行蓄力跳，并在落地时影响周围的敌人。
鸟人这张卡牌可以让玩家获取在空中缓降和降低散射的能力，和跳跃达人搭配使用，可以获得更久的滞空时间。我们的思路是给对局带来更多的随机性和架枪的自由度。
说到强光手电这张卡的话，它的实际作用会类似于一个可控的闪光弹这样子的一个功能。
我们常见的射击游戏里的闪就是白，网上其实有很多的梗，你被闪了以后，你的屏幕全白，顺势而为吧，直接做了一个卡叫做护目镜，让闪光的持续时间和强度会减弱很多。
Okay, that's interesting.
类似的卡牌组合与克制的例子还。
And how do you get these cards exactly? I'm seeing you spend a currency on getting these cards in the pre-lobby. And it says he has 94 points. Where did the 94 points come from?
还有很多，比如剑圣和龟背的组合，可以让玩家获得前后无敌的防御。我们希望通过这种趣味性的设计，带给玩家更纯粹的快乐。
本次测试我们会带来2名新英雄，他们的能力和设计理念呢都与环境相关。Sona 是一个以声音为核心的战场侦察兵，它可以利用声音元素进行侦察和隐蔽，帮助队友掩盖行动声响，提供关键支援。这使得 Sona 在团队中显得独特而具有战略意义。它的设计灵感来源于海洋生物的声音乐。
I saw somebody say Concord 2. Like, this game already has more style and is already more interesting than Concord is as a completed game that's already been canceled. No, this like at least their character designs are interesting, right?
面的卓越能力。此外，我们还很高兴推出另一位新英雄 Spider， 他能够带领团队快速移动，布下致命陷阱，
Accelerate his team's movement. Okay, so they also have individual powers as well.
其敏捷和神秘感 ，Spider 提供了令人兴奋的游戏体验。我们相信这些新英雄不仅会多样化玩家们的选择，也能提升整个游戏的动态性。
This shit's kind of fucking annoying though. I don't like this. I'm gonna be real. I don't like games that take my ability away to play the game. You know, like this is like if I got hit with this on my screen, it's just like, okay, I guess I just put the controller down or put the fucking, or, you know, put the mouse down. Like, what am I gonna do? You know what I mean? Flashbangs are bad, but this is a little much. Maybe if it was a web instead. Yeah, like some way to be able to defend yourself, but like I'm just literally shooting blind. I don't know if I like stuff like that.
在接下来的 beta 测试中，我们会将测试范围扩大到欧洲、亚洲、拉美等更多地区，并积极听取玩家的建议。欢迎大家来体验我们的游戏，参与 beta 测试。
I mean, it's an interesting concept. You have to see it in practice. It's one of those things to open or join the closed beta on October 10th. Playable with crossplay, Xbox and PC. You know, maybe I'll check it out. Might be the most negative group of people I've seen in the comment section in a while. Yeah, because anytime you're showing a hero shooter or a competitive shooter, people are gonna get like fucking toxic immediately. I don't think that people understand. Folks don't understand what these games mean to players. I think that's one of the biggest disconnects in the industry right now when it comes to live service games, is that folks do not understand. Sorry if you guys hear my neighbor, they're like hammering next door. Folks don't understand when you are trying to market a live service game, you're not asking for my money anymore, you're asking for my time. My time is infinitely more valuable to me than my money is, right? Because I can't get time back. That's a completely different story. When I look at games like this, if I'm already invested in something else, I'm going to be that much more critical about any other game that I look at because of the fact that I'm already invested in something else. And I think that's something that a lot of these companies lose sight of. That's why you don't come out with 12 live service games by 2026. It's too many games. There's only so many players. There's only so many people that like live service games. There's only so many people that like certain types of live service games, and they only have so much time to give. And being negative is not toxic. It's understandable. Yeah. But here's the thing. You're going to see some levels of toxicity around any type of these game reveals when you're looking at live service games, because players are going to be skeptical the minute that they look at it. I never got why people say never judge a game by its trailer when the trailer is the best parts that they pick of the game to show it to. Yeah, of course they do. Yeah, you should be judging a game by its trailer. You should also be judging a game by its gameplay. But you know, the thing is that at the end of the day, if there's a game that you find, right? Or not a game that you find. If there's a game that you watch a trailer and immediately say that you're not interested in it, guess what? Chances are you're not going to be interested in it because you don't want it. So, like, it's not like if you say, yeah, this game doesn't look good to me, yeah, chances are it's probably not for you. Like, and I don't mean made for you. I mean, it's just not for you. Like, certain foods aren't for me. I don't really like them that much. That's what I mean. So, like, you don't have to feel like you're under the gun by anybody to like something and have to give it more time. If you don't like something, you don't like it. That's it. There's this weird thing that's been born over the last few years that I've noticed, and that's that people's opinions have become immutable facts. That's weird. If I say I don't like something, that doesn't mean that it's just universally bad and nobody else is allowed to like it and it shouldn't exist. I'm not the main character. Nobody is. I always find that really weird when I make criticisms about games or I say I'm not interested in a game and I see people, and I get it because I'm a content creator. You know, it comes with a, like, I guess, added weight of some sort because they don't want to have somebody out there that's spreading a message against whatever games that they like. But, you know, I look at a game, when I look at a game and I don't like it, just because I don't like it doesn't mean that you don't have to, or that you can't, or that it's not good to you. I also can't stand how people do most of the decision making on cinematic trailers. These are often made outside of the actual game to look good. Yeah, well, I mean, somebody already said something along those lines, which is that when they put these trailers together, this is marketing material. This is meant to sell the game. So they're showing you the best parts of the game that they've collected to be able to sell it to players. That's the whole point. That's one of the things that was really confusing about Assassin's Creed Shadows, is that if you actually look at the trailers and if you're paying attention closely, you're seeing tons of issues. Frame rate issues, texture issues. You have swords that aren't even going into their sheath. Characters that are clipping into each other when they're attacking one another. Blood splatter that's coming out of different areas than where you're actually attacking. There's that one that they show where she does like a over the head assassination and like breaks the guy's neck, but blood comes out of his stomach. What are you doing? If this is the best footage that you could put together to be able to sell your game, I am terrified to see what the end product is. The moonwalking horse? Yeah. He's twice her weight in armor, and she ragdolls the guy like a pillow. Yeah, there's some of that stuff too that I'm just like, I don't understand I don't understand what's going on here. What was the other one? Somebody said Fragpunk, and then there was another one they said. What was it? What was the other game? What was the other one that I didn't see? Pirate Yakuza. That's what it was. Thank you. Is this a new Yakuza game, or is this a DLC? Because they have Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, right? Was that the last one they came out with? I thought that was on the beach too. Upcoming game, spin-off game? Oh, okay. Oh shit. This game is so like over the top, man. I love it. Combat looks sick. So I'll say this, like, you're watching him do all these like fancy attacks and stuff like that. I have not seen the enemies attack a single time. Yeah. The enemies must not be like programmed to attack for the trailer. I mean, it's a Like a Dragon game. It's a Like a Dragon game. I still haven't played these. I have I downloaded one of them because it was on sale. What is it? Like a Dragon. Yeah, I downloaded Like a Dragon. I've never played a Yakuza game before. I haven't played a single one of them. You really should. They're so good. Really. I love them. I enjoyed Yakuza 0. Hey, LD, did you see the 166 Suicide Squad players are getting a new character? Bad. I'm not seeing anything. Why would anybody cover it? You got a really good point. You got a really good point. Why would they? What would be the point? That's the question. Paz Dispenser. Or Pez Dispenser. I said Paz. Pez Dispenser. Thank you for the prime, man. Appreciate that. Their next DLC will be a good game. Yeah. So did we watch everything from everybody else? Let me check to see if there's anything else. me see if there's anything else I'm missing. I saw I'm not gonna watch it right now. I'll watch it later. I saw Asmongold like watched my video. And I have not watched it. I've not watched it all the way yet. I popped into his stream yesterday, I think, when I finished editing, and I had caught him just when he had finished it, and he was doing the like the outro for it and whatnot. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna I'm not gonna watch that on stream. It's fucking an hour and 22-minute react. Man. Oh me. Takes a 30-minute video and makes it into almost an hour and a half. Puts an hour of content on top of it. Can't say the dude doesn't add value. That's for sure. React to a react to a react to react. Yeah, no. We're not doing reactception. Sorry. Not right now, at least. If there was something else that was shorter by him, I wouldn't mind watching it. But the problem is that, like, sometimes, like, some of the things that he, like, the problem is, like, his videos end up being... It's funny, because he has the same thing. I've seen him, somebody will post a video, and he'll see it's, like, a 40-minute video, and he's like, yeah, I'm not going to react to that. Because he'll see that, like, longer videos, he's like, man, that's gonna take for fucking ever. Could I... Jesus, like, if I reacted to Asmongold reacting to one of my videos, that'd be, like, a 3 or 4 hour video. It would take damn near an entire stream to be able to do that. All right, let me see if there's anything else. Actually, let me check the, I'll check the React channel in the Discord. See if anybody's posted anything. Let's see here. Dude, people gotta stop doing that shit. Piece of advice. If you guys like the videos and you guys want to reach out or you guys want to like talk to me directly, wait for a stream or like ping me in the Discord. I get a lot of folks that I get a lot of like friend requests on Discord specifically. 9 times out of 10, I ignore them. You can talk to like one of the mods or you can ping me in the Discord and be like, hey, I need to talk to you about something, you know, like if you're a game developer or something like that, you're somebody that has like a story to tell or whatever it might be, you know, you can do that. That's fine. But the problem is that I get a lot of like just random people being like, hey, here's a friend request. It's just like, yeah, I don't know who you are. Check the React channel. LD, did you hear it cost 400 million for Concord? Yep, cover that. A small group of enthusiasts are working on a multiplayer movement shooter in a diesel punk setting.
My name's Exile.
Look at that. What is this? Fake optimization in modern graphics and how to save it. Could be spicy. Only 20 minutes too. Yeah, we can do that. Let's take a peek at this. Wish I was more into Steam. Why wouldn't you be into Steam? What are you using instead? What are you using instead? All right, let's check this out. What is this called? Diesel Knight version 0.03 multiplayer reveal, new mech/parkour FPS game, Unreal Engine. All right.
Xavier B. Johnson, and this, oh my god, is long overdue. But let me assure you,
I'm back.
What the fuck is this auto mixing, dude?
first of all, I just want to thank everyone
That's so annoying. You're fucking killing me, dog. Fucking killing me, dude.
100 subs and beyond. You guys have been.
It's like he's like, here's music. All right, guys, it's me. I'm here to talk to you guys again about the game that I'm going to be talking about real quick.
Been so patient, so supportive in the comments, and it really means the world to me that you all are willing to tune in and see what we're working on. So what are we working on? And where have we been? Well, I'm proud to reveal Diesel Knight's prototype version 0.3.
Let me show you its features.
Okay.
We have third-person animations now. Well, to start, this was our main player character during prototype 0.2. Armed and dangerous. Perfectly suitable for single-player gameplay. This is where most movement shooters stop. Because for a single-player FPS, this is all you really need. Unless you want to have a shadow. Or legs.
Oh, yeah.
But Diesel Knights is not a single-player game. Diesel Knights, for those of you who are new to the channel, is a 6v6 mech movement shooter, set in a fictional diesel punk world. And if you want to make a multiplayer game...
Okay, so they're trying... So this is basically like Titanfall, I guess? World War II Titanfall? Yeah, I guess that's what it is. Kind of looks like. Yeah. Yeah.
Your character needs more than just arms. This is our player character for version 0.3. But there's more. Diesel Knights don't just stand around looking pretty. Basic movement mechanics include standing, walking, running left, walking right, aiming up, aiming down, clambering left, sliding, bunny hopping, jumping, air straight on, wall reactions, etc.
Okay.
And all of that needs to be animated. There's a reason why most movement shooters are not multiplayer. It's partially because this is a lot less expensive to animate than this. Unless you happen to be a professional character animator.
That makes a lot of sense. So the reason why we don't get a whole lot of movement in shooters is specifically because of the fact it's difficult and it's so expensive to be able to rig characters to be able to make those kind of movements, and then do it in a multiplayer setting where you're gonna have multiple characters that are doing stuff like that. That makes a lot of sense now. I've been thinking about that for a while, where like so many of these games have been avoiding getting into like multi-directional movement or having like genuinely having like really interesting movement systems and stuff. And I mean, look how long it took Call of Duty to invest in like overhauling their movement system, right? Because now they're using the omnidirectional movement system and stuff like that. Yeah, that's interesting. It's very interesting. We need more movement in Warframe. Yeah, we can't move it all in that game.
And can animate it yourself for free, which luckily I am, and did. And it only took, well, it took a long time.
Wow.
Combined, there were over 120 unique hand-keyed animations that were created for this one character alone. And that's only for locomotion. That doesn't include weapon manipulations or reloads. No motion capture was used for this because I am too poor to afford a motion capture suit. And no pre-made storefront animations were used because I am too stubborn to do that.
Okay. Ground up, dude. I like it. You know, the funny thing is that I would imagine in a lot of cases, especially because a lot of these programmers, developers, designers, all these people have their own way of doing things. Something that a lot of people don't realize is like every single developer has their own thumbprint, their own, their own fingerprint of like their design philosophy and how they make games. It's in their coding language. It's in everything that they do. And I would have to imagine that from a developer's point of view, it's probably easier to continue working on something when you're not constantly working off of like pre-gen assets off of a store, because you're going to be building it from the ground up. So it's easier to change and tune things than it would be if you were trying to use something that's generically made, right?
First or third person. The result is this.
Yeah, this looks really good.
Yes. Well, actually, no. But damn if I'm not proud of how it's come together so far.
Yeah, it looks really good, dude. You've done a great job.
We've got a new map. A character and animations are still not all you need for multiplayer. You need a fun place for players to duke it out.
Yeah, you know, something else that a lot of people don't really talk about is with these like third-person, first-person shooters. We do see it a little bit. I think the Call of Duty community is probably the most vocal about this kind of thing. But map design in these kind of games is very difficult. It's very difficult to be able to find a good balance of what's going to make exciting and like compelling gameplay, but also making maps that are like well balanced. Because if the map isn't balanced, then it's very easy for players to be able to get a point of advantage and completely rain hell over a map. Doggo, thank you for the Prime, man. Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Our previous map, Proving Grounds, which you can learn more about in our previous video, is a fun place to play around for a single player, but is not suited for strategic, competitive play, which is why we've created our second map, Sand Table. Sand Table is a small-size, simple 3-lane map with 3 levels of verticality, and plenty of vertical surface area for wall running and flanking paths.
Good.
This is the first multiplayer map that we've ever worked on, so my goal here was to keep it simple and fun. Now, you may be thinking, hey Xavier, these lanes seem really enormous. It looks like players would have no trouble navigating them even if they were, say, a 20-foot tall robot. To which I would respond, yeah, stay tuned.
Cool. And they've been working on the mechs too.
We have split-screen multiplayer now.
Oh, wow.
Up to 4 players can jump in to play free-for-all, team deathmatch, and a few other objective-based modes that we've cooked up. This is a huge milestone for us. It allows us to start testing and tuning weapons and overall game feel with multiple players. We've only just started to test this out locally, but it's been a ton of fun so far. And it feels like one step closer to our final vision of a simple, fun, online mech movement shooter that can continue in the legacy of some of our favorite games of all time.
What game is that? What games are those?
Keep in mind, this is only a prototype.
Yeah.
This game is still very early on in development. We are a small team comprised primarily of myself and a few freelance 3D artists working.
I like that. I like that, Helgren. I think there's 2.
Part-time with no outside funding. That having been said, I am extremely proud of how far we've come so far.
Yeah, I would be too, man.
If you're interested in trying out our multiplayer prototype for yourself, hit that subscribe button and enable notifications so you can be the first to know when our first public demo goes live.
Awesome,
Before I sign off, you may be wondering what you can do to support the project. Our goal is to kickstart this game on a crowdfunding platform. But before we can do that, we need to spread the word. Share this video. Tell your friends about what we're doing here. Leave a comment and check out some of our other videos. I know there are people like me who have been waiting for years for the next mech movement shooter, but we can't make it happen without your help.
I still think it's crazy how EA just straight up abandoned Titanfall. Like, I get it. I get it. You have Respawn working on Apex Legends. You put all of your effort into that specifically because of the fact that it makes you a shitload of money. But at the exact same time, like, Titanfall was sick, dude. Titanfall is sick. I mean, it still is. And you know what the funny thing is? Like, it's still, if I'm not mistaken, you know what? Even for it to have 3,000 people that are playing that game, or almost 4,000 people that are playing that game, that's still really fucking good for a game that hasn't seen content, a competitive multiplayer shooter that hasn't seen content in how many years? And yeah, and this is only Steam, so I'm sure there's still some console players that are out there that are playing stuff. Seven years at least. Yeah, 7 years at least. This game that hasn't seen new content in 7 years, that's been abandoned by its developer, that's rated a 94 on Steam, has more games than Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League. It has more players than... Well, Concord's not even on here anymore. Can't even meme on it. Fuck. Why'd you gotta ruin our fun, Sony? What the...
We can get this channel to 1,000 subscribers by the end of this year, we will release our prototype as a free demo. So you can experience firsthand what we've been working on so far.
Cool.
You guys are amazing, and I can't express how much I appreciate your patience and support. Until next time, this has been Xavier B. Johnson, signing off.
I'm gonna share this to you guys. If you guys were interested in this game, go support them. Let them know. Go support them. Let them know. I'll sub to them too. Titanfall community will watch your career with great interest. Yes, they will. Bros cooking reached the timeline. Protocol 3 protect Diesel Knights. This is Titanfall 3 that I never knew I knew. Yeah, exactly. Split screen in 2024. That's actually fucking crazy that they're already working on something like split screen at this point. Just wanted to say that I loved your recent blow up on YouTube. Love your content. Thank you. I also have enjoyed my recent blow up. It's gonna cool off. I know it is. And that's completely fine. It doesn't bother me in the least. It really doesn't. Like I like the thing is that because I've had some folks that have reached out, and you know, you get like sponsors and stuff like that. And I think what people don't really understand about like sponsors is like sponsors will ask you for a minimum view count, and they'll come your way and they'll go, hey, you know, it's already posted in the Discord. It's in the React content. So you'll get what is it? You'll get sponsor offers, and they'll ask for a minimum count. They'll say you have to have this, you know, this is how we'll pay you this much, but you have to get this amount of views. And I've had people that have been like, yeah, hey, dude, we love your channel, we love your videos. We'd like you to do this like spot. We'd like you to you know, do a 60-second ad read. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. And then they're like, with a minimum of like 500,000 views. And I'm like, bro, you're fucking smoking crack. What are you talking about? Minimum 500,000 views. I can't do that. I'm getting close to the point where I can start guaranteeing 100,000. I think maybe. I don't know. We'll see. But like I guarantee 500,000. 500,000. I'm sorry, man. Like, you notice my apartment's relatively clean. I still have a solid hairline and most of my teeth. Do I look like fucking Asmongold to you? You get there, dude, you make quality stuff. Hey, I hope so. That'd be really cool. That'd be insane, actually. I couldn't imagine if I actually hit the point where I could like get like 500,000 per upload. That shit would be weird. I don't even know how I'd even at that point in time. If I got 500,000 per upload, I would only upload once a week. If I knew that, like, oh yeah, for sure, like I'll hit that shit. You know what I mean?
This is an investigative report addressing the most negative aspects affecting modern game development. Specifically,
okay, this is fake optimization in video games. I love that, like, so. I love that this dude is just you know what this reminds me of? Is this did fucking did homeboy from what, I forgot what it's, Sun something Studios, I can't remember his name, the dude that did the Ubisoft stuff. I feel like this is this the new fucking meta? Is this the new meta where people are like doing the like white wall, white background, talking in front of the camera like I'm giving a speech in front of my class? Like, should I start doing that? What do you guys think?
the deterioration of realistic graphics and the manufactured increase in computing cost. I am Kevin Jimenez, the founder of Threat Interactive, a new game production studio aiming to unlock the full potential this next generation of gaming can provide.
Okay.
And we'll show just how by the end of this video.
All right.
There are three interconnected factors that need to be addressed.
Let him
Creativity.
cook. Zero Riz format. Look, I'm just going to say right now, people are talking about the way this kid looks. You guys want to know how I looked when I was a kid? I looked awkward as shit. That's how I looked when I was a kid. I looked awkward as all shit. I had glasses that my frames were like probably a quarter the size of these, so they were like real tiny ones like this. My hair was like down to like right here. My face was like super skinny, and like my cheeks were like in like this because I only weighed like 112 pounds. I couldn't grow facial hair on the sides or on anywhere on my face other than like a little tiny, I think that guy's staring at me mustache, you know what I mean? And the darkest parts of my mustache were just like on the very ends right here. And yeah, I looked weird as shit, dude. So let's let homie cook, all right? He's talking some real game here. He's talking about how the game industry is trying to fool you fools into buying new graphics processors and shit, and he's saying it's all fake.
Performance and visuals.
Okay.
Let's begin with creativity. Several videos online are already bringing awareness to the decreasing quality of gameplay, open worlds, and the microtransactions affecting.
All right, I am going to give you like a little bit of advice. Dark mode. That's my first advice. I'm going to tell you right now, Threat Interactive, I already know you're on some psychopath shit because you actually look at YouTube in fucking basic mode and not in dark mode. And people that look at shit without dark mode turn on have psychopathic tendencies. I'm just gonna say
the majority of games.
I'm just gonna say
Two biggest video game makers in America now
Light
make most
mode
of their money
gremlin,
not
yeah.
from people buying games, but on subscriptions and spending within those games.
In fact, Electronic Arts and Take-Two Interactive both make a staggering 75% of their money from what's called microtransactions.
However, I personally loathe the popular critique that photorealistic games are not fun, they lack art style, and we need worse graphics to fix it.
Okay.
This defeatist attitude is a byproduct of modern development, not visual progress. As industry game developer veterans put it, one thing you do is 10 things you don't. Currently, graphics dominate.
One thing you do is 10 things you don't. Yeah, that's usually how that's like top-down development, right?
The do list, leaving
Yeah,
gameplay
top priority
and art
limited,
style in
yeah.
the don't category. Graphics are currently in a chaotic state, but once the entire developer industry can easily create highly performant photorealism within their engines, competition can begin to solely focus on art direction and gameplay. But recent opportunities for outstanding games with captivating stories and incredible gameplay have been tarnished by the next two factors. 30 FPS on next-gen consoles is unacceptable for many reasons.
Okay.
It appears choppy and promotes a reliance on accessibility such as motion blur. 30 FPS
I
also
fucking hate motion blur. This dude right here, he's already cooking for me right now. He's already talking about the real shit. The first thing that I do, the first thing that I do when I fire up a new game is I turn off motion blur, I max out the frame rate, and I turn off VSync. Turn it all off. Turn it all off. Yeah, motion blur is fucking weak. Film grain too. Yeah, film grain. Oh man, there's another one that they have that's on there too that I turn that stuff off.
Induces extreme judder and motion on numerous screens. With only 30 frames, the quality of gameplay logic and basic responsiveness falls short, especially when tons of other titles offer that same basic responsiveness. There are numerous 8th generation console titles that ran near photorealistic visuals at 60 FPS, and that was on 2013 2 teraflop hardware. So 30 FPS titles like Spider-Man PS4 are kind of excused.
I'm gonna be real, dude. He's right. He's right. I'm gonna say it. I personally do not see that much of a visual difference in games today from games, from the last console generation. I don't really see a huge difference. Chromatic aberration, yeah, that's another one. Yeah. I don't see a whole lot of difference. Like, in cutscene graphics, yeah, I think they've come up a little bit. But in gameplay graphics, I mean, we're starting to get to the point of like very minimal returns. Very minimal returns. Monster Hunter Wilds seems to have a bunch of things on the screen at once, though. Yeah. But again, we're talking about fidelity and performance at this point. I'm not really talking about like what is it? Object density. And while object density has an impact on those things, at the exact same time, and here's the crazy thing. Has anybody here gone back and played Monster Hunter World with the graphical update, like the upscaling? Yeah. The graphical upscaling on Monster Hunter World, it made a huge difference on my computer. Game looks like 100 times better. Image is so clear. Everything looks great. The game performs well. It was great. It's huge. It's huge. But with that said, I look at a game like Monster Hunter World, and for the most part, I mean, it looks just as good as any other game that I've been playing recently. Now, mind you, I'm going to be playing Ghost of Tsushima soon, so I think that opinion's likely going to change because I've heard a lot of really good things about Ghost of Tsushima. I've not watched any gameplay because I didn't want to be spoiled on it, but I'm sorry, but when you see that many people that say the game is good, it's likely going to be a game that I'm going to enjoy.
Here. But modern studios are churning out these half-baked games with absurd requirements, creating an illusion that 13 teraflop 2021 architecture isn't powerful enough for basic photorealistic performance standards years ago. Yeah,
and this is a problem because the thing is that we have current generation consoles that never reached what their box performance was supposed to be, right? Like these consoles were sold as 60 FPS. They were sold as 4K, right? 8K for the PlayStation, but they never reached that kind of performance. And still, at the end of the day, even with the PlayStation Pro, and if Xbox makes another version of their console, I still don't think that you're going to see stabilized frame rates on those consoles. And I don't think it has anything to do with the hardware itself. I think it's a really weird relationship that the developers and the games and these like platform holders have, is that we know, and this is the crazy thing because it's really hard to have this kind of conversation with folks that only play on console, but as a PC player, you know you didn't optimize this because you made this motherfucking game using hardware that is either equal to the hardware that I'm using or lower than the hardware that I'm using. But for some odd reason, I can't get this game to run at 120 FPS. What do you mean? I'm playing it in 2K. I don't even play games. I don't even think there's any reason to play games in 4K. Zero. You're killing your own performance for very minimal gains. 2K it looks far better than 4K in my opinion. And it's a weird when I say it's a weird relationship, I mean it's a weird relationship because it in a way benefits the platform holders, right? Because it gives them the excuse to make these higher tier consoles like the PlayStation 5 Pro and stuff like that. oh, we're gonna make this, and it's gonna take these games to the next level, and you're gonna be able to get 60 FPS locked, and yada yada yada. It's gonna give you the performance mode that you've been turning on. Well, now you're gonna have the performance mode is gonna be on every single game when it comes out, and you're gonna get it's gonna be like you're getting quality and performance mode at the same time, and it's just like something doesn't smell right here. Unless you're telling me that this generation of console is so special that there happened to be a massive boom in the quality of visuals for video games today that have far exceeded what the whole what the console's hardware is. Sorry, I saw something out of the corner of my eye and got distracted. My brain went off trail. Brain fart was real. Yeah, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I was like, what the fuck was that? NVIDIA DLSS is a godsend to modern games. Yeah, and that's the funny thing. So then you also at the exact same time have like NVIDIA and folks like that are they're also benefiting, right? Because NVIDIA is making programs, and they're making hardware to be able to deal with the shortcomings of developers not doing their jobs and making sure that the game is well optimized. And by the way, when I say developers, I'm talking about the company, because the company itself are the ones that are rushing it out the door and not making sure that the game is as optimized as it can be. I'm sorry, but there is no way. Guys, okay. I've been playing Satisfactory, right? I've been playing Satisfactory. That game has a lot of logic systems that are running constantly. I have factories that I'm building all over the place. They're everywhere. I have products that are being moved from all over the place into a hub. I have something's generating power over here, which is then sending it to each one of these individual machines that are smelting ore, and then passing it to another machine that's building it into a part, that's passing it to another machine that's going to build it into a different part or put it into a different mix and make something else entirely. And I have tons of those setups all over this map already. And I have no performance issues. There is so much constant logic being ran in the background while I'm playing a game like Satisfactory, but I have had no performance issues whatsoever. So tell me, how does a game like Dragon's Dogma 2 lag just because it has some NPCs that have their own logic behaviors? When in a town at one time, there's likely, less than 50 characters, but they can't figure out how to make it work. How is it that I'm not getting 100%, or I'm not getting like these crazy high CPU usages out of playing a game like Satisfactory, but I'm getting 100 times that on playing a game like Dragon's Dogma? It's crazy.
This leads us to our final issue. The basic standard of 60 FPS is only offered at the cost of our next and biggest problem, visuals. I firmly advocate for photorealism, but the industry is advancing in it in a manner that is worthless during basic movement, through cancer in real-time rendering. A graphics programming scapegoat that is destroying every game in its path.
Okay.
It's called TAA, and that stands for Temporal Anti-Aliasing. And this includes upscalers. There are great videos trying to bring awareness about this, but Digital Foundry has an ignorant video that is quickly spreading inaccurate information that is damaging real-time rendering.
Damn, holy shit, dude, he's taking his shot. He's taking his shot. Digital Foundry has a damaging video. Ooh.
I will expose false narratives as I show why TA has ruined modern optimization trends in conjunction with an abusive use of the power offered in current generation consoles. TAA and upscalers stem from anti-aliasing, effects that aim to mimic the benefits of 4K plus rendering, because 4K 60 FPS on affordable hardware, including 9th generation consoles, isn't feasible.
I'm going to say it again, by the way. 1440p. If you're not playing in 1440p, I don't know what you're doing. 4K is not worth it.
4K or higher rendering ensures smooth edges on objects, better sampling on textures, thin objects, and specular highlights. As you decrease the resolution, stair-stepping aliasing emerges, and thin details on meshes and specular highlighting breaks apart. FXIV addresses stair-stepping for a cheap cost but introduces noticeable blur on the entire image. SMAA eliminates these same edges without any blur, making it much more superior. In fact, the only advantage 4K downsample to 1080p versus 1080p with just SMAA applied is thin detail and specular sampling. But modern TAA is designed to run at any resolution by jittering the rendering view in 8 or more positions as frames are generated. After pixel reprojection logic is calculated and designed, the past frames are combined, creating an 8K-like resolution addressing thin, undersampled objects and specular highlighting. But all versions of these designs have several issues. Temporal designs are destructive to object or character motion within view. The problems I'm about to show aren't usually visible under a slower threshold of motion, which is why the industry markets with slow cinematic trailers or graphical showcases. But motion produced from gameplay gets annihilated with ghosting, blur, and smearing visuals. This is why still or slow image quality comparisons by major tech influencers are both worthless and misleading. What's the point in playing a realistic game that looks like this during basic player interactions? YouTube compression.
This motherfucker, he's cooking, dog. Tickle, thank you for the gifted sub, man. He's mad, dude. I get it too. Oh, he's bringing up Dragon's Dogma.
Conveniently hides these effects of TAA and is usually mistaken for video compression.
Yeah, the ghosting. Yeah, image ghosting. I can't remember exactly what game it was that I played recently, where I kept having issues like this, and I just stopped playing the game entirely. My kid just put my headphones on to get me to shut up about bad optimization problems. Studying gets you there for sure. Ghosting sucks. Yeah, I can't remember what game it was, but I kept seeing this kind of stuff and it was like, bro, this is just so ugly.
Uncompressed 1080p more than actual native uncompressed 4K. Chances are you're playing games through an HDMI or better, meaning your game's image quality is uncompressed. Temporal solutions and motion degrade resolutions similar to
I don't use HDMI on my monitors. I use DPI. Like there's not like I'm gonna use monitor cables because I get the best image possible. But sadly enough, you don't really get that kind of option. Like HDMI is still good, but it's still inferior.
Low bitrate
DisplayPort's way better.
So having TAA on your gameplay is like adding compression to your gaming experience. Because of current hardware prices that aren't changing anytime soon, 1080p and 1440p remain the most consumer-friendly target resolutions. But TAA ruins these resolutions the most.
That's what it was. Thank God he fucking just reminded me. It was Final Fantasy 14. Or Final Fantasy 17, sorry. 17. It's Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. I was playing Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth on the PlayStation 5. I was in a cave, and I was Cloud, and I spun myself around on Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, and I could see Cloud's after image in these caves. And I'm like, well, that's fucking annoying. Why do I keep seeing this kind of stuff? Final Fantasy 17 confirmed. Fuck, I let it leak.
TAA and upscalers not only ruin affordable gaming resolutions, but also damage luxury resolutions for those with enthusiast-grade graphic GPUs. TAA and upscalers are often bundled with ugly.
So I want to make something clear because this, so like the conversation that he's having is very technical heavy, right? It's very technical, like technical language heavy, and a lot of things like people don't even understand what the guy's even saying. I totally understand that because a lot of the stuff he's saying is going over my head. But I think what's really important to keep in mind about topics like this and about issues that he's like raising awareness over is that for the layman, it's just a general feeling of uncomfort that you have while you're playing these games. You don't know what it is, you can't put your finger on it, but there's just something that feels off while you're playing it. Sometimes it's in the gameplay, sometimes it's in the visuals, and what this ends up boiling down to is this lackluster quality, the poor job in optimization. It ends up being a lower quality delivery to the player at the end of the day. It's a worse experience. There might be games that are out there that you may not have even noticed that for some odd reason, because of just these odd issues that aren't enough for you to be able to point out exactly and say, oh, there's ghosting. Sometimes you're not even noticing it. Sometimes there's like a jagged things or textures not popping in, but you don't even really actually, you're not conscious of it. But for some odd reason, it's just kind of building up subliminal shittery. I love that. That's a great phrase. Yes, it's subliminal shittery. So like you don't notice it, but for some odd reason, just something doesn't feel right. And I think that there's games that I've played in the past, especially when it comes to action games, where like if movement doesn't feel like it looks right, or if attacks and things like that don't feel like they look right, you just don't like the game. You just don't like the game. One of the best examples I can give of this is something like Soulframe, right? So when I first watched the trailer for Soulframe, there's something about how there's just no impact on like attacks. When the attack hits the character, when the attack hits an enemy, like there's just nothing there. And as somebody that has no idea what they're talking about, all I can say is, well, when I look at a game like Elden Ring, it looks like it's heavy and that there's impact. Like like my character is genuinely hitting this thing with a great sword, right? And you don't know how to put your finger on it. You just know it's there, and for some odd reason, it just kills the experience for you.
Fail to fix ghosting or restore the original clarity and detail stripped away from smearing.
Yeah.
The FTAA subreddit, up until the creation of the r/motion clarity subreddit, remained the only online community where consumers could finally speak loud against the industry's oxymoron stance on realistic graphics. And they've listed hundreds of games with forced TAA, with recent titles throwing out traditional AA options for upscaling methods only. Remember the SMAA versus 4K comparisons earlier? You could get the same sampling quality on thin and specular by reusing a single pass frame, which means long ghosting trails, blur, and smearing could be eliminated. I have personally compiled several pieces of data showing these temporal methods could be redesigned to prevent all these hideous motion issues, which are listed in the video description. But clear and good TAA will never become mainstream because the smeary nature of current temporal solutions are being exploited to cover up lazy and cheap development practices. In hundreds of game titles, if you can fully disable temporal solutions, you are punished severely.
Yep. That's the thing. Now he's really fucking cooking here, because the problem is that even though these cause minor issues that for the most part aren't going to be noticed by the vast majority of people, what those people don't realize is that they're technically getting a lower quality product, not because of things the developer themselves couldn't figure out and they had to rely on this technology to be able to smooth the edges. No, they're using it because they didn't take the time to figure out how to smooth the edges on their own. That's what the problem is.
With numerous rendering problems, temporal dithering, and frame blending dependent rendering aspects. Bloom. Soft shadows. Denoise replacement for ray trace shadows. Ambient occlusion.
Yep,
ambient occlusion. Screen space contact shadows. Vegetation, fur, hair.
And you guys have all seen this stuff. If you've played on PC, you've popped into a game and seen it where, like, you know, if I don't turn on TAA or if I don't turn on a bunch of these different things, then the textures in the game are constantly like you'll see like shadows flickering and like grass and stuff like that has like lighting, like its own lighting and stuff. It's really weird. And all it is that really they're just using AI to be able to cover up their mistakes rather than actually making sure that, you know, the fidelity is fidelity, right? It's actually genuine.
Screen space reflections. Global illumination. Translucent materials.
And here's the thing, it's only going to get worse because of the fact that you have it's only going to get worse because you have a lot of developers that are going to be relying on Unreal Engine 5 going forward, and UE5 has a lot of AI driven help that's really just there to be able to cover up some of these things, which means that if you think about this in the future, when people are using tools like Unreal Engine 5, the more simplistic these tools become through AI, the less people in the future are going to be able to know how to actually fix those issues or even how to be able to create what they're doing in the first place. Because they're not going to be building things from the ground up anymore. They're going to be using commands to be able to make a lot of this stuff.
Clouds.
God, his audio.
Dithering to hide geometric camera clipping.
Yeesh.
Mesh introductions.
I hate that shit.
And ray trace reflections. Strip away TAA in several engines and these effects transform into an incomprehensible mess or reveal a poor approach to an aspect of rendering. These are the supposed fixes and optimizations offered by temporal anti-aliasing and upscalers. But an industry lie perpetuated by Digital Foundry's TAA video is the claim that TAA and upscalers enable developers to optimize these effects by rendering them at lower resolutions, allowing TAA to smooth them with supposedly no cost. But if you do some digging, you'll discover older deferred titles from under a decade ago, rendering the same basic effects independently of temporal frame smearing with similar or better performance and or similar better visual quality. And guess what? If you need extra performance from a demanding feature, that feature can be programmed to run at a lower resolution and or include its own temporal accumulation without...
Damn, he's taking shots at Warframe, guys.
blurring the entire frame. Modern implementations of last gen's basic visuals perform more poorly because studios leverage the power of 9th generation consoles to cut financial costs on legitimate...
Actually, I don't think he was taking shots at Warframe. I think he was showing off how Warframe doesn't have the same issues. And that's also because Warframe's coming from a different time before they were using TAA to cover up these issues.
Optimization processes for faster releases.
I'm going to say that's what that is exactly what he was doing. He was showing off older games that don't use those kind of things. Okay. He's saved everybody. He's saved. He's okay.
Things don't end there though. TAA and upscalers enable studios to save money by integrating these popular and fully developed temporal algorithms into their engines instead of investing in the development of genuinely high-performing and self-resolving effects. Since TAA, a large portion of rendering advancement papers tie in TAA or mention an upscaler such as DLSS as a required condition to solve some issue with the design.
Ooh.
Speaking of DLSS...
It's literally just corner cutting. At the end of the day, that's all this is. It's corner cutting. It's like, oh man, my image looks kind of like, yeah, I mean, technically I could take the time to go in and fix all this, but yeah.
People only label it better than native because DLSS is always compared to native with TAA applied. Anything compared to the worst case scenario will appear improved.
Yeah.
The so-called best TAA algorithms are needlessly expensive and brand specific. First, I have a bone to pick with DLAA.
Okay.
DLAA.
If this guy ever watches me, I'm just gonna tell you right now. You have it sounds like he has a. If I had to take a wild guess, given his age, it's likely a Blue Yeti. And he has the dynamic setting turned on, most likely, with the basically there's a directional sound that is included in those mics, and the directional sound will make it where it like, you know, if I'm talking on this side, it sounds different than if I'm talking on this side. But obviously that's not what my mic is. I don't use he's using a condenser mic, sorry, not a dynamic mic. Mine's dynamic. But those condenser mics will have a dynamic mode that'll allow for directional, omnidirectional sound. And it sounds like he has that turned on. So what ends up happening is he's talking and the back of the room is bouncing his voice off, and it's picking up the voice from the back of the room, and then it'll sometimes switch to pick up the voice that's coming from the front. So you just need to pick up the mic and bring it up to your face, or turn off dynamic.
It uses too many pass frames for reconstruction, which causes two problems: long ghosting trails and significant blurring in motion compared to native with SMA or stationary output. It also fails to smooth stair-stepping in motion compared to SMAA.
Oof.
Applying Circus Method with the newest DLL provides much better results, even though both examples are rendered at 1080p. But Circus Method isn't cheap. DLA at 1080p on a desktop 12GB 3060 costs 0.75 milliseconds. Circus Method bumps it up to 2.44 milliseconds. Image quality is far from poor, but its proprietary nature, cost,
Half Dead Saint subbed for 1 year. 1 year. Sweet. Hit 1 year. Finish the latest video. Well done. Brother, thank you so much. Half Dead is like the OG of the OGs. He's like the fucking king of the OGs, is what he is. King of the OGs. Dude's been around since I basically started.
Blue Moon AI mistakes makes it unreliable for the industry. XeSS 1.3 native AA mode suffers from the same problems as DLIA, but costs 1.44 milliseconds at 1080p on the same machine. Applying Circus Method gets image quality almost indistinguishable from Circus Method DLSS, but costs 4.6 milliseconds.
Okay. All right. This is a really good video. But the thing is that with the audio issues and stuff like that, I can't like I don't want to put everybody else through it. We also kind of get the picture to begin with, and 90% of the things that he's talking about here are things that are so far above my head it's not even funny that I can't even really respond to it. I get the general gist of what he's talking about, which is basically that developers are cutting corners. They're using AI driven upscaling and things like that to be able to cost cut and push their projects forward faster. I'll link this to you guys. I would definitely check it out if it's something that you guys are interested in. I think it's a really interesting discussion. I'm glad somebody like this is bringing it to light. The dude obviously knows what the fuck he's talking about. That's for sure. And it's it's crazy. Watch the video in 4K as streaming settings as low as possible will drastically hide visual issues that we are trying to demonstrate. Please excuse the audio issues as our studio founder Kevin was recently hit by a drunk driver and is still recovering. He did not delay the release of the video any further. If you agree with us and want to be a part of the solution, donate their studio, I guess. Me watching with a 750 Ti. You get them. Some constructive feedback. As many points you pass over in your video, you go over so fast without elaborating on the issues. I think that's the problem too. Is that like he made this as a very like technical heavy video, and as such it goes over any layman. I think there's a space for everything on YouTube, and I don't think he's making this to be entertaining. He's making this for a very specific reason, it seems like. And what I would do, I mean, he's been cooking. I mean, like his last 2 videos got, a lot of views actually. That's really good. But what I would do is I would try to do my best to be able to make it that it's more like if you're making YouTube content, 9 times out of 10, if you're not making a how-to, you're making something that's that's supposed to be entertainment for the most part, right? You can make it's infotainment is what it is. That's what YouTubers make. We make infotainment. It's informative, but it's also supposed to be entertaining. And if you can't translate things to an audience that doesn't understand everything that you're talking about, you're gonna have a hard time being able to follow a lot of things. So, but yeah, I mean, I'm glad that somebody's talking about this stuff because I kind of figured that was the case with a lot of this. That there's a lot of games that are out there and a lot of game studios that are using a lot of this AI upscaling technology. We already know that they've been using motion blur. Like, I like that they have motion blur as like a feature. They treat it like it's a thing that we want. Same thing goes for like camera shake and there's a few other things as well where it's just like, this isn't for us. This is for you. And we all know it. Like, this is literally just to cover up the fact that you didn't want to give the game another month in development. That's all it is. Explain it to me like I'm 5. Yes, I am literally one of those people. I do need people to explain shit to me like I'm 5 years old. I take a long time to learn things. The only reason that I have any skill whatsoever in talking about what I do on YouTube with like video games and stuff like that is specifically because 1, I've been playing video games since I can remember. 2, I went to school for business management and marketing, so I understand most of these companies from a just from like a general structural, like business structural issue or perspective, as well as like a marketing perspective. And 3, I play the game, right? I play most of these games and then I talk about them, or I have experience in playing a lot of these games. And I've also I've followed like the video game industry, like as an industry, less so actually just by video games, for a long time. 90% of my college projects were like pitches and stuff like that on video games, or case studies on video game companies and things like that. I did a full paper and breakdown on like Blizzard and stuff back in the day, and all kinds of different stuff. I disable motion blur in every single game I play. It's the first thing. Yeah, we all do. I think we all do. I think it's really rare that you're going to run into times where you're not going to be doing stuff like that. Just because of it's just a wasted potential. It just makes the game look worse. And and also at the exact same time, in a lot of cases, I mean, for my computer, for me, I know it can run. You know, I have a 3080 and a 5800X. I can run games pretty high, right? So I know that I don't need to have that shit. I don't need to have motion blur. I can crank up the frame rate and enjoy myself. Fun fact: people who take longer to learn said thing know the thing better than those who don't take the time. Truer words have never been spoken. Truer words have never been spoken. Boner boy. What a fucking name that is. Somebody gift this guy a sub. Hey, same setup as me. Yep, perfect for 1440p gaming. That's right, baby. That's right. 4K doesn't even exist to me. That shit's bullshit is what it is. Bullshit. I'm going to Tickle. Thank you for gifting Boner Boy a sub. Oh man. Hey, thanks guys. Yeah. Let's see here. Let me find all right. All right, let's play some Warframe. Play some Warframe. We got some dailies and stuff to do. If it's valuable, content creators will probably add motion blur after clear capture. I don't know what that means. I don't know what clear capture is. I wish I could do 1440p, but it's quite an investment. Yeah, I mean, you'd need to get... I mean, I was doing 1440p on a 2070. But I realized that, like, I basically... I kind of, like, I kind of screwed myself with the 1440p. Or not 1440p, with the 2070. That was, like, the worst investment I made. Like, a 2070 is just kind of, like... It's just not worth it. Half Dead Saint with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs on Twitch. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you, man. Happy 1-year anniversary to us. 1650 Ti goes for... Yeah. 3060 Ti. Yeah, I like see, that's the thing. The 3060 Ti is like way better than a 2070 was, and I was like, man, I'm never buying a fucking 70 again. From now on, the only thing, like, I will only buy 80s or 90s. Though, to be honest, what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to try to get a sponsorship for a PC, but I'll wait until the 50 series to do it, and I'll reach out to a couple people and be like, hey, I'll hit up like Starforge or something like that. Be like, hey, so you know, hey, you want to, like, you know, do that thing? You want to do that, like, you know, you want to do that thing? Yeah, exactly. Get Asmongold to sponsor you. He's a big fan. Is he a big fan? I don't know. He watches me a couple times, that's for sure. Warframe. There we go. He's a big fan for sure. You guys think so? I need to get some water. I'll leave you guys with some space booty for a second. We're back. All right, let me check something real quick. We'll switch my Twitch chat. Warframe. Look. There we go. All right, we're chilling. I want to see more react to that 1 million and the recent UB vid. Yeah. I'm more of a spam sport myself. You know what? Warframe is really not really big on the boob department, to be honest with you. All right. You know what? Before we get into this stuff today, you know what I want to do? I want to check to see something. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna switch. Let's play let's play Wisp. You modded?
Saddle up.
Yeah, she's modded. She needs better mods, but she'll be alright. Alright. My lobby is open. You are welcome to join. It's all about the ass. True. Butts are universal. Very also true. That character's already too offensive for Ubisoft? Yeah, actually. Yeah, Warframe, they don't really care about that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like, they have no like, Warframe, like, they love fan service. Warframe loves fan service.
There I go again, giving you too much credit. Must I
think, you know what the funny thing is that it's not that, like, every game needs a... I think that's one of the things that I think a lot of people misunderstand when they're talking, like, you see people talking about, like, attractive characters and whatnot. It's not like every single game needs to be a game that I need to, like, jork it to or something, right? That's not what that's not what it's about. It's more or less, it needs to be about, like, it's okay to have some characters that are attractive. It's okay to have some tongue-in-cheek moments. Like, I'm not like like, and the thing is, it's not like I'm like numb to any of this stuff. Like, when I played Baldur's Gate 3, that game made me, like, I blushed playing that game. Literally, I blushed. I was like, oh my god, I can't believe that. It's just like whoa. I got the you know, the heated scene, so to say, with Karlach, and I was like, oh my, oh, good lord, my Atlanta. Is this the game that's like, what did you say? So this game is like the First Descendant? No, the First Descendant is like Warframe from the ground up. The First Descendant is just it's a riff off of Warframe. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all, actually. It's great. I hope people would copy more off of the games that I like and do a pretty decent job of making a game. I don't mind the First Descendant. I actually, in some ways, there's some things that I actually prefer more in the First Descendant than in Warframe. But I like the casual nature of Warframe much more. And I also... Oh, I'm sorry. I should have dropped this. I like the casual nature of Warframe more, but I also like... I mean, obviously, their monetization is a hell of a lot better. There's more content in the game. There's more things to do. But yeah, I mean, like, as an actual game... like, to be honest, when I look at a game like the First Descendant, I wish, like, we had boss fights like that. I wish we had, you know, end game content like they have. Like, that game actually already has the bones to be able to make a like raid bosses, stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, they're actually in a better position to be able to emulate Destiny in a lot of ways. I actually think that if the First Descendant continues to like survive and thrive and do well, I think that the First Descendant can actually become relatively. I think it could become pretty successful over time. I'd like to see what the First Descendant looks and like how it looks in like a year. Though chances are, with the direction that game is going in, how it looks is going to be naked. I remember I went to like a subreddit just looking for some like general information about the First Descendant, and then saw like all these people like showing off their like nude mods of their characters. And like also it's kind of weird that in that game, one of the other things that I've seen is that like there's like dudes that are posting like to other guys and being like, hey, does anybody want to meet up in Albion for a gooning session? Takes all kinds. It does. It does take all kinds. You know, people want to talk shit. People want to talk shit about Limsa Laminsa in Final Fantasy 14. You don't fucking know shit till you go into fucking. Till you go into the First Descendant. As long as you're wearing a really hot bunny skin, gender is not a problem. Genders are fluid as long as you are in a bunny suit.
I have detected another message incoming. Capture and decode the signal.
Rule 34 must be so pop. Oh, it's fucking huge with them. Are you kidding me? You know, you go to play a game like that, and it's like, if that was the reason why you're playing that game is specifically because of like the fucking gooner mentality, if that's the case, then like, yeah, just rocket one out real quick, and then all of a sudden you don't want to play the game anymore. I just imagine people like that, like getting their rocks off and then being like, I want to play Age of Empires now.
We have control of all 4 towers.
That was a great, like, all the, like, you know, they hop on the game, they're like, Bunny's so hot, Bunny's so hot, fucking, whatever that snow girl is that they just put into the game, the one that did like the booty shake trailer when she's using her sniper rifle, I can't remember what her name is, and they're like drooling on their keyboard, and then all of a sudden, you know, they finally come to their moment of clarity, and they're like, truly, that was a fantastic session of the First Descendant. I think now I'll play myself some Age of Empires, or maybe Frostpunk. You know, I feel like playing something maybe a little bit more artistically tuned as well. I'm not really too sure. No, actually, I think I'll go to my study and I'll read a book. Like they expel the Cro-Magnon brain. Don't forget the new Zenless Zone Zero character that came out. Which one? I didn't pull her. She doesn't fucking exist to me. Did they already switch the banner? I actually should probably do some dailies and try to go for another pull on my rat queen. Or not, actually. I think like I went to like try to pull the character and then I didn't get it, and then I was like, why the fuck are you doing this? You don't even play this game. Like, why do you even want this, like, you know, jiggly thighed rat? You're not even going to use it. It's okay. I got Lycan. Yeah, I didn't get him either. I would rather have him, to be honest, because I have who do I have? I have I have the shark girl. Too strong. I also got police girl too, who's another really strong like S rank character. So I don't even need any of that shit. Oh, is it the are you talking about the shower trailer? Is that what it is? I've seen that one already.
Message decoded. Leave none alive. Clear out the remaining.
No, it's worse. Like worse? You mean like how do you contextualize worse? Oh no, it's the Apple one. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen her. That's who I'm talking about. That I said the fucking jiggly-thighed rat queen. You don't even know who I'm talking about. These are farm animals. Are these farm animals? If by worse you mean better, that's what I was thinking. I was like, what do you, bro? Like, how do you like, guys? Like, look, you need to realize here, this is an advancement in technology. Okay, you have people like I just want you guys to fucking understand something. Okay, we have BioWare showing off hair physics. We have MiHoYo dropping thigh physics. Who's really advancing gaming over here? I see one taking us forward and another taking us back. That's how I see it.
Tenno, why must you always work against progress? I'm trying to bring us all together. Things could have been different if you tried to work with me.
I hate jiggle physics, especially when it's used for the sole content in certain games. Plus, with certain armors, it just doesn't make tactical sense. You want to know what one of my favorite games was as a teenager?
Data vaults and retrieve crucial intelligence data.
Dead or Alive beach volleyball.
That was a juggernaut. They were lured out by the death of
It was.
the festive.
I loved
They know that it
volleyball.
should go away or amp up the fight to draw it out.
I loved volleyball.
Stay focused.
You know, I would ask my friends all the time. I'd be like, guys, are you? I'd be like, dude. I'd be like, guys, our girls are fucking, you know, in high school. I'd be like, dude, our girls are going to fucking state. Are you guys stoked? And they're like, dude, why do you go to every single volleyball meet? And I'm like,
Data extracted. They won't even know it's gone. I am no longer detecting
I don't know.
signs of juggernaut.
Why do I?
You are safe.
Why would I do something like that? I just thought, dude, I just have, you know what it is? I had school pride. You know, nobody had school pride, apparently. I'm so distracted. I don't know what I'm doing. Did you guys already get C? No? I'll go get it. Oh no, yeah, Masania's C. As a man, I wonder why I love watching girls jump and hit balls.
We have everything we came for.
I mean, to be fair, I had a girlfriend that was on the volleyball team. I was there in support. I was there in support. Now, the other 3 years that I went after that where we weren't dating, I guess that's a different story. I'm kidding. I just dated another volleyball player. That was the hustle back then. Fuck yeah. Fucking man. Everybody was chasing the wrong dream. They were all the other guys. They're like, man, I want to do one of the. You know, they all had their eyes on the cheerleaders, man. There's the 3 overlapping lasers. Just hit the alarm and go. Yeah. Yeah, all my friends, my group of friends are like all fucking, they all had crushes on girls that were in the that were like volleyball players. Me? Or not volleyball players, they were all about cheerleaders. And I was like, nah, dude. Nah, dude. What you don't understand here is that, you know, you're getting wrapped up in the costume, okay? You guys are looking for cosplayers.
You are here to find your mark and eliminate the assigned target.
I'm looking for athletes.
Alad V is sick.
Plus, on top of that, the thing is that like no joke, like seriously, jokes aside, those chicks fucking work their ass off. Like holy shit, the amount of fucking the amount of damage they put themselves through when they're playing, like they will sacrifice everything to make sure that motherfucker doesn't hit the ground. Holy, you'll see some of them girls pull off some crazy shit.
You have one more chance.
Women's volleyball is a fucking brutal sport.
Do you see this color? This color will let you see like I see. It will let you want what I want.
Soccer? Yeah, soccer was cool too. I played soccer. I didn't really like it though. I just did it because my friends played soccer.
Multiple targets ahead. Target spotted. Stay sharp. This one is a handful.
Zoom zoom, baby.
Bothering us
Look on my way.
anymore. Let's get out of here.
What is that? We have like a
Stay focused.
Douse?
There's a heavy unit approaching.
Out. On my way.
Target down. Assassination contract complete. Great work, Tenno.
Even after all this time, I still don't understand how this fight works. I just shoot, and then it dies, and then that's good, basically. Do you use that word often? Any chance that I get. In the attempts to, you know, offend as many people as possible. Uncle Bennis, thank you for the prime, man. Appreciate that. There's a beach volleyball anime. I forgot the title. I don't know if I've ever watched anything like that. Speaking of, actually, I really like Haiku. It's literally one of my favorite animes of all time. I love that show. I think they don't do episodes anymore. I think they're only gonna do like movies to finish it or something like that. I can't remember exactly how it's supposed to go, but it's so good. Anime, like the thing is like trying to describe to somebody how great an anime is about men's volleyball, that like they're not gonna hear it. They're gonna be like, okay, dude, okay, sure. Like, you don't fucking get it. You don't get it. Ooh, Iton here. How did that not hit him? What the fuck happened? Thank you. Yows. Thank you. That's all I needed. Level 130 or level 132 enemies. Yep. Yep. Just saw it the other day. We were fighting level 900 or 9,099 or 99.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. You have done what needed to be done. Hazul's delusion must end.
Deluded Pazul. I haven't been able to get to the grocery store this week. I might need to try to do that tonight if I can. Either that or I'm gonna do it tomorrow morning. Might have to do it tomorrow morning before stream. Just did my 999 Duviri too. Had to solo because everybody dipped at 6K. I'm already happy. I picked up an iron. I need more. I'm still very endo starved. I still have some mods that I want to max out. The joys of Steel Path. Yeah, for sure. The CGI Berserk look like a mess. They come out with another series. I only watched the OG. The OG is the only one that's worth watching, to be honest with you. That was the best one to watch. There is a YouTube channel. Yeah. There is a YouTube channel called Studio Eclipse that is making their own Black Swordsman.
In this world, is the destiny of mankind controlled by some transcendental?
And the animation looks absolutely fucking raw. I haven't watched this. Oh my god. Animation looks absolutely fucking fantastic. They crushed it. So I'm looking forward to watching this. I don't think that they put episode 1 scheduled for summer of 2025.
The excavator
Very much looking forward to that. Sorry, team, I'm coming.
Strike down power carrier enemies. Take their fuel cells and bring the cells to the excavator to keep it powered.
I'm actually a little bit surprised that I'm a little surprised that somebody hasn't stepped up, like an actual studio. Like how is Ufotable not like stepped up and been like, okay, we're gonna make a Berserk series or something like that, right? Like there's so many like absolutely fucking stellar anime studios that are out there that could fucking do Berserk justice, but just don't fucking make it.
The scanner has picked up a target. Go to the dig site. Excavator deployed. Protect the unit while it extracts the artifact.
They're probably busy. They are pretty busy. Didn't they get shut down? Did they? They posted their last trailer 2 months ago. It's fan made. I don't understand how you get, like, if you're not gonna profit off of it. I think they're doing, I don't know, I don't think they're doing it for profit. Japan is good about missing opportunities to print money. Who the fuck? God, kidding me? Here's the thing though. Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. They are putting, I realize this is gonna sound like copium, okay? And this probably is copium. But they did announce that they're gonna do that. They're putting out a a Dino Crisis remastered.
Keep it powered and protect it from enemy fire.
So that means that they didn't forget it exists, right? It means they didn't forget it exists. It means we could see a Dino Crisis remake, okay? I need some batteries.
An artifact has been located. Proceed to the dig site.
Dig site stuck.
Excavator destroyed. That artifact is now lost to us. The excavator has lost power. Find another cell and bring it to the unpowered excavator. This excavator is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields.
Dino Crisis is so good. Dino Crisis is fucking fantastic. So good. What's better than Resident Evil? Resident Evil with dinosaurs. Like, honestly, in most cases, I don't think that you can make things worse with dinosaurs. Like, I've been playing Magic the Gathering lately. I got a dino deck. Magic the Gathering is literally made better by dinosaurs. Like, it happened. Hey, can you give me some headshots?
Excavator is ready to go. Keep it powered and protect it from enemy fire. The scanner has picked up a target. Go to the dig site.
Almost there. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Oh my god, that excavator is fucking
This
crap.
excavator is fully powered. Additional
There we go.
fuel cells will be used to restore its shields.
That's not even close to being as cool as my other weapon. Because I don't have good mods on it. That's why. Oh shit! I thought it already died. Everything is better. Everything is better with dinosaurs. Why Ark? Well, okay, no. You don't understand. It's when dinosaurs are added to it. Okay, it's when dinosaurs are added to it. Ark already had dinosaurs. And I'm trying to do some mental gymnastics to make this make sense. But anytime you add incompetent developers to something, it makes it worse.
Excavator deployed. Protect the unit while it extracts the artifact. An artifact has been located. Proceed to the dig site.
Wow, that is very effective, by the way. Being able to use my 3 and then hit him with the fucking burstin is way dirty. That is way dirty. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. Stand still for a second. Grab a battery
This
from over here.
excavator is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields. Excavator is ready to go. Keep it powered and protected from enemy fire.
Mag plus Wisp helmet. You need to watch. You watch enemy that had head get deleted in a second. Mag. So you give Wisp. Oh no, you give Mag. Oh, okay. I need to get Mag. I don't have Mag Prime. I need to get a Mag Prime. I think she's vaulted though, if I'm not mistaken. Shouldn't be hard to get. Yeah, I have a pretty solid amount of. I got 666 plat, so I'm probably pretty all right. There's a couple of frames that I like to buy and build. Dino framed Warframe win? That's a really good question.
This excavator is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used.
That's actually a really good question. I want a Tyrannosaurus frame. Okay. Digital Extremes. I want a Tyrannosaurus frame.
Pazul will need to look elsewhere for his cryotic supplies.
Chroma? Yeah, I guess Chroma counts, right? But I thought, isn't Chroma supposed to be a dragon? Son of a bitch. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. We're coming. It's gonna take a minute. Because we're 200 meters away. What ability gets Helman from Jade? If you throw Jade in the helmet. Her eyes? Ooh, that's actually really good. Holy shit. Oh, dude, got a Gorgon blueprint. I got 2 Gorgon blueprints. Somebody disconnected. We got a spot open. With all the trouble Ubisoft is having, how is it going to affect other titles like X Defiant? X Defiant's already cooked. It's already an afterthought. X Defiant. The funny thing is that I don't think that X Defiant. Well, no, X Defiant's issues are Ubisoft's problem. They didn't. It's clear that there was obviously some leadership issues that they had there, and they, you know, releasing a game that has bad hit registration in a shooter is just not a good way to go. It has a bunch of netcode issues and things like that as well. So there's a lot of like, just a lot of performance problems for players. That's an issue. But outside of that, the other thing that screws them is that now there's deadlock. So, you know, a new shooter arose. A MOBA shooter, while it's different and sometimes can attract different audiences, I think a lot of those, I think a lot of first-person shooter / MOBA people kind of travel in the same kind of circles. And I think in the event, oh, you have to jet. All right, no problem, man. No problem. I think in the event that you have a game like that come out, it's going to steal your limelight for a while. You should apply for gaming jobs. The amount of DEI they ask for is absurd. It's not even. It's not even. I don't. To be honest with you, I don't really think like. I'm not a fan of any business hiring based on somebody's race or somebody's like gender or whatever it is, because by doing that you're automatically excluding another group of people, right? Like it's just what you're doing just as a byproduct of doing so. It means that you're just choosing to discriminate against a different group of people when you do something like that. I'm always a proponent for you hire the best person for the job. It doesn't matter. Nothing else matters, right? But the thing is that I think the term DEI is being used way too fucking loosely now. It's been popularized by a lot of people, and it's being used for the wrong reasons. Things like when we say, because like the thing is that like I go and I talk about, ow, what the fuck? What even hit? Thank you. Oh no, you're an enemy. The thing is that when I see people that are talking about, you know, like some of the things that I talked about, like the soft workplace issue, right? That's not a DEI thing. That's corporate work culture that has been cultivated by people that have been suing companies for years, and have won lawsuits, and it's justifiably in most cases. But the thing is a lot of this stuff, what I don't think a lot of people realize, a lot of this stuff is still stemming from like Me Too. That's really where it's coming from. It's coming from, you know, the instance in which a lot of these fucking creeps got fucking outed for using their power against people that was working with them to be able to get favors, to be able to move up in industries faster. And when you have something like that happen, it's hard to recover from that because it costs a lot of companies it costs a lot of companies their reputation. It also costs a lot of companies their a lot of money. And when you have something like that happen, you end up seeing an overcorrection and a reaction from the rest of the industries, like all the industries. Like I said, like I was in construction and it was felt there, right? Like a lot of that stuff was felt there.
Azul has barred the way to us heathens, but stolen deacon veils should allow you to deceive the barrier.
And like, you know, the thing is that if you follow the trail with a lot of this stuff, like why it's there and why it's happening, it makes a lot of sense. Like the reason for a lot of this stuff is genuinely like somewhat justifiable as to like why it became a thing. It's just that the reaction to it and the response and how it was handled is not the best. By all means, and it's had a long-lasting impact on just about every single industry that's out there. Yeah, I think that's the best way to say it. Because when I take time to like try to think about these things the best that like as long as I can and as equitably as I can. We'll say it like that. And when I think about, you know, how all this shit starts, especially when I look back and they're like talking about like for Ubisoft, they're talking about like the boys club era and stuff like that. Like a lot of that is just remnants of from like when like it takes a long time for socially people for things to equalize, I guess is the best way to say it. Like the reason why the boys club era of video games existed is because, you know, when did video game studios become a thing? Late 80s, right? Mid to late 80s is when video game studios became a thing. Well, of course it was mostly men because you know, even still back then, you're only like 10 or 20 years removed from when 10, 20 years. Like anywhere from like, no, because even still in the 80s, like you had a lot less women in the workplace in general. Like culturally, it wasn't a thing. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not saying that women weren't in the workplace. There are women that had jobs, of course there was, but it's different now. There's a lot more women that work today than there were back in, you know, back in the 80s, back in the 90s. I'm coming, sorry. So it makes a lot of sense that like shit like that would happen, but the problem is that like people overreact. Like it's not, yeah. It's not that they overreacted, it's that they overcorrected. That's what the problem is. I think you should be concerned when you have people that are genuinely being harassed in the workplace. But the problem is like the corrections that they made have made it where instead, well, yes, you've routed out that kind of behavior, kind of. You also now have the problem in which you don't have any behavior, right? So that's kind of a fucking problem.
Now,
you need to be able to respond to things, but you have to respond to things in equal measure, I think. And you have a lot of companies that are out there that saw the effects of like what a lot of that stuff, a lot of the lawsuits and controversies and stuff could have like did to other companies, and they did. Oh my god, it hit me on my way out. You have to find the right balance. Then, yeah, there's a right balance. There's a right balance that I just don't think it's being struck. I think that's what the problem is. 30 years removed from the feminist movement in the 60s, when women were only just starting to get more into corporate jobs in the 70s. Yeah, exactly. It took a long time. It took a long time for that kind of thing to happen. And you have to keep in mind that there were still a lot of industries that still didn't see any female employees either, right? Have you ever seen the data on the difference between male and female spaces? Tone policing happens the moment women are added into spaces, so you're seeing that tenfold at Ubisoft. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. That's a weird take. No. They're absolutely right. I grew up in a hair salon. My family owns one, right? It's all women. And I would go there every single day after school. Every single day after school I would go there. And I had to be there, for hours and hours and hours. I'm talking like, I'd finish until my mom finished work, and it would sometimes be anywhere from like 8 to 10 hours every single day outside of weekends, right? And growing up in an environment like that, you see how like all women workplaces and all male workplaces are completely different. Like it's actually kind of fucking crazy. Like I love my mom, absolutely love her. But she sometimes, in the past, she's had a hard time being able to put her foot down when it comes to work. She called me one time and was like, I had one of the girls at work. She came up and she's been talking about me behind my back to the other girls. And yesterday she called me a bitch and this and this and this because I asked her if she would please make sure that she's on time to come in to make sure that she's there for walk-in hours. And I'm like, she's like, I just don't know what to do. And my response was, fire her. Well, I can't do that. I mean, she has pretty good clientele and this. I'm like, no. You set a precedent. I'm like, you don't let people talk to you like that. You're just going to let her walk over you and you're just going to keep her there. I'm like, what is that going to show the other people? Well, no, I mean, the other girls are nice. I'm like, no. Because she asked me before. She's like, I want you to run the business. And I'm like, you don't want me to run the business? She's like, why? And I'm like, you wouldn't have any fucking employees. You wouldn't have any employees. I'd fire them all. I'm like, the second that they gave me any lip, I'd get rid of them. I'm like, they don't understand their position here. You're the employee. You don't come up to me and call, you come up to the owner of the business and you call them a bitch because they ask you to make sure that you show up on time? What the fuck? What? No. It's like, oh, like they would say something like that. I'm like, oh, that's cool. You're fired. And then they look at you and go, what? And you're like, yeah, that's what it feels like to fucking make a mistake. To the curb. That's right. And it's also, the thing is that like, living in that kind of environment as well, you see how much like back talking in the background's always happening. Like people are always talking shit about somebody behind their back. It's so catty. It's so weird. Because I've worked in so many, like, obviously I've worked in, like heavily male spaces, when it comes to like construction and whatnot. And a lot of that's not there. And one of the things you'll notice as well is that sometimes when and I've noticed this in male workspace, it's not even male workspaces. It's just like I've noticed this in other places as well, where sometimes you'll add women into the workplace, and the guys will become like that, where they are talking back, they're talking behind people's backs and stuff like that. And the reason why is because they're interested in the girl, and they're trying to find a leg up to be able to get over the people that they look at. And the funny thing is that I don't even think it's conscious. I don't even think guys are even, I think it's instinctive. I think it's male instinct that they're trying to, like, place themselves as the alpha in the crowd or something like that. You know what I mean? Making sure to put themselves on a pedestal. corporate environments are very similar to female focused spaces. Yeah, I can't comment on that kind of stuff too much, man. I like, the thing is, the only thing that I can say is that like, the issue is when sometimes you get into these conversations, people just want to have a very extreme take on this kind of thing and say no women in the workplace. It's women. Women are the problem. Women are the issue. Women aren't the fucking issue. It's people that can't fucking control themselves are the fucking problem. That's what the issue is here. Because the problem is that we'll say shit like men will be men, and then like men will be men, and it is like dudes doing like creepy shit at work and stuff like that. Like, bro, I've worked with some dudes that have done some wild shit, and I'm like, why? What made you think that was appropriate? What made you think that was like, why would you do something like that? Like, there was one dude that I worked with that that was like crushing on a girl, crushing on one of the girls that we worked with, and he was like, I'm gonna ask her out. And I'm like, okay, yeah, dude, you go for it, and then what he chose to do was, instead of like coming to work, instead of like, you know, waiting till after work or asking her at work if she'd like to meet up sometime or something like that, whatever it might be, right? Instead, what he chose to do was wait next to her fucking car when she got off at midnight and walked out into the dark parking lot to find a random dude standing next to her fucking car. She went out to the parking lot. It's mostly like there's fucking nobody there. Everybody's gone, right? Like it's like fucking midnight is when we all got off. Or like she got off. I still had another hour. She goes out to the parking lot. There's only a couple lights that are out there, and you just see this dude that's standing next to her car. She ran back into the store and was like, you know, can you help me? I'm like, what is it? And she's like, there's somebody leaned against my car. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, no way, dude. So I go out there and I look and I'm like, what the fuck? So I, you know, immediately, you know, those situations happen and the fucking blood starts rushing and you're like, you know, your voice drops like, you know, through the fucking floor. Hey, what are you doing? Fucking. And he's just like yells back at me and I'm like, what are you doing? And I see who it is and he's like, oh, I was gonna ask her out. And I'm like, get the fuck out of here before she finds out who you are. I'm like, and never do this again. I'm like, I don't know why you thought this would be a good idea. And I'm like, if she finds out it was you and the reason why you were standing here, one, she's gonna say no. And I'm like, and two, you're probably gonna get fired or she's gonna quit. One of the two. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. I'm like, figure out a different way to go about this. I'm like, I don't know what you were thinking, dude. I don't know. Like, I talked to him afterwards and I was like, what the fuck was going through your mind? And he was just like, I was sitting at the house and I was like, you know, I'm just gonna ask her out. And he's like, so I figured it would be best if I did it after she got off work. And I'm like, so you stood next to her fucking car at midnight in the middle of a fucking parking lot? And he's like, well, I mean, when you say it like that. How the fuck did you come to that? How was that the solution that you came to? That's crazy. But the funny thing is that shit like that isn't uncommon. How else do you say it? Yeah. I'm like, man. It's just, I was fucking blown away. The funny thing is that I think that it had to have been like a year later or something like that. And through one way or another, she actually ended up inviting him out with a group of friends because like they were all hanging out, or no, they were at work, and she was like, oh, we're going to do this thing, and she asked, and I think it was like a concert or something like that, and she asked him, she's like, oh, she's like, you want to come along? She's like, we're getting like a fucking limousine and shit like that. You guys can all come along, or you can come along if you want to. And the dude was like, yeah, I'll come along. And then he told her he liked her when they were at the concert. And then I think they're married. But if it wasn't for me in that moment that saved this motherfucker, like, he'd have been fucking cooked. He was fucking cooked. This is why wingmen are important? I know. Yeah, so happy ending. Yeah. He ended up he confessed to her in the right place, the right time. But also at the same time, like, think about this though. And this is the thing that I think a lot of people don't realize is, like, you don't take the time to think about this kind of shit. But like, think about how awkward of a position it puts her in if she wasn't interested in that dude. And then she's got to tell him no. And then she's got to come to work knowing that dude's into her all the time. So then if she's like, and say she's like straight up just not attracted to that dude, she's just not into him, but she knows this dude's like checking her out all the time and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. Like, guys don't really think about that kind of shit. We don't. Mostly because we're wired differently. Where like, if we get turned down, or if it's the opposite way, I'll give you a really good example of something. Okay. It wouldn't be an issue? Really? Okay. I want you to listen to something really quick. If there's a girl that you're not attracted to at work, and you're a guy, and she comes up to you and she makes an advance on you, and you say, no, I'm not interested. You're not sitting there thinking about her checking you out. You're not sitting there thinking about, what she's thinking about. It's already out of your fucking mind. It's gone. Now, when you flip those roles, it's a completely different fucking story. Because homeboy is definitely checking her out. Homeboy is definitely thinking about her. That door doesn't go the same fucking way. And that's the thing that I think that, like, sometimes we forget. That's something that we sometimes fucking forget. The guys that internalize their feelings without understanding them are the toxic ones. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have some of that shit too, right? But here's the thing: a lot of guys internalize their feelings. The vast majority of guys don't really express any emotion, like, outwardly. Ratty, thank you for the prime. Or thank you for the fucking raid. I'm married and blessed that I am. I'm blessed that I am, because dating sucks. Dating does suck. Oh man. What are you saying? If she's an average to above average woman, she has nearly every man wanting her. It's more often weird for a guy not to want to be with her. There's at least 5 guys yeah, exactly. And how do you think that makes that, like, the funny thing is that I think from a guy's perspective, we look at shit like that and we're like, she's got it fucking made. What is she complaining about? She's got like 5 guys in her DMs at all times. Because from a guy's perspective, we're thinking that'd be fucking sick. If I was getting hounded by women all the time, That sounds great. That's not, they don't like that. Like, I'm sure there's some ego that it definitely feeds for sure. But also at the exact same time, like when you have straight up fucking randos on the like on the internet that are sending you like, I'm just saying, has anybody here ever had a like an attractive female friend? The amount of times this girl that I've had a few attractive female friends, purely platonic. The amount of random dick pics and creepy messages and shit they would get on a daily basis from random people, especially nowadays, you'll get messages from people halfway around the fucking world. Do you really think they're sitting there going like, man, this is fucking great? I think that people get too caught up in some of these like black pill conversations and shit like that too much, and they fail to actually have any empathy with another human being. Dating is ghetto. Dating is ghetto. I'm never dating again. What's in the? I'm just checking it. We're not gonna do the circuit. I just want to see what's up this week. Bosto, Burston, which we got. No, we're good. Okay. I guess we'll just do Archimedes. Deep Archimedes. Actually, let's put some let's put some Airkins. Let's put some Airkin shards in our Orican shards in our girl here. What does she want for Archon? Probably ability strength, or I don't think she really needs casting speed. Max energy. She wants power? Really? Power. Feed her the power. Let's cook some of these real quick, actually. Coalesce fusion. It's a scent fusion, right? Yeah. What do the other ones give? Oxen. Ooh, some of these could actually. So like some of the like. So like Saren might want like green maybe. Green looks like it could actually be pretty good for Saren. Toxin status effect deals 30% more damage. Gain 10% ability damage from enemies that are affected by corrosive. Yeah, Emerald for Saren looks really good. It's good to know. Ability strength. Embed. Yeah. Geyer wants the shock ones. Yeah, I can see that. Armor is also decent. Yeah, she's kind of fucking squishy. I need to look at her, Yeah, she doesn't have very good mods. Does anybody have a Saren build they could send me? Mine is squishy. What's my what is their capacity? Not Saren, sorry, Wisp. Wisp, not Saren. Sorry. I said the wrong one. I use Violet to get over 1 million damage with certain AoE weapons, and then use Orphanum Eyes to debuff enemies. Simply jump passive. Yeah, sorry, not Saren. I meant Wisp. I would, but I got all the Prime stuff that takes to log in too. I got a Wisp that I can send you, I think. Yeah, go ahead and send me. Yeah, is it good? Is it good? Preview of the next 15 minutes of people sending Saren builds? Yeah, nobody sent me shit yet. Y'all are fucking slow. I think I'm probably just gonna grab some like fast food or something like that tonight. I don't think I'm gonna do anything crazy. I need to go to the grocery store. I'll probably do that tomorrow morning. I didn't make sure to call my mom today too. There we go. All right, what you got here? Primed flow, prime continuity, adaptation. Ooh, adaptation actually wouldn't be too bad here. Energy siphon. I don't have that. I don't have energy siphon. I need to get that actually. More energy per second, which is really nice. Used reservoir. Reservoir augment adds a 4th reservoir that gives the effects of all 3. Also, oh, that's the one I'm using right now. I was like, wait a minute, I have that. I used Fuse Reservoir. I like it more. I realize that it's not the best. What are you using for arcanes? On damage, gain armor. On melee kill, gain health. Yeah.
Operator, you have remembered well how the Tenno arm themselves.
What was the one that I don't have? Blind Rage, Continuity, Augur. Augur Secrets is the one that I don't have. What is Augur Secrets? Ability Strength. Ooh. Ooh. What can I use instead? I do have Energy Siphon. What am I talking about? Silly me. Silly me. God, I am so like endo broke. It's not even funny. Bring it down to here. I need to go sell some stuff. I think I have a few Iton statues. Probably not enough to give me anything really respectable, but Augur Secrets is a huge mod. How do you get Augur Secrets? Is it the same way? Do you have to do the what is it, the the lich fights or the zombie fights on Cetus. Cetus bounties. Is it just that? Is it available now? I thought that was I thought the auger ones were Cetus tier 5. Okay, well maybe I'll go do that actually after this. I want to get one of those. That's a really good fucking mod. What did I want to do? Oh, Meru. I don't know why I call her Meru. It's a very low % chance. Yeah, I'm just gonna go in. I'm gonna run it one time and just get it automatically because I have a streamer account. Or at least I tell myself that. I will sub if you get it. Shit. Hold on. I need to show you how easy this fucking game is, okay? You're talking to the guy that got 3 Tau Forged Archon shards in a row after doing Archon bounties for the first time.
If you're looking for Marvel's
I
Bazaar,
want to
you've come to the right place.
I want to sell my wares.
Selling, are we? Okay.
Oh no.
then.
Hold
Find
on,
a shady
hold on.
spot near the tree and let everyone know you're here. If someone sees something they like,
Shut up. It's not even what I wanted to do. I was lying to you. Auto install. Auto install. No. No. Auto install. Auto install. Auto install. It's not that many, but it's enough to be able to give me a little bit of Indo.
all over the system come here to trade.
Okay, no,
Need any
that
pointers?
and don't wait. I got 5 on it.
Wow, Tenno, I'm impressed. Yeah, I mean, it's been a long
I'm just gonna
time
fucking cut
since
this
I've
down.
seen such a complete collection of Ayatan treasures.
I'm just ready to like.
Will that be all?
No, it's not even.
Come back
I'm not gonna
anytime,
touch myself.
Tenno.
I'd cry. Okay, so we got like a pretty decent amount there. Equipment, Arsenal, upgrade. Yeah, 'cause I gotta get these motherfuckers up. You know what I need to do we might actually end up playing Warframe tomorrow. Typically, I don't like playing Warframe on both stream days back to back. But we might play some Warframe tomorrow too. I want to do some endo farming. And the best people that know how to farm endo are the people that are here in chat, and it's definitely the fuck not me. I need endo like a mop. Zeraman bounties give a lot of endo too. Isn't Railjack better for endo? Yeah, that's what I'll do. I just do a shitload of Railjack missions with people and stack up endo as fast as I can. I think that's probably the best way to do it. You have a pod? Would you like to... Would be cool to hear you talk with other creators like Ordinary Gamers and Asmongold. It would actually be really cool to talk to Asmon or talk to Mudahar. I don't have a podcast for that kind of thing, no. No, I did. But it was just my buddy and I that were doing a podcast. I might try to like reboot that in some way in the future. I don't know. I have to figure out how to do it. The problem is it's like finding the fucking time to. Do I have a No, that's not what I wanted. You know what I need to do? I need to, if I'm going to end up using a build like this, I need to no. What am I gonna do? if I'm gonna use a build like this, what I'll end up having to do... How's Blind Rage not... Are you fucking serious? Have I not used Blind Rage at all? Yeah, I was about to fucking say. Why is it equipping mods that I... Don't tell me. I was about to say... Okay, no, I don't have two flows. Or continuities. What I was trying to look for was I was trying to see polarization. If I do have Umbra mods. Okay. So I can Umbra a slot on her as well. So I'll probably Umbra a slot. What is Augur? Is Augur a dash mod? Is it? I call these dash mods. In my mind I call these Fang mods, and I call these V mods. I don't know what people actually call them. I just have my own names for them. When is the dev stream 181 and starting? I don't know. Oh, the Warframe dev stream? Oh, are they doing Warframe dev stream live from are they doing it live from... It's tomorrow night? Yeah, we'll stream Warframe again tomorrow night. For sure. It's usually dash, V, and D. How does that look like a fucking D? It looks like an upside, or like a fucking tilted D, I guess. Looks like a fang to me. I mean, I guess. Bar VD. Dev stream is in 23 hours. Yeah, Warframe is 10 p.m. EST. Ooh, shit. We gonna do a late stream tomorrow? You guys want to do a late stream tomorrow? Want to do a fucking late Warframe fucking Tokyo Game Show stream tomorrow? You guys want to who's bringing... If we do that, you guys can bring sleeping bags and my mom will buy pizza. I have 6 slots left. I don't want to waste them on these right now because I still need to get the other mod anyway. Yeah, I don't really have anything else to put in here because this is gonna get bounced out because it's too high. And I wouldn't want to get rid of ability strength anyway. I'll just leave it open for now. All right, let's see if we can get this mod. Let's go to Cetus. Cetus nuts. You guys fell for it. You can switch vitality in that build. Wisp doesn't need vitality much. Did I not see that? What would I even switch it with, though, at this point? Yeah, Vit's not really necessary here. I could give her shields. Or armor. Armor wouldn't be very useful on her either. Shield gating is a thing. I have no idea what that is, by the way. I've never gotten into like hardcore into like building. Momentary invincibility when your shield drops. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Do you remember the old war, operator?
I think I'm gonna use.
Order
I want
seems
to
to
keep
have
throwing power on.
misplaced those memories.
Oh, it's just gonna kill it. I'll keep energy. That's. I hate it when they're not like. I like it when they're these ones. When they're because like I wish there was more universal mods. Like Dreamer's Bond. Also, Wisp is considered invisible. Oh yeah, she's invisible. Yeah, she just dodges everything basically. Everybody ignores her when she's in midair. More duration is nice. Yeah, I could throw some duration on there. I don't think that'd be a bad idea. Continuity, no. Narrow-minded, no. I mean, does ability range really matter on Wisp all that much? I'll just throw continuity on her. Oh, or prime continuity is already on there. Whatever. I'll leave it on her for now. Just because I want to go do the mission. I want to go do the see if we can get the mod. Aura Forma is a very valuable resource. It makes your aura slot universal to fit any aura mod. I didn't know how aura mods worked until this very moment. That wasn't sarcasm, by the way. That was actually genuine. I didn't know. I actually thought that because I've never used an aura mod. I've just kind of stacked them. Anytime I got them, I just kind of like left them there. I never actually used them for anything because I haven't needed to use them at all on the frames that I've been using. Don't forget to use your operator. You know what's really funny? I actually do not use my operator on stream. And the reason why is because I don't I try not to use operator in videos that I, like in footage that I record. I try to not use it while I stream too much either, because like sometimes you're going to get some new people that have hopped in that just recently, by the way, we had somebody pop in that said that they just did the new Dream. Yeah. I purposefully do it just to like I don't need to use it most times. You know what I mean? So the only times I will is like when I'm like falling and then I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'll like opt back. And I try to make it quick. So I'm just like, so maybe people don't even really notice even what even happens, right? WLD, spoiler free. Yeah, I mean, I just don't want to ruin the experience for other people. You know what I mean? Bounties. You guys said it was tier 5 bounties. Where do you see the tier on these? Am I stupid? Oh, is it the pims? Or the pips? So can I get it from any of these 3? Or is it a specific one? Tier 4? Augur Secrets? Is that the one I'm looking for? Right? That's what it was. Augur Secrets. This is the one, right? Yeah. Okay. All right, let's get it. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. Okay. Give me some luck. Give me some luck.
Whispered about some sort of new weapon the Grenier have.
Operator cosmetic being on the first level is very Papega of DE. I didn't think about that. Yeah, operator. Didn't even think about
Disrupt
that.
and destroy anything associated with this weapons project. The Oracle Tower is what protects Cetus from Grineer. We can't give them the opportunity to attack it. Resources needed to assemble the weapons array are stored in an armored vault at my waypoint. Put them to better use.
Really hope the operator face looks good as TFD character. Really hopes operator face.
You're nearing the armored vault. Take out the surrounding guards.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta
One of
understand.
them is carrying
Like,
a data mass, and we'll need that to get inside.
that's probably not gonna happen.
They dropped the data mass. Grab it. Good. Now insert that data mass into the console. If they destroy the console, we'll never get the vault open.
I think that when I look at a game like Warframe, like there's certain games that are out there that like it's not about attractiveness. Like in Warframe's case, it's about like how the game, how visually distinct the game is. Like Warframe's a very visually distinct game, and it does not speak to like all audiences. I think some people like really fucking like it, and they should because it's fucking sick. But yeah, I as much as I love Warframe, I recognize that it's such a visually distinct game that in a lot of cases there's just going to be like casual audiences that aren't going to be like attracted to the look of this game. Like they might like some of the sci-fi elements of it, but outside of that, they probably like when you start looking at like some of the like human characters and even like some of the more like what you would think are actually alien characters without realizing that they're all the fucking same thing. Like it's just not gonna vibe with everybody. I think that that's one of the reasons why I like seeing games like The First Descendant come out, is because games like The First Descendant give people the opportunity to play a game like Warframe in some ways and enjoy this type of experience while still being able to like have characters that they find, you know, attractive or cool to look at, or, you know, cool to customize or whatever it might be. Like everybody has different tastes in things, and like I've seen an outcry, I don't know, I shouldn't say like an outcry, but I've seen a lot of people that have like made comments about Warframe in some of my videos where I talked about Warframe, and they'll be like, yeah, I can't get into Warframe, the characters are too ugly. And I'm like, I kind of fucking get it, right? Like I get it. Like I don't think the same way because I like the visual aesthetic of the game, but I totally can see why people like wouldn't be interested in Warframe. Like for sure.
There's the officer. Capture them.
I need somebody with some real damage over here and I can play off. I'm not fucking here for a fucking mod.
Thank you, Tenno. This science officer will have much to tell us about his project. An Ostron patrol was able to knock out the array's control. The drone is nearby. Find it and hack it. That's it. The drone is under
Character design in The First Descendant is more appealing to me for sure. Yeah, I like that's what I'm saying. Like some people are gonna find some of the designs, like they're gonna look at a game like Warframe and be like, I just don't really like the way that this looks. And then on the other hand, you're gonna have a lot of people that are gonna look at a game like this and be like, fuck, this looks sick as shit. I don't really care about like how human characters look in this game because I'm a fucking Warframe. And my Warframe is strong. Not actually. Fuck it up. Make it move a little faster. LD needs somebody to carry him through this fight. I always do. Well, I love Warframe, so it's dope. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. Like, there's nothing wrong with people not liking Warframe because they don't like the art style. I think that, and that's like one of the really unique and interesting things about a game like Warframe, is that it is that fucking distinct that people may not like it because of like how alien it looked. They did such a good job coming up with like their own very unique art style where it looks nothing like anything else. While like I agree in a lot of ways a game like The First Descendant is attractive, The First Descendant is also incredibly fucking generic and looks like every other Korean game and Korean characters. I think we all can agree on that. There's not a lot of difference between, you know, the facial like there's not a lot of difference between the characters that I see in something like Black Desert and The First Descendant. They look the fucking same to me. This is my first Korean game, so I wouldn't know. Yeah. Go play fucking Black Desert or something like that, and you'll see exactly what I mean. You'll be like, oh yeah.
That's one piece of the puzzle. Now for the rest.
Bro, why is this thumper like following us around? What's the most effective way? You can't like thumpers just take too fucking long, man. They're too fucking thick.
The location is ours. Wait. Incoming assault. Don't let them retake this territory.
Is the Komi today or coming tomorrow? It's tomorrow. It's tomorrow. We'll be watching it tomorrow. I'm excited for it, man. I can't wait for it. I hope it's gonna be a cool frame. I'm gonna be real. Like after seeing how they revealed like what some of the mechanics and stuff like that look like for Sight 9, I'm not really interested in Sight 9. Like mechanically it just it I don't know, it just doesn't do it for me. How do you guys feel? You can use the Necrovex 4 on the leg. I was using it before. Nah, it's already left. I need to mod this motherfucker. I have not modded this weapons at all. But I got a laser beam. Motherfucking Ghostbuster. Across the streams. I'm still gonna get Cyto 9. I really want his proto. Oh my god. I really want his promo. Loved him the moment I laid eyes on him. Yeah, I mean, I'm just talking from like a mechanical standpoint, like looking to see like how the character like plays, or like how the Warframe is gonna play. I was like, okay.
The science officer. Find it and bring it to me. Among these troops is a resupply beacon. Find it and take it. Take that supply beacon, and I will call in the drop. Supplies incoming. Make sure the Grineer never get their hands on them. There's the supply beacon. Grab it so I can call in the drop. Here comes the supply pod. Destroy the supplies before the enemy can get their hands on it. There's the supply beacon. Grab
God
it
damn,
so
you
I
are
can
so
call in the
fast.
drop.
Playing DOS? Okay.
That's the last pod. Destroy the supplies.
Damn it!
Ayo, Tenno. Put that weapon
Somebody
on.
jinxed me. I don't know who it was. There's somebody in chat that jinxed me. I'm gonna blame it on them. Two eye. An eye is not bad, but you know. Just fucking camp.
You pay me in red. I pay you in silver.
Is Warframe gonna release soon? Been out of the game for months. No, like I mean, they're still working on the closed beta, the open beta. Sorry,
They want to attack the Unum's tower, and I don't want to find out if that's
it's gonna
possible.
take a while.
Understand?
You know, honestly, perfection takes time.
Disrupt
Right?
and destroy
Rome wasn't built in a
anything
day.
associated with this weapons project. You've reached the
I think it's best
location.
for us to just be
Clear out
patient.
any nearby hostiles. You've captured the location. Do not let them retake it.
You should visit Maru's Bazaar and get some stuff right now. Legendary drops. What do you mean? Get what stuff? I did get. I sold my. There's something else going on over there that I didn't know about, or what? Oh, fucking energy. Jesus. Part of me kind of wishes this thing fought like a damn Gundam. You know what I mean? Part of me wishes it fought like a damn Gundam. If I just like jumped up and I could just like, if like I could attach my arc wing to it and I just like fly up and just punch a fucking ship in the face. Doesn't that sound great? Instead, I turn into a motherfucking turret. I mean, that's not a bad thing, but it could be better. I need it. I know. See? People already. This is what I do. All I do is just make things that people agree with. You know, honestly, it's hard to wake up as based as I am. I think I'm running for president. What do you guys think? Did you guys vote? Did you get U.S. citizenship to vote for me?
An Ostron patrol was able to knock out the Erase control drone. Locate the downed drone before
I think I
the
can pull it off.
Grenier.
Sometimes we fail, despite our best efforts.
The drone is nearby. Find it and hack it. That's it. The drone is under our control now. Escort it to the extraction point before the enemy can destroy it.
Hello, Mr. Kitty Cat. No, you're not allowed to have my hunter sticks, bud. I don't know what to tell you, brother. He just now you want to lick my fingers. You smell them hunter sticks. You're like, I know I'm a cat. Did you know that cats like to eat cows? If you get your augur secrets, maybe. Shit. So there's this there's someone at TennoCon was handing out these stickers. I don't know if any of you guys got them, if any of you guys went to TennoCon, but they were handing out these stickers that are like Warframes dressed in like fucking street clothes, and I fucking want it. Like, it would be kind of sick to have like Warframes dressed in like fucking urban clothes. Proto frames? No. Just straight up Warframes dressed in fucking urban clothes. It's also really funny because the one sticker, I didn't realize, like at the time I took the sticker and I didn't realize what it was until I put it on my water bottle, and it's Ember. It's Ember Prime holding an umbrella, wearing like a fucking leather jacket, and Neza, like, who's like shorter than them, holding their hand and like looking up at them, blushing.
That's one piece of the puzzle. Now,
Fucking too good. It's fucking too good.
A regiment of Grenier combat engineers who have been ordered. Targets spotted. Strike fast and take out as many as you can.
Goss Prime in butler clothing. That's an amazing sticker. I need that. Yes, it's so fucking good.
Get over there.
It's so good.
I've located another mass of enemies. Take the fight to them.
I got it.
I've located another mass of enemies. Take the fight to them. Keep going. They won't be able to sustain these casualties for much longer. More Grenier amassing nearby. Get over there and take them out.
Yeah, I'd like to have Goss as a fucking
More Grenier amassing nearby. Get over there and
Uber
take them out.
driver. What is it? DoorDash. God, I am so happy that I kicked that fucking habit. I kicked it so quick, which is crazy. Like, I was in a really, really bad habit of buying, like, getting, like, DoorDash all the fucking time. Because, you know, like, when I was working, the last thing I fucking want to do is have to cook anything, dude. I just want to come home and chill, and then get ready. And, like, you know what? Working in construction, you wake up at, like, 3:30 in the fucking morning every single goddamn day. And it sucks, dude. It sucks waking up like that. And it makes you not want to do literally anything else when you get home. You just want to get home, chill, do your thing, and then, you know, that's pretty much about it. And I picked up the bad habit of ordering, like, DoorDash all the fucking time. The minute I lost my job, obviously I gave up on it. I'm like, I can't afford this. You know, I'm like, I can't. And luckily, I didn't just kick it then. I just kept it kicked. I know, dudes. I have buddies of mine that are fucking streamers, full-time streamers and YouTubers, and these motherfuckers are all spend money on fucking DoorDash. Some of them fucking 3-4 times a day. And I'm like, you're spending likely at minimum, like $200 fucking a day on food. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do, man? Unhealthy as fuck. Well, not only is it not good for your diet, but also it's like, you know, what happens one day if the fucking money dries up? What happens one day if the fucking career gets cut short? You want to be sitting there looking at your fucking bank account and realize you've been fucking living paycheck to paycheck while playing fucking video games online, not building any other work experience, making yourself completely useless within the fucking workspace, and then also broke at the same time. I'm like, dude, you're really gonna screw yourself. That's the one thing that I at least get to be happy about, and the one thing that I get to, you know, sleep soundly at night knowing is that I have like over 8 years of yeah, I have like 8 years of work in the construction industry. I have you know, multiple years in the sales industry. I have a marketing degree. Like, if for some odd reason YouTube doesn't work out one day, I'm gonna fucking be fine. You know, I'm gonna be fine. But I still want to make sure that, you know, I would rather still be in a good financial position rather than just like fucking eat my money away. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, yeah, if I just Ubered all the time, or Ubered Eats, or fucking DoorDashed all the time, holy son, like, I'd be able to save so much. I'd save, like, not even so much time. What am I talking about? My brain still wants to go towards that about how much time it saves. It doesn't. It takes no time to go to the grocery store. It takes no time to use an air fryer or make a sandwich or heat up some soup in the microwave or have a salad. Like, none of that stuff takes it takes no fucking effort. I think that's the worst part when I hear about it. I'm like, and I see my mistakes in other people, and I'm like, bro, you can buy fucking pre-made salads at the fucking grocery store for like $6. Mr. Legendary drops, what are your thoughts about pursuing a career in cybersecurity and data analyst? I'd probably say it's a pretty solid shot, to be honest. As I'm looking at, like, if I look at the like work landscape right now, like tech is going to be the best place you're going to be able to find job security. I would actually say tech, construction, think of manual labor jobs as well as tech jobs that AI can't get near. Like, you're gonna have to have people that are intervening on the side of like the human side of things when it comes to cybersecurity, because you can't just let an AI do everything. And also, construction, though a lot of people believe that, like, you know, you look at industries like production and like factory work and whatnot, and there's a lot of folks that'll immediately look at something like that and say, oh, well, you know what, those jobs are going to be lost to, you know, automation, AI, and stuff like that. Not true. Not true. Some work for sure will definitely go the way of like machine and AI and stuff like that. But like general civil engineering, building houses, what else? Plant maintenance at oil refineries, power plants, nuclear power plants. Like even like building these factories and shit like that, maintenance on the factory equipment and whatnot. A lot of this stuff is still gonna have to be done by hand. It's not, you're not gonna be able to pull that off with because there's so many specialized jobs that are out there. Cybersecurity is a good thing. If you want to get, yes, yeah, and the salaries are pretty good for it as well, for sure. I still tell people nowadays, and I realize like it's work that like people don't want to do, but construction is such a respectable, is such a respectable career path, specifically because of like one, in the U.S. specifically. In the U.S., if you're in a union state and you get into a union, you have a lot of rights as a worker. You're paid very fucking well. You get a lot of fucking overtime. You can, in a lot of cases, even choose how much you work. A lot of guys will they'll just be turnaround guys. And turnaround guys, all they do is they just go work a project for like I don't know, 2-3 months, and then they stack cash from working 30 to 60 days straight, 12-hour days. They go on unemployment after for like a month or two, and then they go out and do it again. Or they go on disability or whatever, because you can also get that pretty easily too. You just find yourself a good doctor. Ooh, my back hurts. Oh, you can't work. All right, well, there you go. I switched software engineer for infrastructure administration. Now working AWS. Oh, okay. Amazon. I didn't realize like how fucking popular Amazon Web Services is. Like, the motherfuckers are they got their fucking hands in everything. It's crazy. Like people don't even think about like how much of a monopoly there is on shit like that. It's basically Amazon Web Services and Azure. Wow, that's awesome. 2 Revenant chassis. That's exactly how the bonus Cetus Wisp. Wow. That's exactly what I wanted for my birthday. Motherfucking stupid ass Cetus. That's a mount. One time. Need a where's a camp? Somebody fucking rack it up. Streamer luck? Shut the fuck up. Nobody asked you. Amazon makes its money mainly from AWS. Amazon actually loses money on their online market. There's no fucking shot. No fucking shot. Amazon Marketplace and shipping loses money. No shot. It's one of the most widely used markets in the entire world. I'm gonna need to see a fucking I'm gonna need to see a source on that. I've never seen anything about Amazon losing money on the marketplace. You're talking about the Amazon shop? There has to be some context to that, because like they pump more volume than any other shipping company in the fucking world, from what I understand. I do 90% of my fucking shopping on Amazon. Like anytime I need anything, whether it's fucking tech, clothing, whether it's tech, clothing, what else? Cat food. Like just like all the random shit outside of groceries, basically. I buy all that shit on Amazon, especially because I have an Amazon credit card, and that was like one of the best choices I ever made. Holy dude! With as much as I've always which is much money I've always spent on Amazon, I've been getting so much money back.
I would like to keep the Quills happy. Will you oblige?
Basically, like every couple of weeks. Every couple of weeks, I probably should be buying my groceries on Amazon Fresh, to be honest with you, because they would just come from like they just come from Whole Foods or something like that, which isn't far from me. But what was I gonna say? Let me think. Brain not working. I actually should, because if I did that, then I would be able to get more money back on my card and get more points, and then use those points to buy fucking nerd shit.
Those devices draw energy from bomb ballists. Make use of them.
That's it. The targets come out for a fight. Make it their last.
Vigilante Vigor.
The Quill's relics are much safer, but we still need
Vigilante Vigor. Like it. Vigor is a good mod.
I've learned of an Ostron miner who was captured by the There's the captive.
I assume you have Amazon Prime, so you wouldn't have to pay for a delivery. Yes. No, I don't pay for any delivery. No, fuck that.
You've been detected. Hurry up and free the prisoner before that collar explodes. The guards are down. Defuse the collar now. You freed the prisoner. Now escort them to safety. Thanks to that miner, we have new leads on the relic's location.
Oh, it's underground. Damn. Saving on gas, wear and tear. Fuck, dude. I don't even need to leave the house. Honestly, I've been going to the grocery store specifically just to make sure that I'm leaving the house more. It's also one of the reasons why I picked up Magic the Gathering. Gives me something to do. I go and hit up my my local game store, my LGS, and throw the fuck down. It's sad though. I actually met a group and started a fucking little pod and started having some people to play with. And 2 of the motherfuckers moved out of town already. Like, we played fucking 2 games and they both moved. Super fucking sad. Big sad. Good for them though. The one moved to fucking Tennessee and the other one moved to one moved to Tennessee and the other moved to like Missouri? No. Went to Montana. Montana. I love Tennessee. If more of my family lived there, I'd probably move there. Such a beautiful state.
Scans indicate the Grenier have a hidden supply cache at this waypoint. Search the area for the relic.
I know nothing of. Oh, you're just getting into Warhammer? See, you're fucking more daring than I am, man. There's no fuck. Like, it looks cool. It's very interesting. The lore is sick. The community around the game seems really cool, but it's stupid expensive, and I don't really have a lot of like storage space, so I'm not really gonna be fucking with that. So yeah. Yeah, I need to do that too. I should probably make my own like protein shakes and shit. That sounds actually really good. I've been in this like hobby mood lately where I want to pick up like little side things that I can do for like just general enjoyment. And I think one of the things that I'm gonna do, I'm also gonna I like just as a maybe I'll try to fucking, I don't know, maybe go on a fucking diet or something like that. Cut a couple fucking pounds off. I'm not like over like super overweight or anything like that, but I wouldn't mind getting like, you know, not necessarily like shredded, but like white. You know what I mean? Like white. Used to love Warframe. What MR are you? I am permanently MR 18. I'm MR 18 and a half. What are these fools at? Oh, they already found that? Where that cash money be? Oh, where that cash money be?
No sign of the relic, but the Grineer will not be happy about.
Do not give me another fucking. Please do not give me another Revenant chassis. Don't give me another chassis. Don't give me another chassis. Please don't give me another chassis.
But we should try again.
I'm tracking a Grineer agent in possession of the relic.
What commander decks do you play? Ooh, that's a really good question, my friend. I am currently playing. I have a Shorakai deck, vehicles, mechs, pilots, doing that whole thing. Fucking love that one. It's probably my favorite one. I also bought the precon for motherfucker.
And the Grineer archaeologist. He and I are going to have an interesting conversation. Tino.
Son of a bitch. All right, one more time, and then I'm gonna have dinner. I'm gonna get offline. Maybe. What else am I playing? Shorakai. I'm playing Pantlaza. I bought the precon. You know what I'm talking about? That precon. I bought that precon. Velociraptor. And then super funny story, actually. Very funny story. I ended up building a dungeon delving deck that's based around
Disrupt and destroy anything associated with this weapons project. The Orokin Tower is what protects Cetus from Grineer. We can't give them the opportunity to attack it.
It's good. I'm playing Wisp. Yeah.
A regiment of Grineer
Oh, I'm playing. I made a
engineers
dungeon delving deck around Ishin. Two Heavens is one, so I can, you know, on the cards that are like when I attack, delve into the dungeon, so I can get like double attack triggers, and then in some cases I also have double attack turn triggers, so I can put vigilance on shit, and then I can attack a second turn. So then technically I can get like four delves off of one phase, and it's super fun and it's super cool. But sadly, that deck also has Dockside Extortionist, and I literally just bought it, and then like 3 days later it got banned, and its value went through the fucking ground. Like, well, fuck, that's nice.
More Grineer amassing nearby.
Shorakai is nice. Jump scare precon. I also want the jump scare precon and the old and just put Eldrazi in it. Jump scare precon. I haven't really looked at any of the Dustmourne stuff too much. I've watched a little bit of Commander being played with it. I'm kind of in the mood lately for like custom build stuff. You know, I don't have like a Voltron deck yet, and I really want to kind of make one. I watched A-Money Wubby play with Valerian College and like the professor and a few other people, and I really liked the dwarf deck that the prof got to use, where like you just get to equip all of these artifacts to one creature and just turn it into a fucking god, and then just bonk everybody and they die. It's pretty sick. Ishin is so broken. Yeah, he's not broken. Like he's good in this deck, but he's not like obnoxious. Because I've definitely seen people play him before. I mean, his fucking ability is just gross. Anytime you see anything that ever makes it where something happens twice is going to get out of fucking control. It's going to get out of control. It's like gacha games. You go and you play something and there's like abilities or runes that you get that are like attack a second time or get a second turn. The shit always ends up being fucking toxic.
That's it. The drone is under our control now. Escort it to the extraction.
I pulled Jeweled Lotus 2 months ago and never got to play it. I'm telling you right now, after seeing something like this, and I'm a new Magic player, right? I haven't been playing the game for very long. When I see that these super expensive cards, that are widely used by a lot of people, can just get fucking banned, and there's no recourse. I mean, the recourse is you just ignore the rules in your in the groups that you play with, right? But they're not even talking to other people. It's literally just a group of a handful of people that are making the decision. There's even a committee that these folks are supposed to use, that they're supposed to talk to before they make these kind of decisions, and they don't do that, and they just make it arbitrarily. And yeah, that sucks. I realize a lot of the people that are bitching right now in Magic the Gathering are bitching about the value of the cards that's been lost, because some of these cards were worth a lot of fucking money, and some of these guys are out there collecting cards like they're fucking investors, which is just goofy as shit. I'm sorry. If you're collecting cards in hopes that they're gonna retain their value over time, you're smoking crack. That's like people that fucking saved up Beanie Babies. That shit's never coming back. So with that said, it sucks to see that you have this group of people that just they literally just fucking change the rules on the fucking flip of a dime. It's one of the things that we run into with video game developers frequently, right? Is that you'll see a lot of times where they'll change something and you're sitting there asking why did you nerf that? Why did you do this? That's one of the reasons why Helldivers 2 had so many issues, why players were so upset for so long, is because a lot of the nerfs that they made were just nonsensical. There was just no reason to do it. So the players were sitting there confused because the weapons that they had fun using in a PvE game that has no competitive edge whatsoever. Now all of a sudden all my favorite weapons are nerfed and the game needs to be harder because the devs say that it needs to be harder. And it's well, that kind of fucking sucks. Maybe you should have talked to us. Maybe you should have been hey, players, how do you feel about the balance of the game right now? Because I guarantee if you just talk to the players and found out what the players themselves think are the biggest issues, you correlate that data, you combine it with other opinions that you see, then you can make some educated choices. But I think one of the things that's really frustrating with video game developers is that oftentimes they really don't want to have any conversations with their community. The same thing goes for Magic the Gathering. It's the same kind of thing. You keep wanting to talk about how you want games to be for everybody, but you don't want to be for everybody, and it's just I don't know what you plan to fucking achieve here, Captain. I don't know what you plan to achieve here. Yeah, it's like I said in that Ubisoft video. Regardless of how you the way that gamers can sometimes communicate, which they can oftentimes communicate poorly. And I know, and I realize that sometimes it's very poorly. It's very poorly. As an example, the people that made the people that banned those fucking Magic cards just recently, multiple, actually not multiple, quite a few of them ended up getting threats and stuff like that in social media. Somebody showed that they know where they lived and it's a card game. But this happens in video games too. You see it happen all the time where developers are hey, Baldur's Gate 3, out of all fucking people, Baldur's Gate 3 had that happen to them. Because they updated the game. Because they fixed problems with the game and it broke some people's mods for the meantime. And they don't have they're not beholden to the mods that you put into your fucking game. That's third-party content. It's not even technically when it comes to like they didn't even have official mod support. Technically, it's not even supported at all. And you have people that are like, you wasted, like I can't log into the game today, like because you can't wait. You can't fucking wait for the person that made the mod to update the mod. And so instead, what you're gonna do is you're gonna you're gonna message the developers of the video game and talk about how you're gonna find them. And like if they continue to do this, you're gonna fucking take them out. We are in a mental health crisis.
A Grenier science officer responsible for deploying the array.
We are in a mental health crisis.
Bring him to me. The officer is nearby. Track them down.
Watch your Ubisoft vid. Love your content.
There's
Thanks,
the
man.
officer. Capture them.
That's not cool in any community. Neither is cry bullying. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Tenno. This science officer will have much
Okay.
to tell us about his project.
Okay. Augur. Give me Augur.
Codes obtained from the science officer. Among these troops,
If I
is a
focus
resupply
super
point.
hard, I get Augur.
Find
That's
it
what happens
and
right
take
here.
it. Take that supply beacon, and I will call in the drop.
I've already lost my focus. I'm not getting it now.
Here comes the supply pod. Destroy the supplies before the enemy can get their hands on it.
Need a hotkey that one of these days.
There's the supply beacon. Grab it so I can call in the drop. Supplies are dropping now. Destroy them. There's the supply beacon. Grab it so I can call in the drop. That's the last pod. Destroy the supply.
No!
Ayo, Tenno. You put that weapon on.
Yeah!
Now the Unum's safe.
On the bonus! On the bonus! Yay! 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 We did it! Good job, team. That's actually not bad, to be honest. How much was that? 3 runs or 4 runs? Psh, streamer luck. Streamer luck. What are we doing over here? I'm just gonna fly there. GG's, big W's there. I was farming that for weeks. I don't know, like, maybe I do have streamer luck. There's nothing in this game to this date that I've ever had to farm past like a couple hours. There was one time I was farming for Sebagoth, and I think it took about 2 and there was like one part that eluded me, and it took about 2 hours. 2 hours to get it, but it wasn't a bad farm because the entire time I was doing it, I was getting endo, right? Like, it was all ships. Thank you, team. Excellent work, gentlemen. Meanwhile, we're fighting for our lives. I don't think it's that bad. I think you guys are blowing it out of fucking... You know, I think you're overselling it a little. I think you're overselling it. How am I on extra mods? I haven't looked at my extra mods in a while. Nani? Sort by duplicates. You're gonna be really sick if there was like a little thing here that said sell all common duplicates and sell all uncommon, sell all rare duplicates. But instead, I gotta fucking I don't like doing Pablo. What his name is? I forget what his name is. Get him mixed up with like the people that I get him mixed up with some of my agents. Turn them into endo. That's the fucking plan here. That's what I'm trying to do. But this, this is so fucking deep.
Oh, sorry. Artists will play with the volume off.
This is actually probably easier on controller. I usually stop at the ones that are like, I don't know, where do I usually stop? I usually stop once it gets to like 10 or less, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna fucking bother doing this. Like, this is still high value. This is still like in the 20s, right? Like, this is fine. Yeah, I feel like there's just there has to be a better way of going about doing this to like liquidate like extra mods that you have. Cause this I'm just gonna be real. This isn't fucking it, man. And there's been times that I've done this before where there was a lot more mods than I had than this, or a lot more mods that I had that had a lot of duplicates. I was like, man, Meta Mitten Gaming. Thanks for the prime. I just middle mouse button everyone. Yeah, but that selects all. I don't want to select all. I want to make sure I keep at least one. Then again, I mean, if these are common ones, you're going to see a lot of these pop up anyway, right? Yo, LD, have you played Remnant 2? It's probably the best non-From Souls-like I've played besides Lies of P. Of course I played Remnant. I've not beaten Remnant 2. I didn't, I started Remnant 2, but then I found I wasn't. Have you guys ever done this before? Have you guys ever bought a game and you thought you were in the mood for it, and then you go to play it for like an hour or two and you're like, I'm just not feeling this right now. And it's not because you don't like the game. It's just, you just don't feel like playing that game right now. It's one of the reasons why, like, I didn't fire up Ghost of Tsushima. Like, I bought Ghost of Tsushima on sale, but I also bought Satisfactory at the same time. And then I fired up Satisfactory and was like, oh, fuck, I made a mistake. And I'm like, I'm never playing anything for the next, like, fucking 200 hours now. Or probably more than that. Wind, thank you. Day, thank you. Faster than the wind. Thank you for the tier 1, man. Thank you for the tier 1. Wasted resources on leveling 1. Wasted resources on leveling 1 of each so I could just click through. That's actually kind of fucking... That's actually pretty fucking good. I'm actually just gonna sell all these because it doesn't really fucking matter. These are ones that I can get a shitload of anyway, and I find them all the time. Whatever, that's good enough for now. And it's only 10,000. Actually, I'm sitting kind of pretty now. I remember when I first started, I only had like 5 endo, right? I had like a little bit. I'm weak and I love a hype train. Oh my god. Jax, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1s. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's see here. Upgrade. Now we got the mod. Which is Augur. Augur Secret. I got a secret to tell you. Do I do it now? What is this? Also expensive. Comfy build, expensive as fuck. Umbral Fiber, Umbral Vitality. Rhyme Sure-Footed. Best mod in the game. Molt Augment, Arcane Battery. Yeah, I think I'll probably take Arcane Battery instead. That's actually probably not a bad idea. And then Molt would actually probably be pretty solid. I need to get Multi boys. Am I potentially blind? Arcane Energize instead of Arcane Battery? I mean, I have a maxed Arcane Battery though. Are you saying instead of Molt Augment? Even still, Arcane Energize. I guess my Arcane Energize is level 2. But Arcane Battery's maxed. Will be useful when you always have... Yeah, that's a good... Alright. Arcane Energize. Take Molt. I need to get more Molt. I actually need to power up both of these. It's too bad it's too bad I was gone for so long during that event and I missed my chance. I missed my chance to shine. Moving that's not really going to do anything. I need to change polarity on some shit. Don't you love this part of the game? Isn't this your favorite part of the game? This is my favorite part of the game. I love polarizing things. Califorma. And then I'll just move this one up and I'll put another dash down here. Or no, actually, you know what we'll do the Umbral Forma first. Actions, polarize, Umbral Forma. I'll put that right there.
As ready as you will ever be.
Wait, do I have I don't. Resource? No, not resource. Do I buy a 3-day? I hate buying 3 days. I like having 30s, but even still, like, I don't really play enough to like justify it. Like, I don't play to get 30 days of Forma. Like, you can drop vitality on Wisp. Yeah, I plan on it. Yeah, it's not worth it. You want all strength? Yeah, that's what I plan on getting on there. I never have boosters. Yeah, I've gotten them sometimes. When I first started playing, it was really useful. Like, having boosters when you first start playing is super nice. Especially resource boosters. Resource boosters are fucking huge. Affinity boosters, not so much. Affinity boosters really aren't necessary. I kind of wish that there was a little bit more challenging of a Sanctuary Onslaught. Like another version that you could do. Because like, especially because like you have to think about it, like a lot of endgame players like are using Forma a lot, and then they're going and leveling up really quickly, and then they're, you know, installing their mods, doing that whole fucking thing over and over and over again. Like, I would imagine that it probably gets a little bit on the fucking boring side. I mean, it has for me. Sometimes I'm just in the farming mood and I'm like listening to something, or I'm like, you know, half watching a YouTube video or a live stream or whatever. And in those cases, like, it doesn't really bother me all that much. But like, if I was just like sitting here and not paying attention to anything else and only doing this to be able to like level stuff up, yeah, I'd probably get bored pretty quick. Elite ESO, you can only do Elite ESO if your Warframe's max level. Elite ESO is only for weapons and yeah. Yeah, your frame has to be max level for that. Yeah, Onslaught is boring. Yeah, Onslaught sucks. Like, I like that it exists because it gives me the opportunity to, like, you know, level something super quickly. It's also a great way to be able to get a bunch of Nightwave stuff knocked out really fast. But yeah, like, I get why it's like this. And the funny thing is that then you look at something like, as an example, like, because they nerf Volt in here, right? So like Volt can't just sit there and spam his 4. And it's like, that's one of those things where it's like, you know, you guys recognized before. You recognized before that players were trying to, you know, exploit the game to be able to move through maps faster, right? You know, that whole like movement thing? Do you not think that the reason why people are trying to quickly farm things on certain frames and bring certain frames along is because they didn't want to have to take too long doing this, something like this? Because, like, from my perspective, like, this is probably the most, this is fucking bad. This is fucking bad. Like, nothing about this is fucking interesting. Every time I do this, it depresses me. It's one of the reasons why when people are like, what mastery rank are you? And I'm like, 18. It's probably going to be that way for a long time. Because leveling stuff and formaing and using forma on stuff, yeah, it fucking sucks. It sucks. This is stupid. This is dumb. I'm just gonna say it. Now I'm gonna make a YouTube video complaining about it. You know what? Actually, speaking of that, while I'm on a tirade right now, I had some motherfucker running his mouth in my fucking comment section today, talking about how man. I liked you more when you just talked about how much you loved Warframe. Now all you do is just make negative content. And I'm like, it's kind of wild that people can't differentiate being negative for the sake of being negative and criticizing for the sake of criticizing. I get it. Only negative content sells online. I'm like, what are you talking about? Some of my best videos that I have are positive videos. 4 ads back to back, crazy. Yeah, I'm honestly, when it comes to Twitch, if they could just get their fucking ad situation under fucking control, shit would be pretty nice, man. I've said this multiple times. I prefer Twitch over YouTube live streaming. It's a way better platform, much more friendly to the creator. It has tools that YouTube doesn't have, moderation abilities that YouTube doesn't have, integration abilities that YouTube doesn't have, and
You know what they say.
yeah,
The road
it
to good
just straight up, bar none, is the better platform for streaming. But they hit like viewers with like 4,000 ads. Now, to be completely transparent about it, also at the same time, as somebody that is running a business, it's not that bad for me because, you know, subbing usually means that, or like subbing gets rid of, either subbing or having Twitch Prime gets rid of the ads. So on Twitch, there's much more of a motivation for people to want to like subscribe to like sub to the channel. But on YouTube, there is zero motivation to become a member. Their thing on YouTube is, and this is the craziest fucking thing, right? Which is like the thing on YouTube is like, oh well, you know, to try to motivate people to become members, you need to offer extra content. And I'm like, do you have any idea how long it takes just to make the fucking content that I do? You're telling me to make special videos specifically for people that become members? Like, I wish I fucking had the time to do that. I wish I had the time to do that. Like,
Enter the conduit.
damn, motherfuckers really be doing that? I'm just salty about losing out on the combo on the combo. Oh yeah, no, I know, dude. I fucking get it. It happens to me all the fucking time. I hate having to be a VOD watcher sometimes where I'm like, what was dude about to say? I mean, to be fair, in most cases, I usually just sub to a lot of the channels that I really like. It kind of sucks though, like when because I like watching this is probably gonna come as a fucking major surprise to a lot of people. But I like watching Asmongold, and it sucks that I can't just fucking subscribe and skip ads while I'm watching the dude. Because there's a lot of times he goes to say something and I'm just like, it kind of forces me to want to just become more of a YouTube viewer than anything else. Otherwise, it just ignores the shit out of you. Or otherwise, it just annoys the shit out of you. Because you're sitting there and like the conversation's really good and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, no, that's really interesting. And then all of a sudden it's just like, Here's an ad about fucking male pattern baldness. I'm like, bitch, you have not done your research on me. One thing I can tell you, I have fucking hair. A lot of it. I'm willing to donate. Dunar, thank you for the epic, my friend. Thank you for the membership, brother. I usually check out the moment at 9 ad strings pop up. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. I think, though, if you're seeing 9 ads pop up on a channel, the creator had to have set it to that, though. I don't think people get that many ads on my channel. I think, like, because I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, I haven't looked in a really long time, but I'm pretty sure that there's like a setting that you can use that you can like change like how aggressive they are about their ads. YouTube has it where I can just check a box to say whether I want it to be aggressive, moderate, low, or turn it off or whatever. Obviously turning it off is not the route to go because you're doing this for a job, but I keep YouTube on moderate, and I'd imagine my Twitch is probably on the same. Yeah, I'm looking for streamers on the first leg of the game because I like to watch people grow, and then I get slapped with ads. Oh, yeah, that's rough, dude. And also at the same time, you probably have some, like, you probably have some people that are, like, newer to streaming, too, most likely, that don't fucking know any better. And they have no idea like how what their ad settings are at, and then as a result, what ends up happening is they kind of get fucking kill their own viewership because they're using ads too much. Bro, I've seen people that have like 30 viewers, like a 20-30 viewer Andy that personally runs ads all the time, like push it. There's a button you can use that literally just tells Twitch to run an ad, right? And that shit's so toxic. I mean, like, get your fucking money, but like, one of the biggest problems that I see with so many people, like when they want to get into like streaming or YouTube or anything like that, is that like it's always for the most selfish reasons possible. And you're never thinking about the viewer's experience. Like, it's all about the viewer's experience. It has nothing to do with anything else. Like, great, that's awesome. You want to play video games, you want to enjoy what you do, and that's what you want to do for a living because it's what you enjoy. That's cool. That sounds great. Yeah. But the problem is that, like, if that's where your thinking stops, what ends up happening is that you end up turning into the guy that doesn't even talk at all during stream or only talks about themselves. And never makes it an engaging conversation or something worthwhile to like listen to, tune into, or enjoy, right? Like, you have to do things to be able to. You have to think about the viewer's perspective. That's like one of the things that I will say is definitely it's one of the bigger strengths that I've taken up when it comes to content creation in general. Is that like I've spent my fucking time as a viewer. I know the things that have turned me off. I know the things that have like engaged me in the conversation. The good habits, the bad habits. Some things you can't fucking. There's some things you just can't avoid. It just kind of is what it is. But yeah, it's crazy like how selfish people can be with that kind of stuff sometimes. And while some people are gonna be like, yeah, don't shame other people's game. Fuck that. I shame that shit.
The sanctuary will go on.
I shame that shit all day. You're not putting in the work. You're not putting in the work. You're not putting in the effort. And if you're not putting in the work or the effort, you can't have the reward. What the fuck is this? Synthetic Eidolon shard. I don't know if I've seen that before. What level will she be? 22. I'll get her to 30. I heard some streamers willingly run 3 minutes of ads an hour to stop those ads when people join the stream. Pirate software, if I'm not mistaken.
This is a stress test.
Oh, man.
In this chaos, the true nature of these creatures will be revealed.
Warframe category gets awful sometimes. 9 string of ads, 15 minutes of them AFK, 9 more ads. That's crazy.
You are running out of time. Enter the data conduit.
I didn't think about that. So that's why Thor does that. I knew he had a thing because like he brings up his fucking Bezos, right? And he's like, it's Bezos time, guys. And then he runs his ads. And then like outside of that, his stream stays relatively uninterrupted. Maybe I'll start doing that. I'll put a timer up or something like that. And maybe, I don't know how that works. Or if you can set it so that it does it. Pre-roll ads can be turned off. Turned off if you run a minimum of 3 ads per hour. I'll have to look into how that works. I'll check that out. I'll try to remember to check that out after stream or tomorrow. And see what I got to do for that. So if I turn off pre-rolls, will it automatically run the 3-minute ad or what? Or do I have to force it? You can change the frequency to like 1.5 ads every 30 minutes. Yeah, like I just want a good viewer experience. I could give a fucking shit about ad revenue on Twitch. Like I don't have that many viewers for me to be concerned about ad revenue on Twitch from my perspective. One notable thing is that Thor does when the ads come into the stream is he pauses. That's the other thing too, right? Like you could use that as like a... Honestly, it wouldn't be a bad idea to just run 3-minute ads in a fucking block and take a 3-minute break. Like go use the bathroom or whatever. So then that way nobody's actually missing conversations and stuff like that. I'd actually almost kind of prefer that. 3 minutes every hour is not a bad deal either. Unless you guys are like talking shit that day, then I'll make it like 12-minute ads every hour. I'm like, fuck you guys.
Data conduit is open. Go now.
Ad purgatory. It's literally just ads. It's just the whole fucking stream. It's just the whole stream's ads. Like every time you think it's not going to be ads. Every time you think it's not going to be ads, like I'll pop up. What the fuck? Why does everybody want to leave me? Why does everybody want to leave me? What is up with this host migration bullshit? There we go. Yeah, every single time you guys don't think it's gonna be ads, like I'll come back and I'll be like, it'll come back to my face and be like, guys, this is gonna be really important, and then it's just like ads. And then it comes back to me and it comes back to me again. And I'm like, no, guys, see, ads. But then it like progressively gets more unhinged every time it comes back to the stream, where I'm like, I can't stop it. Ads again. Raid Shadow Legends. Yeah. I wanted to take one of their ads for the fucking memes at one point. They offer crazy good money, dude. Like they were offering good money when I didn't even have that many viewers. Like, I was like, damn. I'm like, okay. Like, At the time when they were offering it, it's almost like they fucking smelled blood in the water because they were like, this motherfucker needs money. At the time, like, I had just lost my job. Like, viewership was kind of like middling. It wasn't like crazy or anything like that, but like, I needed to pay rent. And they reached out and were like, hey, we'd like to sponsor you. And I was like, yeah, would you? And I thought about it for a long time, and I was like, bro, you make fucking videos about like bad monetization practices and shit. And I'm like, and the funny thing is, it's not even the like going back on your morals or whatever it is, like a moral high roading thing. It has nothing to do with that. I don't give a fuck about that. I'll give you guys any fucking ad I want. Like, you guys know what it is. Everybody knows what it is at the end of the day, right? Like, it's fucking making money, baby. Like, that's what it's all about. But it was just, I actually just viewed, like, it was actually from my perspective of like, when I take an ad, I actually want to do like I'm doing a service for the person that's paying me to do the job, right? Like, people are somebody's paying me to do a job. As a marketing major who has not been able to use their degree outside of this, right? Like, I've been able to use my marketing degree now, which is kind of cool. I mean, it's actually really cool. But what I was gonna say is that not only is it, you know, when I look at that, I go, how are you guys not understanding that? Like, is there like, all they see is that my views get good clicks, and I'm like, man, you guys got some incompetent fucking people working for you, because like my audience would never play your fucking game. You know what I mean? Like, my audience would never. You're wasting money on me. And while like I don't like your product, and I think it's funny if you did waste money on me, as somebody that's providing a service, I can't do that because that goes against like my personal, like what my personal brand means to me, if that makes any sense. Like, I have my own brand ethics when it comes to that thing, where they're like, I really want to take sponsors that I think that my viewers would be interested in. And sponsors that I think that I would actually be able to achieve some sales for. I would actually get, like, people would actually be interested in what they're selling, right? So like, I recently got one for boot.dev. I did that. I have to do a make good on that one, actually, so I need to post that. And next week I'll have an ad for boot.dev, and I'll put that in a video. I'm totally right there with boot.dev. I think that's fucking awesome. I guarantee there's developers or wannabe developers that are in my community that would like to make their own games, or would like to learn to make their own games. Well, I don't know if boot.dev is going to be something that's going to teach you from the ground up to become a professional developer. I think a lot of times like apps and stuff like that end up being the like the Kickstarter, the thing that pushes you down the path to start learning a new skill, and then maybe actually seek like real education, or not. I shouldn't say real education because that kind of devalues their platform, but like, you get what I'm saying, like classic education. That's what I meant to say. So like boot.dev, that one's cool. I have another one that's coming out for like there's another ad that I have that's coming up soon, another sponsor deal that's gonna be for a clothing brand. Totally cool with that. People like clothes. I like shirts. Their fucking gear's pretty sick. I like their stuff. I don't mind repping that. There's another one for a VPN. Totally cool with that. I'm sure people here would like a little bit more security and a deal on shit like that. Especially because we got some EU folks, and I know that like certain things can be banned over there. I got some Aussies that I know for a fact would like to get access to some games and shit. You know what I mean? Like, I like doing ones like that kind of stuff. I like doing stuff like that because I think that's stuff that, like, not only are my viewers going to be interested in, not only are they kind of like the stuff that I support, but also at the same time I feel like it can actually, you know, I can actually help them in some way. I can be of service. Brazil accessing X through a VPN. Yeah, well, they're not going to be doing that shit. I don't know if they can or not. I don't know how that fucking works. How are they going to track that shit? Didn't the VPN companies basically say, like, fuck off, we're not going to give you the data on that kind of stuff to, like, world governments that we're asking? I think in some cases, like, they're going to ignore that shit, you know, if it's like, terrorists or like somebody's breaking a law or something. You know what I mean? Like in some cases they got to kind of hook it up, let you in the back door. Problem with that is that when they do that once, it means they're gonna come back again and again and again and again. Remember Josh Stripe Hayes got paid to review a game and completely destroy them. He never heard from them again. Yeah, that was me with Starfield. Some of these companies will come to you and I'll be like, look, hey, here's my deal. Like, if you're gonna pay me to review your game, here's the fucking deal. I get to say what I want. I'm like, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm gonna try to do my best to be able to, you know, talk about the things that I enjoy with your game or whatever it is. But like, I can't go against what I believe. Otherwise, it's not going to come off as genuine. And one of the reasons why people watch a lot of the videos that I make is specifically because of the fact that I try to remain as genuine as possible, right? And yeah, no, Bethesda was not a big fucking fan of the way that I talk about their game in my videos. They did not like that shit. Mind you, it was likely the promotional company that paid me, not necessarily Bethesda directly. They were like, okay, this is what we expected. I mean, they paid me regardless, which is good, but...
Go now.
Well, maybe they should have made a better game. Yeah. That's one of the other things is that like you'll have like promotional companies that are like marketing companies that are paid by video game developers to reach out to content creators, make that established relationship, and then have them review the game or whatever. Mostly because in a lot of cases, to be honest, like the companies themselves don't want to get involved with content creators. It's kind of smart to do that because they don't want to be seen as though they have a relationship with people. Because, I mean, let's be real, content creators are... They're not necessarily the most trustworthy bunch. That's for fucking sure. What happened with that Andy Pants Gaming guy? How did that work out for him with the whole Ackman situation? Did his crowd stick around? Did they ghost on him or what? I'd imagine if you were a fan of that channel, you'd probably be feeling some sort of way after seeing the way that that conversation with him and Ackman went down. That dude's been getting clowned all over fucking Twitter. He got cooked in that debate. He got fucking annihilated. He got fucking handled like a child. Like a grown 40-year-old child. That shit was fucking crazy. That shit was wild. I'll be honest with you guys. Like I know like Asmongold did a react to his video and it's funny, right? Like being that being that strongly spoken. It's funny. It is. And I gotta laugh. But I have no fucking respect for people like that. That is the person that is like activating the denizens of the internet that are the last thing I would ever want to have anything to fucking do with. You hear the way that motherfucker talks about people and shit, like we can criticize actions and shit, but like some of the language that dude used and some of the shit he says. But the crazy thing is that motherfucker believes that stuff, right? that one video was funny. That one video was it was funny for the most part, but like there's other videos that he's made that I tuned into after just to see what was up, and I'm like, oh shit, this dude's like, he's in on it. When I watched that woke YouTubers one, like the thing is that what bothers me and what disgusts me about that kind of behavior and that kind of way of talking is that you're always talking about things that he knows for a fact that the content creators themselves, it's impossible for them to prove. It's impossible for them to prove. So it looks like a steel man argument because from his position and for his viewers that eat that kind of shit up, they go, yeah, no, true. And then when Actman can't say anything about it, then they're like, see? Confirmed. Like, you fucking idiots. Jesus Christ, man. Drag your fucking brain off the ground if you fucking could. Put it in a basket and at least wear it on the top of your head. Who we talk? Andy Pants Gaming. Shit was fucking hilarious. What I mean by that is that like, so here's a common, this is a common argument that people will use, right? I thought he was trolling at first. I did too. I thought he was just fucking around. And then I was like, oh no, this dude really believes this shit. Like, this dude believes this shit. So one of the arguments he used, I'm gonna give you guys an example of this, okay? Actman was paid by Activision to make that video about that's one of his claims he made. Actman, you were paid by Activision. Yeah, we know that you were paid by Activision. Yeah, you were paid by Activision to make that Treyarch is cooking video. How can you seriously say that you think Call of Duty is gonna be good? Yeah, we know you were paid, dog. And then he's like, yeah, no, I'm not. Look at the other videos that I've made. And they're like, yeah, okay, yeah. And it's like, from his perspective, it's a steelman argument, because how can Actman prove he isn't paid? He can't. He can't. He can't prove that he isn't paid. What is he gonna do? Show his fucking bank statements? It's shit like that. When I hear people say things like that, you know where you get that kind of discussion from, or that kind of like debate tactic, or that kind of like belief structure. You get that from conspiracy groups. That's where you get it from. You get it from conspiracy groups. You get it from a bunch of random other schizos that think the same kind of things. Yeah. Prove to me you have brain cells. Prove to me you have the right number of brain cells. 0 confirmed. There it is. We fucking got him, boys. I think Asmund, his mind is slowly changing a lot of things, though. There are things he said in videos and streams that he has toned down a bit. I mean, in like Asmongold? I mean, we're not talking about Asmund, but I mean, if you're talking about Asmund, no, I don't think that he's. I think, you know what? You might be right. I think that maybe he's toned down a little bit on some stuff, but that's more or less like over time, him seeing other people's perspective on things. And the same thing is for me, right? Like there's certain things that I'll see perspectives on, and I go, oh yeah, that makes a little bit more sense. There's probably a little bit more nuance there than I probably, I probably should look into, formulate a better perspective on things. And yeah, that happens. That's what normal balanced people do. Normal balanced people think those things. They try to come up with a actual fucking perspective. They listen to two sides of an argument. I can't tell you how many times, like as an example, I think in the Ubisoft video or one of the videos, I was talking about how it was the Sony video. And I was talking about like their garbage use of like representation with 2 of their games, Concord, and then they also have like Fair Games that's coming as well. And it's one of those things where I said like I'm sick and tired of this feigned virtue over like how much they care about trying to make their games inclusive and trying to like represent all of these people and make sure that folks have some characters to be able to like feel like they're represented within that game. Characters that they can identify with. And we know it's not that. You don't actually fucking care. It's a corporate directive. It's not out of the kindness of your heart. It was decided in a fucking board meeting. There's a huge difference between the people that include those things because it's, you know, because it's because they care, and the people that are deciding this shit in boardrooms. Because the people that care are the people that, one, know that if they go too far into that kind of thing, they're going to eliminate a large portion of an audience for them to be able to sell that game to. So they make that game at a lower scale to make sure that they can size the game properly for the audience that they're trying to serve. And then on the other hand, the other people, what they do is they make sure that they're giving the players choice to interact with those things whether they want to or not. Baldur's Gate 3 is the best example of this. I've used it in many videos that I've made in the past. Everything in that game was by player choice. Well, sure, the game was filled with things that the vast majority of people that are pissed off about DEI in video games, right? The people that are like crying about DEI in video games, all of those things existed in Baldur's Gate. All of those things exist in Elden Ring. But they don't complain about those things because it's delivered from a place of care and understanding that it's not for every audience, and it needs to be there for the people that they're trying to, you know, that for the people that want to interact with those things. But when you want to have those kind of conversations and you talk about those kind of things, and even when I talk about things like that in my videos, in a lot of cases, what ends up happening is a lot of people will hop in and they'll think that I'm choosing both of their sides. One side will say, oh yeah, DEI, 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 bring it down, bring it down. And it's just like, did you not hear what the fuck I just said? Now, I don't actually, so the funny thing is that actually they are actually right, because the thing is, what I am saying is forced DEI. So I'm talking about corporate directive DEI. Baldur's Gate 3 didn't make their game inclusive because of DEI. They made their game inclusive because it's intrinsic to the studio. It's a personal belief held by the studio, by everybody there. It's not a corporate directive that's being handed down. And the same thing goes for the other side that believe like all of these games should be like that. They shouldn't all be like that. That's not how it should be. Not every game is made for every person. Not every game should try to bend to every audience, and you can't. And the more often you do that, the more you ruin your games. And when I say you ruin your games, what it is that anytime you're making any product, regardless of whatever industry it's in, when we talk about target markets, it's not that I'm just trying to sell this thing to these people. It's that I'm trying to give them something that they want. That's the whole point. When you find a target audience, it is a group of people that you believe are going to be the most interested in the product that you are making. But when you make that target audience everybody, you have a fucking problem. Because you're not going to be making anything that's worthwhile. There's a strange, tactful way of implementing tasteful inclusivity in a game that isn't distracting from the overall setting of the game. Then there's clearly forced stuff. Yes, exactly. Exactly. And I think that's like the problem is that like it sucks that I have a hard time sometimes being able to communicate with the two groups that live in the two camps. You know what I mean? The folks that are like, you know, the folks on either side of their fence that are screaming at one another. Because what ends up happening is that, like, if I talk about these things, then one side believes that I'm against them, and then also the other side at the exact same time believes that I'm against them, right? And then I see a lot of those kind of conversations pop up. I've lost community members over it before. But at the end of the day, like, I can't be upset about that kind of shit. That's their fault for fucking misunderstanding me. Back off. I miss when games were passion projects. Games still are. They still are. Like, even though I have conversations about this kind of stuff, I'm playing fucking Warframe. This game's fucking fantastic. It's a passion project. The developers care about this game. This is another one of those games where they do the inclusivity stuff the right way. There's an entire quest in this game about a kid with autism. And it's well delivered, it's tastefully done, and it actually helped me understand autism in a way that I didn't even understand before. Right? That's how you do these kind of things. And that's the outcome that you're looking for. That's the outcome you're looking for. You're looking to try to help educate and help make people a little bit more empathetic with folks that have difficulties in life that they don't understand. So, yeah. Chains of Horror. Yeah, exactly. Chains of Horror. Rel. Yep. I think what BG3 did was they didn't insist that we pat them on the head and call them good people for adding it. Fucking absolutely true. And I think that actually has more to do with it than anything else. I think that in a lot of cases, what it has to do with is that there are these companies that when they're coming out with their game, they're already celebrating themselves for adding diversity in their games. That's the shit that pisses people off. And it pisses the people off in the middle because they know it's disingenuous. And it pisses off the people that are against that kind of stuff, so then they get involved in the conversation. And then it pisses off the people that are for that kind of stuff because they see the people that are pissed off on the other side. And it starts this cycle over and over again. Ubisoft, EA, Activision, Blizzard, any of these I don't care. None of us care. Make your characters, make your game, make it good, and that's it. That's all it needs to be. But the problem is that they're held down by their shareholders to make sure that they're coming forward and saying, "Hey, we're celebrating diversity in our games because look, we have this amount of it's so fucking robotic. We have this amount of employees that are of this race and this amount of employees that are of this gender, and we have this is the direction that we're going with the game and making sure that it's a very inclusive environment." Like, dude, just make a good fucking video game. Like, yeah, people are going to want to see like representation and stuff in video games. We also don't want to hear you fucking talking about it. Actions speak louder than words. That's why, like, in one of the videos I was talking about, like, we've never had these kind of conversations over games in the past. We've never had these kind of conversations over, over the Admiral in Halo, or Admiral Anderson in Mass Effect 3, or Alex in Half-Life, or a whole slew of characters from different races and different backgrounds in different video games. Because those companies were not coming out and virtue signaling over the fact that they were including those things in the game. Like, when you come out and do that and are looking for people to pat you on the back, and you're also like self-flatulating at that point, self-ejaculating at that point, nobody wants to hear it. And all it does is just piss people off. A lot of people are so starved for recognition and representation that even non-genuine efforts and tokenism is accepted and vehemently defended. You know what the funny thing is? I don't think it's actually accepted and vehemently defended, like the tokenism and things like that. It's not from these groups of people. And I think that's one of the other things that I think a lot of people lose sight of, and it's something that really serves to divide us, which is that, people see this stuff, and this is one of the reasons why I don't like Andy Gaming or Andy Pants Gaming or whatever his name is, because he blames it on the gays. He blames it on the people of color. He says it's them that's doing it, when that's not the case. It's not them doing it. Look at the pictures of the fucking people at the studio. Like it's not an agenda by those groups of people to do these kind of things. The fact, like, that your everyday human being that's walking down the street that may ascribe to one of these groups is not the people that are pushing for this kind of shit. That's not what's going on. And to think that is fucking wild. It's wild.
You know she does, but I swear, sometimes you be standing there, soaked to the skin, and some idiot.
And again, here's the funny thing. Like Ronan says, yeah, look at the people that made Assassin's Creed Shadows. Here's the thing, and this is something that's like really important to keep in mind, and I think it's something that's really, it's super fucking important, to be honest with you. Look at the interviews that I did with the employees. They're not the people that are pushing this shit. They're the victims of it. They just want to make a good video game. And they just want to have an environment in which it's okay to make a good video game. And for it to just be focused on that. What's the best damage type in Warframe? It depends on what you're doing. Like, certain combinations of things are like, you know, for different use sets. One of the coolest things that they've added into Warframe, and this is so good for new players, is that if you hover over a planet, you can actually see, it'll say suggested damage. So, like, if I'm fighting Grineer, Caustic and Impact is always good against Grineer. If I'm fighting... the Infected, Slash and Heat is always good against Infected. If I'm fighting the Corpus, Magnetic and Puncture are always good against Corpus. Now, certain Warframes that you use are going to be more effective depending on what they're going to be more effective depending on what their abilities are and what they do. It just depends on what you're doing. Or you can just be like me and play the game like a fucking smooth brain and just put toxin on, and just put fucking viral on everything. Great video. Here's a follow. Thank you. Me just running with Ember, just running in with Ember always. Oh, like just playing Ember as a caster. Yeah, you can have that. You can have that as well. You know what I mean? Thanks for speaking out in your last video. I just finished watching it, hearing what you said about Ubisoft and the devs. Isn't surprising. It's just sad. I used to love the company back in the day. Yeah. Here's the thing. You know the thing. Like, I think you're getting to the point where it's basically over for the current people, for the current like leadership that's there. I think it's time for them to step down. The company needs it, and it'll be the best thing for the company to be able to recoup its brand image. I think chances are what you'll end up seeing from the company, and this is what I would do if I was running Ubisoft. Just from a brand perspective, I would continue forward. I would release Assassin's Creed. After I release Assassin's Creed, I would uproot the leadership, fire the CEO, let them maintain ownership of the company. That's fine, but they need to not be in leadership roles anymore. Not within the company. They can just keep their leadership or keep their ownership. They are the founders of Ubisoft after all. It's going to be too hard for you to be able to just, you know, route them out entirely. And then after you do that, you bring in a new regime of leadership with a new, you know, a new focused vision for the future, and then you just do your thing. You just do your thing, and that's it. Well, you're not going to get rid of human resources. That's not going to happen. But you would probably want to set some type of new precedent for human resources within the company, which would be really hard to do. It's hard to do. It's hard to do in France specifically, because you got to remember that like the company's headquarters is in France. It's in Paris, or it's in France. So when you have a French company, you know, French politics and social politics are not necessarily in the best state. Look at fucking Paris right now. Game companies need to stay out of politics. Just make fun games. Well, I mean, it's not even like that. I think that in a lot of cases, what ends up happening is that people try to boil it down to something as simple as that. But it's what I talked about earlier in stream. This all really does come down to, it comes down to a reversion from the earlier days, right? So like you had a company that came out, made fucking killer games, but it was a boys club. And when they had women come in to work with them, what ended up happening is they ended up having a bunch of issues because those dudes couldn't keep their hands to themselves. The guys in higher positions of power would use that to be able to take advantage of women in the workplace. They would use it to discriminate against other men in the workplace to keep them in lower positions, to make sure that they didn't, encroach upon their territory with the chicks they were trying to hook up with. And it just made a garbage place to work. And then what ended up happening is that back during the whole Me Too situation, you had a bunch of people come out and get caught, and a bunch of people, call out a lot of these people that are doing some of this shit. And as a result, what ended up happening is a whole new culture was born, and this culture was diametrically opposed to the last, to the point where they are complete polar opposites. Where one was where one was the fucking Wild West, the other is as Puritan as it gets. I saw I can't like show it, but I saw internal conversations at Ubisoft. And in it, I saw a thing where one of the developers was sending an email, and all they were saying is, it wasn't an email, it was like a messenger or whatever it was. And they were like, hey, I used whatever this thing is, it was something for a game or something. We're having problems with this, and this. I haven't seen issues like this, in years. And like this other thing doesn't work or whatever it is. Like just kind of pointing out the issues or whatever. It was just pure criticism. It wasn't like veiled criticism. It wasn't toxic criticism. It wasn't anything like that. It was just criticism, just constructive criticism, asking about issues that they were having. The person responded saying, you need to think about how hard the people worked on this are. And I think that, you're being very, you're being toxic. I'm like, this is like walking up to somebody and being like, hey, your shoe's untied. And they're like, did you ever take the time to think that maybe tying my shoes makes it feel like I'm, being tied by chains, and it's akin to slavery, and it, did it, like, it's just like, whoa, what? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm just trying to tell you your shoe's not tied. It's so crazy. But that's what happens. That's what happens. And the thing is that the reason why this backlash and this like overcorrection took place is because of how fucking filthy these bastards were back in the day. They were bad. Did you guys see Jason Schreier's reporting on what happened at like Bungie with who was it? Let me see if I can find it. Marty O'Donnell. Did you guys see the reporting on from Jason Schreier on Marty O'Donnell from when he was working with Bungie? No. So Jason Schreier recently put out some like some clips and some snippets from like a documentary and a bunch of other stuff basically. And let me see if I can find it. Maybe it wasn't Marty O'Donnell. Might have been. I know it, I just can't find it. It was on X. I called it X. I'm tired. It was on Twitter. Anyway, I'll paraphrase it. I can't find it right now. Okay, so basically what it was, yeah, I think I'm pretty sure I'm gonna leave Marty's name out of it. I'm pretty sure it was him. Let me check one more thing real quick. Check one more thing. Because I talked about it before for a little bit. I talked about it on one of the streams. Oh, it was Paul Tossie. It was Paul Tossie. That's what it is. Yeah, here it is. Okay. So this is it right here. It was Paul Tossie. So it was Marty O'Donnell, and he says, "Here's an excerpt from an archived from the archived Bungie 15 years of memory book. If it helps substantiate things." So basically, I'm not gonna. It just says this part right here. Anyhow, Mr. Anonymous started Walker. So basically, Marty O'Donnell showed up to this this Bungie Halloween party, right? And when he showed up, he was wearing like a trench coat, a mask, gloves, and nobody could tell who he was. Big old like combat boots and all this kind of shit, right? And reading this part right here, it says that buzzed around the office, no one really knew who it was. It didn't help that he was wearing a Telly Savalas mask, trench coat, and OJ Simpson. If they don't fit, you must acquit leather gloves. Anyhow, Mr. Anonymous started wandering around, touching people's hair, stroking hands, and hugging with a clear bias towards the ladies, all without saying a word, generally being super pervy. Eventually, Alex came up to me and said we need to confront the guy. So nobody at Bungie knew who this guy was, and this dude's just walking around the office, touching people's hair, hugging women, caressing them, rubbing them, grabbing their hands. And it says eventually Alex came up to me and said that we need to confront the guy. So a couple of the guys from Bungie went to go after this guy. So we grabbed him by the elbows, we bum rushed him over to the free swag closet and read him the riot act. Who are you? What are you doing here? Etc. I was in full bulldog mode, really in his face, when all of a sudden he started laughing. Joe, it's me, Marty. Alex and I looked at each other, joined in laughter, and let Marty do his thing for the rest of the night. And then like female and other employee eyewitness accounts, like within the last, like this is earlier in the month, had come out like basically corroborating, saying that like this shit was fucking weird, and like he basically was going around and like touching chicks without them knowing who he was. They would tell him to stop. I think one of the girls pulled out a knife on him. They said, like yeah. Yeah. So when I'm talking about like this like super toxic culture that was at some of these studios for a while, that's the shit that they're talking about. It's, you know, it's not some dude that's like coming up and like saying like, hey, you know, you want to go on a date sometime? No, it's like some fucking weird, like these dudes were fucking getting freaky back then, dude. They were getting fucking freaky back then, doing some weird shit. And the thing is that like you have to keep in mind, I think what a lot of people don't realize is that like, think about it. You're talking about this happened with Bungie in their heyday. These dudes felt like fucking rock stars. They were living a rock star life. They were a small company that barely spent any fucking money on making the game that they made, and they made a shitload of money in return. They made Halo, which at the time was a cultural phenomenon. So yeah, these dudes are acting like they're fucking rock stars, walking around. You know, Marty O'Donnell is the one that made the Halo theme. Everybody fucking knows it, right? So, you know, some people, when they get that kind of recognition and they make that kind of fucking money and they feel like they're a rock star, all of a sudden they start acting like weirdos and they think that they have the kind of power to walk around and do that kind of shit. It goes to their head. So what happens is that you see how extreme some of those examples are. And while, to be honest, like, was it like that for every game studio? Of course it fucking wasn't. Was it like that for every company? Of course it wasn't. This is an extreme example. But with that said, when you see enough of these extreme examples, you end up having a response years later, a cultural response in the workplace years later that has to go back and make up for those mistakes in the eyes of the public, in the eyes of the shareholders, is what it is. It has nothing to do with the public perception. They don't give a fuck about what we think of them. They give a shit about what their investors think of them. Because if the investors hear that this kind of shit's going on at a company, they're going to pull out. That's just what they're going to do. They overcompensate. Exactly. So what ends up happening is some really freaky weird shit was going on back in the day. Now they overcompensate, overcorrect, and now you have workplaces today where people aren't even allowed to say what's on their mind. They're not even they're so terrified to speak because these companies have beat it into them that if you say the wrong thing, you're gone. You're gone. Which itself is weird and freaky shit. Yes, exactly. Yeah, isn't that weird how that works? People don't know how to have measured responses. And in the corporate world, that's the way that they look at a lot of this stuff. It's never measured responses. It's always the most strict and hardest response possible. Because they feel like if they give people any leeway, any room at all, they're going to go back and they're going to fuck it up. Fuck, bro, aren't you asleep yet? I've been streaming for like 8 hours. Yeah, you got a good point. I need to get some food and get to bed. I got to stream tomorrow anyway. Oh, baby. So, yeah. Anyway, great chat, everybody. Great chat. I'm glad that I could educate. I'm going to get some food in my stomach. I'm going to hit the bed. I'm going to go to sleep. And I'm going to wake up tomorrow and we're going to do the same thing all over again. We're going to watch the Tenno Talk Live tomorrow. Live from Tokyo. We'll watch some more game trailers and stuff like that. Make sure if you guys are in the Discord, post some React content in there in the React channel in the Discord, and maybe we'll check out some of that stuff tomorrow. We'll probably play some more Warframe. I'll finish up on working on this Wisp and get her chunking and ready and all that good stuff. But yeah. So I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow. So thank you guys for hanging out today. Thank you guys for watching the videos. Thank you guys for sharing the videos and supporting everything. Thank you guys for the super chats. Thank you guys for the subscriptions. Thank you guys for the memberships on YouTube. Love you guys. I'll talk to you guys later. Have a fantastic rest of your evening. Kitty Cat says bye too. I'll see you guys later. Stay cool, stay righteous.